Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku joined I.M.P and had Harem? Part 1 MHA x Helluva Boss. This story is Helluva Deku by marcellocaselli. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Ring of Greed. The scene begins in a giant laboratory where small red beings with black horns wearing lab coats. They're working on a strange circular machine. The villa's large door swings open, and a large, strange-looking figure, resembling a jester, is dressed in a dark green robe. He has 4 stubby arms with clawed hands, one of which holds a staff with a money symbol on the tip. His face is white, with large, sparkling green eyes and knife-sharp teeth. Well, how's my new financial success going?" says the scary being, while one of the little red beings with glasses. "My lord Mammon, here we have just finished it and we are ready for the first test," says the little demon fearfully, while the smile of the now-known Mammon widens unnaturally. "Perfect. With this new portal to the illegal human world I will become even filthy richer once I sell it at the right price, of course," exclaims Mammon happily, standing directly in front of the circular machine. "Activate it," says Mammon gloomily. The imp with the glasses presses a red button on a keypad next to the portal machine, which starts to glow green. As a red vortex forms in the center of the machine, the room begins to shake and the imp's computers display a danger signal. Mammon's smile turns into a frown as the vortex's light changes from red to gold. In an instant, a slender figure quickly emerges from the vortex and lands on the ground in front of Mammon. The figure turned out to be a rather slender human teenager, with unusual green hair and a ridiculous green carnival costume. "What's going on? Where am I?" the boy says, confused, getting up from the ground before one of the imps hits him with a piece of metal, making him pass out and fall to the ground again. Mammon looks at the car, which now seemed broken, and starts growling. Mammon grabbed the bespectacled imp with one hand and brought him close to his face, screaming, "You idiot, portals are supposed to bring US demons to humans, not the other way around. There must have been a miscalculation. We'll fix it, I promise, sir," says the bespectacled imp fearfully before being slammed to the ground by an angry Mammon. "You better do it, and get rid of that human. I don't want the other demons to know about my plan," Mammon says as he points to the unconscious boy and walks away, pulling a wad of dollars with his face printed on them from his pocket. Shortly after, a group of imps drag the boy through a town full of other imps. "Let's take him to the lake," says one of them as they carry the teenager, whose head is hidden by a paper bag. But suddenly a small truck appears out of nowhere at full speed and hits the imps and the teenager, killing the former and stunning the latter again as he was starting to regain consciousness. Another imp comes out of the truck. This one is much taller with long horns. Part of his skin has white spots and on his forehead he has a kind of heart tattooed. "What the fuck? He was red balls," shouts the enraged demon before realizing that the imps are dead. "Actually, sir, it was green, they could have passed," comments another demon who comes out of the van. This one is smaller, has short white hair and is wearing an elegant suit. The long-horned demon turns briefly to the newcomer and says, "Shut up, Mox, and help me get them off the road. I don't want blood on my tires." The short demon snorts and begins, along with the other, grabbing the imp corpses and placing them on the sidewalk. Finally, the smaller one grabs the boy's head to drag him away, but notices he's still breathing. "Sir, this is alive," he says, removing the paper bag. His eyes widen when he sees the teenager's nature. The other demon observes his colleague's astonishment and peers over to get the same reaction. "Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Shit," the tall demon groans, looking at the face of the passed-out human teenager. A month and a half later, the scene opens in a meeting room where the demon with the long horns begins a speech. "Okay, I know business's been a little slow lately, it's nobody's fault, okay? I don't want to name names here. Izuku, you're too soft." The camera pans out to show Aru, a student with a "what?" face. A month and a half had passed since he mysteriously found himself in hell, where he encountered the I.M.P, a group of demons who killed humans at the request of sinners. At first, the teenager wasn't thrilled, but he was forced to join them in the hope of finding help returning home, as the land they were supposed to go to for their missions was completely different from his own. "So if anyone has any ideas to put things right, let them know now," continues the long-horned imp who goes by the name of Blitz. Let's organize a car wash, says a dark-haired female imp named Millie. This is hell Millie, no one gives a shit about how clean her car is, says Blitz. I think this is a good idea, says Izuku. Well, not me, what do you think about a billboard? Blitz says with stars in his eyes at the end of the sentence. We can't afford that, sir, Moxie comments. You forgot what service we offer, says Blitz, taking a remote control out of his pocket. I wish, says the young hero as Blitz presses the red button on the remote, turning on a TV that begins to broadcast a commercial. The commercial shows various I.M.P members killing red people. Luckily the commercial was made when Izuku hadn't joined the organization yet. It's the good old days, Blitz says contentedly, eating popcorn. We don't need you to remind us, sir, since you spent all our money on a terrible commercial and spent even more to air it on a channel no one watches, Moxie says irritably. Sorry, what's wrong with the jingles? Blitzo asks with a raised eyebrow. You have to be honest, Moxie, the song was cute. Izuku says. See Moxie, that's why I made Izuku Employee of the Month. He's a guy with the right taste, Blitz says proudly before turning in Moxie's direction. You really want to crush my dreams like my dad did. After I made you Employee of the Month last month, Blitz says, pulling out a picture of Moxie with the number 1 written on it. Okay, sir, listen, nobody likes jingles, Moxie says before Millie says, I like them. Moxie's expression changes and he turns to his wife. Don't listen to him in front of me. Suddenly the screen changes and shows the company's advertisement. Izuku is in the final part added to the video later. Anyway, I'd like to point out that accident was Luna's fault alone. She should have given us the right information about the target, Moxie says, addressing a white wolf-like demon with a phone in his hand. Oh, sit on a dick, Moxie, says the female hellhound named Luna. You sit on and do your job, shouts Moxie. Ha Luna. Izuku gets annoyed and says to Moxie, it's not Luna's fault, it was an accident, everyone makes mistakes. Luna, hearing this, smiles a little. During his time in hell, Izuku became very close friends with Luna, also thanks to their similar ages. She was probably the only friend he had to make during this seemingly long and bloody experience. Izuku's right, let's not blame Luna for our mistakes, she has done absolutely nothing wrong, says Blitz, hugging the wolf who growls in response. You're kidding, sir, you're terrible, Moxie says as clips of everyday life flash on the screen. Luna is reading a book when the phone rings. She answers and says, hello. A frightened female voice answers and says, I need help, please, but Luna simply hangs up. Happy adoption anniversary, Looney, Blitz says, approaching Luna and handing her a package. Is this a syphilis pill? Luna asks. Blitz backs away at the question. Then I don't want it, he shouts, throwing the package to the ground. A swarm of small spiders start to emerge from it and jump on the wolf. Sorry, it was a spider's nest, Blitz says from outside the building's window. Do you have syphilis? Asks Izuku. No, but it would be cool to have one, Luna replies. After other clips, one of which talks about Prince Stolos, a royal from hell who lends Blitz the grimoire, a magical book that allows travel to the human world. The fact is that Luna is a valuable member of our family, and we don't abandon the family, says Blitz, making Luna smile. For Izuku it was clear from the beginning that Luna, despite her behavior with Blitz, truly loves him. We're not a family, sir. You're the boss, Millie and Izuku are the employees, and even if you let Izuku stay at your house, that doesn't mean anything, and then you treat Luna like a troubled teenager, when in fact she's a homeless drug addict who answers the phone, Moxie says, making both Blitz and Izuku angry. Moxie, don't you think you're exaggerating? Asks Izuku, glaring at the little demon who says, okay, maybe I went too far, Izuku, you're right. But speaking of family, boss, could you please stop meeting me and Millie outside of work? Come on darling, it's not bad, says Millie, putting a hand on her husband's shoulder, who asks, excuse me, what? Another set of clips show Blitz following the demon couple on a daily basis, such as entering their fridge or spying on them from their window. He absolutely has to stop, says Moxie. Blitz is right about that, stalking is a serious crime, comments Izuku. Listen, I don't judge the couple things you do outside of work, so don't judge me. Blitz justifies himself. So he and Moxie start arguing, a discussion in which Luna and then Millie also start to join in, with Izuku trying in vain to make them stop until a male voice interrupts them. Damn, you all are a bunch of assholes, says the voice that turns out to be the kid Moxie shot in the commercial. Shut up kid, you're lucky to be alive. Then let's get back to talking tea, says Blitz before being interrupted again by the child. Nobody cares, you arrogant clown, and consider that I'm a child, and I should love clowns, even the scary ones. Moxie turns to the child and says, okay, I think that's enough. Yeah, that's really not nice. But the annoying brat starts insulting them. If I wanted to hear the opinion of a spineless son of a bitch in a carnival costume, I would have asked you. You're talking to my husband and a friend of mine. Millie growls, and at this statement the child laughs. Is that your husband? Damn, I knew you were a slut, but I didn't think you needed it that much. Izuku at that moment is doing everything he can to keep himself from annihilating that annoying boy with a Detroit smash straight to his little head. Then the child turns to Luna and says, about you. Nothing, I don't deal with dogs, I'm a cat person. Luna, despite her frowning face, makes the sound of a sad dog. Izuku's face and Blitz. The kid bursts out laughing until Luna gets a notification. I have shit, looks like he's the target, guys, she says with a smirk. I wait, what? The child tries to say before Blitz shoots him in the head, killing him. Damn, so there really is a god out there, says the head of the I.M.P. Meanwhile, Mammon angrily looks at Izuku's image in the I.M.P. commercial and turns to one of his minions. Give me the phone numbers of all the bounty hunters in hell. I won't let that brat reveal the illegal portal to the other real demons, or it'll be the end of me and my money. The episode ends with a close-up of Mammon's face as he says, tremble, little boy, I'll spare no expense for you. The scene begins with Millie, Moxie, and Izuku sitting on a couch with Moxie holding a crossbow and looking at a picture of a smiling human family held by Luna. Moxie, stop shaking, you're going to hit her only hand, until, Millie says. Man, I feel so loved. And I'm not talking about you, Izuku, mind you, Luna says listlessly, but it's family, under what circumstances would we kill a family? Moxie asks. I agree with Moxie, I think we should be more selective, Izuku says, crossing his arms. Well, if that's what the client asks for, Millie tells the two. If it was a terrible father or a mafia family, or a terrible mafia father, I would understand, but a happy middle-class human family, says Moxie, raising her eyebrows. That last example was really specific, the UA student thinks to himself as Luna interrupts Moxie's whining. You can't know if they're innocent. The boy probably sets dogs on fire. The sister is a piece of shit bully, and the father, he probably just watches, says the wolf. Exactly, humans are full of dark secrets, that's why many of them end up here. I have no offense, Izuku, this is absolutely not your case, says Millie before remembering Izuku's presence and apologizing. Don't worry, I know what you meant, says Izuku, shaking his hands. So Mox, hit the target, says Millie, kissing her husband on the cheek. So Moxie takes aim again, but when she is about to strike, Blitz suddenly comes out of her office together with a demoness with purple skin, red eyes and gray hair. Guys, I want to introduce you, Blitz shouts, but the loud bang of the door scares Moxie and fires a shot from the crossbow. The arrow travels across the room, hitting a tank of water full of electric eels until it crashes just inches from Blitz's face. Our new client, finishes Blitz's sentence. The tank breaks and the electric eels fall to the floor and begin emitting electrical discharges that also electrify the water, causing a fire. After a good minute of panic, Izuku uses Black Whip to grab everyone including the customer and then throws himself out the window, then activates Fa Jin to prevent himself and the others from taking damage from the fall. Shortly after, the fire had been put out by firefighters and I.M.P and the customer were outside the building. Thank you so much, dear, you did a great job. A+, the customer says to Izuku with a sincere smile. It was my duty, miss. Well, I didn't quite catch your name, miss, Izuku says embarrassedly. Mayberry, Sarah Mayberry, replies the now well-known Mayberry as she is in a taxi and Blitz approaches her greeting her. Have a good day and remember, if the murder doesn't happen within 24 hours it's free. Since when do we have this policy? Asks Moxie. Blitz turns and grabs his shoulders yelling. Since you set the waiting room on fire in front of a fucking customer. Now please tell me the book is intact. Luna pulls out a dark blue-colored book with a gold mark on the cover. Our only ticket to the world of the living, here it is, Luna says as Blitz approaches her with a proud expression and compliments his adoptive daughter. Shortly afterward, the group, except Luna, traveled to the human world near the target's house. From what Izuku understood, the target was a woman named Martha who had slept with Mrs. Mayberry's husband, and when she found out, she shot both her and her cheating husband. However, Martha managed to survive, and from that day on, everyone considers her a hero. Izuku had to admit that the humans of this dimension were truly stupid to consider a woman who had merely survived an assassination attempt a heroine. Once they arrived at the house, the group hid behind the kitchen window where Martha and her family were having dinner. Moxie looked nervous about this and turned to Blitz. "Sir, are we really killing a family?" Blitz pulls out a sniper rifle and says while pointing it at Martha, "I'm sure not, Moxie, we're only killing the mother, so we're destroying a family." Moxie and Izuku look at each other for a moment with uncertainty and then with determination. "Blitz, look, a herd of horses," Izuku shouts. Blitz gets distracted and looks behind him, saying excitedly, "Where?" At that moment, Moxie tries to grab the rifle but accidentally fires a shot that barely grazes Martha. "Izuku, Moxie, what the fuck?" asks the I.M.P boss angrily. Izuku and Moxie try to justify themselves but Blitz interrupts them. "No one is fucking innocent here, you idiots, since you were born you've been a parasol another hole." Suddenly someone in the house shoots and hits Blitz on the shoulder, making him scream in pain. Izuku looks out from the hole left by the gunshot and is shocked to see Martha's family and Martha herself approaching with scary faces and guns in their hands. "Run!" Blitz shouts. "Run!" Blitz shouts as he runs off towards the woods around Martha's house. Millie follows close behind, and soon after, Martha and her husband come out and chase them. Meanwhile, Moxie and Izuku, who were hiding in the grass, were knocked out by Martha's children who dragged them inside the house. Shortly after, both he and Moxie regained consciousness and found themselves at a table with Martha's children on the other side with blood-red eyes peering at them ominously. Moxie tried to reason with them but in response the two children said at the same time, "It's nice to have someone here to play with again." Suddenly Izuku smelled a terrible stench coming from above them. Both he and Moxie looked up and saw that the roof of the room was adorned with skinned and tortured human corpses. "Oh fuck," says Moxie. "You said it," adds Izuku. In the meantime, Blitz ran away and hid from Martha behind a tree trying not to make any noise, but suddenly his phone rang and the demon answered immediately. "Stolos, now is not the right time, Blitzy," says Blitz in a low voice. "And exactly when is the right time, Blitzy?" says the owl demon in his bathtub. "What do you want?" asks Blitz. "I was just thinking about our last conversation about the grimoire," Stolos explains. "What's yours?" "Sorry," asks Blitz, confused. "My book, Blitzy, my book, which I used to do my job and which I lent you to do yours." Blitz ducks to avoid being hit by Martha who has spotted him and hides again behind another tree. "I was thinking, since I authorized you to travel to the human world a while ago, I was wondering if you could give it back to me since I need it for my duties now, so why not do some sort of barter, doesn't that sound appealing?" Stolos explains and Blitz responds with, "Stop with that rich guy talk, I'm trying not to get fucked over here." "Then I'll keep it simple, once a month on the full moon you bring me the book followed by a passionate night of fun, and you can keep the book for the rest of time," suggests the royal demon. "Yeah, okay, and while we're at it, did I tell you about my new human employee with the right superpowers? Are you looking through your stellar books for a way to send him home?" Blitz asks over the phone. "I certainly have for you." This is another Blitzy Kaz. The phone call is interrupted by Marta who points the rifle at Blitz and says with a wide smile full of unusually sharp teeth, "So you really are a demon, come here to kill me? Well, not today, Lucifer, I will send you back exactly where you came from." In the meantime, Moxie and Izuku are still tied up with Martha's children who are approaching armed with knives. From the window of the room flames can be seen in the distance. "Millie," Moxie shouts, wriggling even more. "Wait, Izuku, you don't have powers." Moxie asks Izuku, who stops wriggling and says, "You're right." Green electric shocks begin to emit from his tied hands, causing the ropes to explode. Izuku uses Black Whip to immobilize the children and unties Moxie, after which the two jump out of the window to rescue their companions. In the meantime, Blitz and Millie, who had previously been captured by Martha's husband, were tied to a pole covered in wood and gasoline with Martha in front of her holding a torch and starting a long speech in worship of the devil, so she throws the torch on the two demons, but despite the fire completely engulfing them, they don't bat an eyelid. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but your fire has no effect on us, but I can pretend if it turns you on," Blitz joked, making Millie giggle. "I have, shit," says Martha, then raises the rifle. "Then I'll shoot you in the skull," says the crazy human. "That would work," comments Blitz, getting scolded by Millie. Before Martha can pull the trigger, Black Wib surrounds her, preventing her from acting. She tries to struggle, but her eye explodes, killing her. Martha falls to the ground, revealing Moxie and Izuku behind her. "Moxie!" Millie shouted happily as Izuku used Black Wib to untie her and Blitz, the latter falling to the ground. While Moxie and Millie hugged each other, Izuku helps Blitz to get up. "Listen Blitz, me and Moxie are so sorry for compromising the mission." Izuku lowers his head while the other imp comes forward saying, "I assure you sir, it will never happen again." Blitz smiles and hugs them both, accepting their apology but at the same time threatening to kill them if they do it again. Before returning to Hell, Moxie returns to Martha's house where her husband and children were. He and Izuku had agreed to call the police to end this in a fair and civilized manner. Shortly after, the little devil returned proud of his work, but unfortunately when Izuku and Moxie turned towards Martha's house they saw a helicopter launch a rocket, killing the rest of the family. The two were shocked before being dragged into the portal by Blitz. Shortly after, the entire imp including the client was celebrating the success of the mission in front of a cake, with Izuku and Moxie looking demoralized and traumatized. "My sweet Moxie and Izuku saved us all," says Millie happily. A new mission accomplished and Izuku and Moxie have finally learned not to screw things up, comments Blitz, and that killing someone isn't too bad if that someone is a homicidal lunatic, continues Millie. "It's a real mess, but I paid for it," says the customer, making everyone burst out laughing except Izuku and Moxie. Meanwhile, Ring of Greed. Mammon sat on a throne with a host of demons of all kinds before him, armed with every kind of weapon imaginable. "Find that human boy and eliminate him. It doesn't matter how or where you do it, I just want him to disappear from the face of hell as quickly as possible. Whoever fulfills this task can ask me for any amount of payment, not more than $9,000. Let it be clear to all of you, I don't want to lose all my assets," says the jester demon as the other demons walk away smiling. Mammon smiles as he sees his army of assassins officially dare to begin the hunt for the human. The episode begins with Blitz in his office playing with puppets of Millie, Moxie, and Izuku. "Ho, Blitz, you're a fantastic boss," Blitz says, waving the Millie doll. "Ho, how smart you are, sir," he says, waving the Moxie doll, and finally he shakes the Izuku doll, saying, "Ho, how much I want you. Then let's do a foursome," the MP finally says, putting the puppets under the desk. But suddenly Blitz's phone starts ringing. The MP answers the phone, shouting, "What's up?" "Hi, Blitzy, you huge cock," Stolas says from the other end of the phone, making Blitz spit out the coffee he was drinking. "What the fuck?" the demon shouts in annoyance, "I'm both speaking." "Anyway, I have a very special request," Stolas says. "Listen Stolas, today I had a scrab, so you'll have to find another face to put that feathered ass of yours on," Blitz says irritably. "It's actually for my daughter," says Stolas. "In that case, tell him to clean it," Blitz replies, putting a crown on his head. No, I want to take my daughter to Lolo Land, and I was hoping you and your imps could escort us, and you could also bring your human employee. From what you told me, he's about the same age as my street, so I was thinking maybe we could introduce them," explains Stolas. "We're hitmen, not fucking bodyguards. Don't bother us if nobody's going to die. That's one of the company's many slogans," Blitz says with a hint of irritation. "I'll pay you," says Stolas, playing with the telephone cord. "With what?" says Blitz, narrowing his eyes. "Sulji," says Stolas, "deal." Blitz shouts, smashing the phone against the desk, breaking it, and pulling out a megaphone, saying, come here. Today we're going to Lolo Land." Moxie and Izuku open the office door asking in unison, "Lolo Land." Suddenly Millie breaks the glass of the door with her body and says excitedly, "Lulu Land." Lulu LAAAAND, shouts Blitz while off-screen we hear Luna's voice saying, "Shut up the fuck." Shortly after, the scene changes to a strange amusement park with a talking apple mascot and a strange robot jester. The I.M.P van parks and Stolas and an owl girl step out of it. Izuku also gets out of the vehicle and Stolas approaches him together with his daughter saying, "Hi." Izuku right, "It's a pleasure to meet you in person, and it's an equal pleasure to introduce you to my daughter Octavia." "It's my pleasure, Octavia," Izuku says carefree, offering his hand to Octavia, who looks at it for a few moments before grabbing it and saying in a listless tone, "The pleasure is mine." Stolas so he takes an apple-shaped hat from a stand and puts it on, pointing out to Octavia the entrance to the park. Octavia looks embarrassed as she, Izuku, and the I.M.P head into the park. But unbeknownst to them, a group of heavily armed short imps are watching them. "Both the Godia and the human in the same place, so double the reward," says one of them, so the assassin imps also silently enter the park. The group enters Lulu Land and Izuku tries to start a conversation with Octavia. "So Octavia, what are your hobbies?" "Mine are studying the abilities of the of high-ranking demons like your father," the hero asks the owl demon. "Staying in my room in the dark listening to punk music so I can't hear my mother screaming," says Octavia coldly. "I have, well, tastes are tastes, I don't judge," replies Izuku with a nervous smile. Meanwhile, Blitz turns to Stolas, saying in an annoyed tone, "Remember, we're here for work, not to satisfy your perverse bird needs. And if you try to approach one of my employees, I swear," but was interrupted by Stolas. "Who I love it when you're angry Blitzy," the owl demon says in a light-hearted tone as Octavia and Izuku watched the scene. "I have to admit they look cute together," Izuku says with a smirk. "I'm about to throw up," Octavia moaned. Suddenly Moxie arrives with a bag full of medicines saying frantically, "What the hell do you need?" "Adrenaline, antibiotics, morphine syringe." Finally he pulls out a lot of green syringes. "It was a joke, old man," Octavia says as she walks away. "I'm sure," Moxie says as she throws the syringes into a stroller, not realizing there's a baby in there and what looks like the mother is standing next to it. Luckily, Izuku notices and says, "Moxie, watch out." The imp sees where he left the syringes and quickly helps Izuku remove them before the newborn can touch them. The last syringe is taken away by the supposed mother, who says in a familiar voice, "Hey, what the fuck is wrong with you?" "We're sorry, sir," Moxie tries to say before realizing that the woman is none other than their former client, former teacher Miss Mayberry. As soon as Mayberry recognizes the two, her face softens and she says, "I'm Izuku." "Moxie, I didn't expect to see you here." "Neither do we, Miss Mayberry, and the baby?" asks Izuku, pointing to the stroller. "Do I have Nick? I'm just taking care of him, doing some chores here and there. I can't give up my passion to take care of children," explains the sinful former teacher. "I'm really happy to hear that," says Izuku, smiling. This wasn't the first time Izuku had met Mayberry after his misadventure with Martha. He had met her in the library while searching the ancient tomes of hell for a way home. The two had talked for a good half-hour where Izuku had discovered the reason for his presence in hell. Izuku would be lying if he said he had much interest in the sinful teacher. "Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Miss Mayberry. Have a nice day," says Izuku as he walks away with Moxie. "You too," replies Mayberry as she goes the other way with the stroller. Suddenly, a demon wearing a shabby costume of what Izuku assumes is the park's mascot appears out of nowhere, causing Moxie to scream in terror. "Welcome to Lulu Land," the character exclaims joyfully. "Look, Via, it's Lulu," Stolas says to Octavia, pointing to the costumed demon. "Can I ask you a question?" Octavia asks with a little smile. Is it true that this is a shameless and poor copy of the much more famous Lulu world founded by His Majesty Lucifer?" asks Octavia smugly. The fake Lulu tries to say something but then doesn't. "What do you mean?" Izuku asks Blitz, who replies, "This shitty park was founded by Lord Mammon, the Lord of Greed. Envious of the economic success of the original Lucifer Park, he decided to create a poor and depressing copy." Izuku nods in response, unaware that he will remember the name Mammon very well in the future. Meanwhile, as this Lulu Land, Mammon asks in shock, holding his phone in his hand. A few seconds later, An evil grin spreads across his face. Great. Kill him and don't you dare break anything or forget the reward money. Mammon clarifies before hanging up. I really don't feel like paying imps to kill the human on my property, not when I can have my property kill him, Mammon says to himself before getting up from his throne and walking towards a giant computer that is located directly on the right wall of the throne room. Mammon presses a few buttons and a microphone appears in front of him. He holds it close to his mouth, activates a button, and a female voice says, "Connection to RoboFit's unit confirmed." The scene changes to a dimly lit room where a slender figure dressed as a clown can be seen. A small light on the figure's chest lights up and Mammon's voice echoes through the room. RoboFits 043, new directives. If you see a green-haired human boy, kill him. Whereupon the light in the figure's chest goes out and a few seconds later the figure opens its large, pupilless green eyes and says in a shrill, mechanical voice, "Received, Lord Mammon." Suddenly Stolas sees a particular tent and says to his daughter, "Look, Via, you were always crying with joy watching this show." Octavia sees the tent and a terrified expression appears on her face as if she was having a flashback. "Are you okay, Octavia?" asks Izuku as he approaches her along with Blitz, who sees the tent and says in unison with Octavia, "I hate that fucking clown." "Clown?" Izuku asks, tilting his head. "The damn mascot of this fucking dump. A vain piece of shit animatronic clown, who's a mechanical version of a real vain piece of shit clown," Blitz explains briefly, annoyed. Suddenly a group of small imps surround Stolas and attack him. Blitz runs to save him with the sniper rifle and Izuku follows him but is stopped by a pair of knife-wielding imps who jump on him. Izuku dodges the attack and delivers a 10% kick to one of the two, shooting him into the sky with activity breaking all his bones. The other one tries to attack Izuku with the knife but he dodges all the blows, grabs his tail and slams him to the ground repeatedly until he throws him into a fence while the horses were running, crushing him under their burning hooves. "Sorry," Izuku says to the now dead imp, then turns to Stolas who had already been freed by Blitz, who then turns to Izuku and asks, "Why were those two after you?" "I have no idea," Izuku replies, confused. Blitz had warned him to be careful during his first days in hell, especially not to step on the wrong demon's toes. But the young hero is sure he hasn't caused any trouble to anyone except Martha or other former imp targets. Eventually Izuku, Stolas, Octavia and Blitz entered the performance tent with Blitz bringing up the rear. Izuku was sitting next to Stolas in the front row and next to him sat a still annoyed Octavia. Izuku took the opportunity to have a chat with the adult owl demon. "Excuse me, Your Highness, so much so that today should be a fun day for you and your daughter, but I can't help but ask if you've made any progress in finding a way to send me a home." Izuku asks. Stolas thought for a moment before answering, "I did some research in my father's old tomes, but I found little information regarding travel between parallel universes." "How exactly did you end up in hell?" "Well, it was a day like any other. My class and I were training when suddenly a large green portal appeared and sucked me into it. I found myself in hell and saw a figure in front of me," Izuku explains, trying to remember that fateful day. "Who was that figure?" asks Octavia, who had listened to the speech and was interested. "I didn't have time to see it properly because then someone hit me from behind. Blitz says he found me on the streets of the Circle of Greed with a body bag on my head," Izuku finishes explaining while Stolas thinks. "Someone is trying to create a dimensional portal to other worlds in the Circle of Greed. I'll send a letter to Lord Mammon to inform him, after the show of course," says the owl demon as the theater curtains swing open to reveal a gang of broken and creepy-looking robots, except for one. This one had the appearance of a clown with super extendable iron limbs, green eyes and a smile full of sharp metal teeth. Hello ladies and gentlemen, I'm the mechanical counterpart of the great Fizzeroli, RoboFits, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you to Lulu Land. With an O instead of AU to avoid any copyright issues, exclaims the robot as small sparks fly from his arms and head. Octavia seems nervous at the sight of that robot, unlike Stolas who is enthusiastic about it, and Izuku notices it and asks, "Are you okay?" Octavia turns to Izuku and replies, I'm fine, I just hate that robot and I hate this place." Suddenly the robot starts singing along with the other robots. At 0:22, the jet of oil hits Izuku's seat but he dodges, then he notices that the liquid starts to make the chair melt, raising some suspicions in the young hero's mind. RoboFits finally looks at Izuku with a disturbing look, who is really starting to get suspicious. Am I the only one who thinks there's something wrong with that robot? Asks Izuku. Thank Lucifer. I thought I was the only one. Exclaims Octavia in relief. Suddenly a small imp appears behind Stolas and attempts to stab him, but Blitz blows its head off with a sniper rifle shot. Another imp appeared this time behind Izuku, but he quickly grabbed it and threw it against the stage and into the jaws of one of the ugly robots, who at that precise moment closed its mouth and crushed his skull. A group of fox-like demon children watched the scene with wide eyes. I hope you caught the quote and appreciated it. Wow, Blitzy, what a great aim you have. Stolas says excitedly. Immediately after, Octavia lets out a long grunt and runs away from the tent, saying, enough. I'm leaving. Izuku follows her, worried. Stolas sees his daughter leave and tries to follow her, but a group of imps surround him, with some following the two teenagers. RoboFits also watches Izuku run away and starts walking in his direction before seeing Blitz shoot the imp hitman. Who? That's Blitzo, I see. Are kids still running away from you? The jester robot taunts. No, and anyway the O is silent now, you iron moron. Blitz replies, taking off his glasses. I'd like to talk to you again, but I have some directives to follow right now. The human boy has to die, he says. RoboFits with the voice becoming dark at the end. What? No no no. Don't touch my employee of the month, you idiot. Blitz shouts before loading his rifle and firing repeatedly at the robot, who, however, uses his robotic abilities to dodge the bullets. Meanwhile, in the Circle of Greed, Mammon watches the scene from the large screen in his throne room connected to the Lulu land surveillance system and smiles darkly with small green eyes peeking out of his forehead. Fucking perfect, says the Lord of Greed before bursting into a maniacal laugh worthy of the most evil Joker. Izuku followed Octavia throughout the park until he found her in a sort of horror house sitting on a carousel with a sad look on her face. Izuku sat down next to her. Hey, are you okay? The UA student asks. Octavia looks at him and says, you think he's okay? Ooh, okay, stupid question. You know your dad makes it sound like you like this place. I mean, I think that's why he brought you here, says Izuku. Yeah, I liked it. When I was a kid, my parents didn't hate each other and my dad didn't pay all his attention to some redheaded bastard, says Octavia, wiping away her tears. Okay, 1, Blitz isn't completely an asshole, and 2, yes, your dad is obviously flirting with him, but I'm sure he cares about you, says Izuku, having to admit that his employer was often an asshole. All I want to do is go home, but that doesn't feel like home anymore. He ruined it, says Octavia. I'm sure that wasn't his intention, replies Izuku. I'm sure he'll go away now, where I'll never be able to find him again, the tearful owl demon finally says. Izuku looks at her in shock and puts a hand on her shoulder, making her look at him. Listen, Octavia, it's true that I've only known you and your father for about an hour and a half, but I can definitely say that you have a special place in his heart. When you ran away, he was super worried. I honestly doubt someone like that would abandon his daughter, Izuku explains firmly. And believe me when I say I'll be there for you when you need me, Izuku says with a smile of instant love. Octavia looked at the human next to her with a surprised expression and a very light blush on her cheeks, before wiping away the last of her tears and saying, thank you, Izuku. Suddenly an explosive noise draws the two's attention. We'd better leave, says Octavia, and Izuku nods in agreement. The hero and the demoness emerge from the carousel and find themselves in front of Stolas with a pained expression on his face. Dad, how long were you here? Octavia asks in shock. From the very beginning. Go away, Stolas says before hugging his daughter tightly. Sorry, Octavia. I should have listened to you. I promise I will never leave you, even if you die, he continues. Octavia, hearing this, smiles and returns her father's hug. Then Stolas looks at Izuku and smiles at him. Thank you, Izuku Midoriya. I promise I will do everything in my power to bring you back to your world. Izuku smiles back and says, thank you, Your Highness. Author's note. If you're wondering how Stolas even knows Izuku's last name, Blitz simply told him. Before the three can proceed, the exit is blocked by a crowded group of assassin imps. Izuku grunts and prepares to fight, but Stolas glares at them and his eyes glow red. In an instant all the little demons turn into little stone statues with terrified expressions on their faces. Once they exited the Stolos attraction, Octavia and Izuku found themselves in front of the entire park covered in green flames. In the center of the flames, Blitz, Millie, and Moxie faced Robofits, who had also caught fire, and some parts revealed his mechanical skeleton. Pretend the eye is green instead of red. Human boy, come here, says the clown robot in a sinister voice. Blitz points his gun at him and fires, but the robot catches the bullet with its teeth and spits it out. Holy shit, says the red and white imp. Izuku then darts towards his opponent, charging 30% of One for All on his left fist and attempts to hit Robofits, who however dodges the blow and responds by attempting to bite the teenager with his sharp teeth, but Izuku manages to kick him in the chest, knocking him away. Robofits gets up and charges at Izuku, who does the same, and the two clash, but this time Robofits gets the worst of it by losing his balance. After an epic battle that I'm too lazy to describe, Izuku grabs the mechanical clown's arms and tears them off, uses 15% of One for All to knock him to the ground, and finally grabs his head and after a few seconds of effort rips it clean off from his body, spewing out liters and liters of oil. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I think this was one of the few positive aspects of coming here, says Octavia with a little smile, but damn how strong was it, thinks the owl demon, blushing slightly. Hey Izuku, you just earned a raise. That shitty clown deserved it, says Blitz proudly of his Employee of the Month. So what do you feel like doing now? Stolos asks his daughter, who thinks for a bit before answering. We could go to some stylish occult places. They have a lot of weird stuffed things. Ook, replies Stolos slightly uncertainly. Meanwhile, Mammon watches from his giant screen as Lulu Land and his robot are destroyed. The demon jester's eyes glow green and he delivers 2 powerful punches to the on-screen keyboard, destroying it. I swear I'll kill that stupid pain in the ass human. Now I have to come up with a damn credible excuse to justify Robofits' attack. Mammon yells as the bespectacled imp hesitantly enters his throne room. "Yes sir, we have repaired the P portal as per your order and we are ready for a new test. We are just waiting for your order," explains the imp, stammering. Mammon looks at him and smirks. Well fuck, at least today there's some fucking good news. I hope for your sake this time it does what it's designed to do, says the jester demon with an evil smile as the screen goes dark. The scene opens with Izuku, Luna, Moxie, Millie and Blitz driving through the streets of Imp City at full speed in the company van. The group was listening to the radio tuned to the news, which was talking about the Lulu Land incident that had occurred a few days earlier. After various investigations and testimonies, the involvement of the Robofits of Lulu Land in the destruction of the park itself came to light. The testimonies stated that the robot had gone mad and began attacking a human teenager, who was eventually able to destroy the robot. Lord Mammon, the founder of the park, said that the robot had been hacked by someone, says a female voice on the radio. Blitz changes the tune and puts on some music saying, "Bullshit. That robot was too sophisticated to be hacked like a cheap computer. And why would anyone be mad at me anyway?" asks Izuku, crossing his arms. "Maybe it's one of our previous targets who wants revenge. Anyway, I saw what you did to that lump of tin and I admit it was cool," says Luna, sticking her head out the window so as not to let anyone see the small red spots on her cheeks. "Well, all things considered, it was a fun experience," Millie says as the van pulls into the company parking lot. But suddenly a pink car pulls into the parking lot just before Blitz can, forcing him to make a dangerous maneuver. "Hey, you ugly pink thing, you have 3 seconds to move that ugly piece of junk out of my parking space or else," Blitz says with a megaphone before breaking off as he sees the woman getting out of the car. She is a demon with bright pink balls. She wore a black and white dress that highlighted the demon's large breasts, long white gloves and heart-shaped glasses. She had beautiful long white hair and horns on her head. Izuku couldn't help but blush in front of such a beautiful girl, and who could blame him? Luna, on the other hand, is shocked at the sight of that demon, as if she knew her. "What the fuck, Verosika?" Blitz says in shock, lowering the megaphone, making his voice normal. "Blitzo," says the now well-known Verosika in a monotonous tone. "I should have known you were around. I smelled fish, which is weird considering the nearest sea is 3 days down the road," says Blitz getting out of the car. "Blitz," says Izuku reproachfully, "and I knew you were around when I heard the children crying," Verosika replied in the same tone as she grabbed a bottle of alcohol from the car. It's a miracle the rehab guys let you go, you're hooked on that bottle like it's the last dick left in hell, Blitz says. Who the hell is that? Izuku asks quietly. That's fucking Verosika Mayday, aka one of the most famous pop stars in all of hell. Wait. How the fuck does Blitz know her? Luna explains, peeking out the window. They released me because I'm famous and rehab is for failures, Verosika tells Blitz before taking a sip from the bottle. It's not true, says Izuku, slightly annoyed by the demon's statements. Don't tell me, says Moxie sarcastically. Speaking of failures, your sister sends her regards, Verosika says to Blitz, irritating him. Izuku raises his eyebrow at Verosika. He didn't know Blitz had a sister. Why did you park here? This is the only parking the company can afford, so get this pink snail with wheels out of here. Blitz says, standing in front of Verosika. Actually, you little bastard, it's got my name on it, Verosika replies, pointing to the pink writing with her name on it that obscures the imp name. You know, I'm working as a freelancer for one of the companies 1,000 times more famous than yours. They called me to work all week during spring break, explains Verosika while fixing her hair, shocking Blitz. A week? No. You're not going to park here for a fucking week, Blitz states in a tone full of contempt. Are you mad, Blitzo? So now you're going to run away, leave someone's hotel bill, steal their car, and empty my credit card on fucking writing lessons? Verosika shouts, furious. Izuku. And too. Izuku couldn't believe it. Yes, Blitz could sometimes do questionably ethical things. The I.M.P's actions were a good example, but he didn't believe he was capable and willing to do such a heinous thing, especially to a woman. Damn, bitch, you've taken this to heart, Blitz comments with pure indifference on his face. Go choke on fucking sandpaper, says Verosika, annoyed as she passes by the imp van followed by Blitz, who says, wait. Get that car out of the way or I'll have to. Suddenly, a sturdy, dark-furred hellhound with a scar over his left eye and a biker jacket appears behind Blitz and growls at him and asks, you'll have to what? Here, I'll call my employee of the month. Izuku now, Blitz says, pointing to the van. Izuku lets out a long sigh and timidly gets out of the car. Hello, the young hero says stammeringly. Verosika and the hellhound look at Izuku for a moment in surprise. Wait, you're a human from the Lulu Land incident, the hellhound says. You're right, Vortex, says Verosika to the now-known Vortex as she walks around the teenager. You know you're even prettier than you see on video, says the succubus, bringing her face closer to Izuku's, making him blush deeply. GG, thank you so much, Miss Mayday. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way, Izuku says, super embarrassed before Blitz gets between the two of them, making Verosika move away. Stay away from my employees, you drunken bitch. Blitz snarls at Verosika, who rolls her eyes in response. After which the two leave while Verosika says, bye-bye Izuku Midoriya and shit. I've wasted so much time with that piece of shit, Blitz comments with Izuku glaring at him. What? Blitz asks, confused. Are you serious? How could you do something like that to a girl? Izuku asks, shocked. Do you know Verosika Mayday? Luna asks, shocked as she gets out of the van. Was this before or after she became a pop star? Asks Millie. Was she dating a pop star? Asks Moxie. Okay, why are you all so surprised? Blitz asks everyone. Because it's Verosika Mayday, Luna replies, and you are you, Millie continues. He's like blind. Did he suffer a head injury? Moxie asks. Okay, let's stop this. Millie finds a place to park. Looney, Moxie, Izuku, let's go take care of this shit, Izuku concludes. In the Imp Palace. Izuku, do you think they saw me? My makeup really sucks today, Luna says to Izuku as the group exits the elevator. It actually looks really nice to me, Luna, says Izuku. Luna looks at him and smiles in response. Blitz sees Verosika's bodyguard and says, you. Where is your boss? In his office, Vortex replies, pointing to the room in front of the I.M.Ps. Are you kidding me? Blitz says in frustration. Sorry, buddy, Vortex replies before leaving. Blitz, I have an idea. I'll go in there and talk to her, Izuku suggests. Great idea, Izuku, go, replies Moxie, so the human enters the room. Sorry, Miss Mayday, I'm the human from a few minutes ago, I work for the I.M.P. and it would be very important for us to get back the parking that was given to us. Izuku however is interrupted by a succubus with brown skin and dark hair. Oh, look at that pretty little face, it's just adorable, says the succubus. Thank you for the compliment, Izuku says, blushing. Do you want a kiss, little human? Asks a long-horned, gray-haired succubus wearing a long black dress. Thanks for the generous offer but I'm really fine, Izuku replies, stepping back slightly. Come on, don't be shy, says a shorter demoness with dark red skin and black hair. It's not as shyness really, I just feel a little uncomfortable. Izuku defends himself as all the girls in the group, including Verosika, surround him. Don't worry, we're experts at making discomfort go away, commented a demon with long black hair with red highlights who was holding a cell phone in her hand. She also had small black wings sprouting from her back. No really, I mean we just met, says Izuku as his face gets redder and redder the closer the girls get. Wow, this is a good opportunity to get to know each other, don't you think? Asked a seductively posed demoness with pink skin and blonde hair, a toothy smile, and a tattoo of a snake holding an apple on her left leg. I'm Apple, says the blonde demon, then points to the other succubi in the order they spoke, and these are Coco, Kiki, Milky, and Zuzu. Listen Izuku, send a message to that little asshole of a boss of yours, Verosika says seductively and then jumps on Izuku along with all the girls. Izuku, Blitz shouts before entering the room and dragging Izuku away. Dude, can you hear how many fingers are these? Blitz asks worriedly, showing the lipstick-covered boy 3 of his fingers. Are you? Izuku asks stunned. Blitz looks at his hand and says, you were close, good job, before looking at Verosika's group with pure anger. Okay assholes, if this is how you treat my employees, then I challenge you to a fucking challenge. Should I said it twice, Blitz says to Verosika's group and to herself. I think this idiot is challenging us to a demonic battle, Kiki says with a small smile. That's right, you use every spring break to induce lust in humans. And I bet we can kill more of them than you can fuck. If we win then you'll give us parking for the whole week, Blitz explains proudly. Verosika thinks for a moment before answering, deal Blitzo. So the succubus and the imp shake hands, officially starting the bet. Okay, everyone, shut up, here's what we're going to do. First, we find a lot of customers, we go to the land of the living, we kill a lot of people like we always do, we stuff the bodies into a giant canoe, then we push it into the water and set it on fire to attract sharks, birds, and ducks, we win the bet and hand the victory to the drunken bitch. Any questions? Blitz asks after the long explanation. Yeah, why does he keep calling Verosika a slut as if it was her fault you broke up when in fact you were the one who caused it? Izuku asks frowning. A question about the piano and not about my old story with the pink whore, Blitz replies, rolling his eyes in boredom. It was all nonsense, Moxie says, raising her hand. That wasn't a question Moxie, replies Blitz. Well that wasn't a plan, Moxie retorts. Guys, can I come to this time? You know, it would be cool to see a Verosika Mayday concert in person, Luna asks, looking at her phone. Absolutely not Luna, you have no idea how many asshole are lurking in the human world, all ready to gorge on your ass and create horrible fanart about us, explains Blitz. After this statement everyone except Izuku turns their gaze towards the camera with stern expressions. Who are you looking at? Izuku asks confused. After a few seconds everyone goes back to normal and starts again. I could help you out by disguising myself as a human and luring humans in, Luna tries to say before being interrupted by her adoptive father. Wait, human disguise, asks Blitz curiously, wait, all this time you've been killing people while running around the living like demons. Okay, Izuku doesn't need it, but what about you? Says Luna irritated. Okay, change of plans guys. Let's take Luna with us, so we can lure the male targets into our traps along with Izuku who will lure the women, says Blitz. Well that makes sense, says Millie. Wait, sir, if Luna comes with us, who's going to handle the calls? Asks Moxie. Blitz is about to answer but then stops and says, damn, I hadn't thought of that, don't worry. I have an idea, Izuku says with a smile. Shortly after, thank you so much for offering me this job Izuku. I really needed a job. After the Lululand incident no one wanted to entrust their children to me anymore, says Mayberry with a sincere smile on her face as she sits down on Luna's desk. Thank you for accepting, Miss Mayberry, Izuku replies. Sorry for the question, but why do you want to help me so much, Izuku? After all, I'm just a sinner who killed her ex in front of her students, traumatizing them for life, says the sinful demon with a hint of bitterness in her voice. Izuku gets serious and says, honestly, she doesn't deserve to be here. I mean, what she did certainly wasn't nice, but from what I read on the human news, she was such a kind, determined and loving person, and that idiot ex-husband of hers cheated on her with a psychotic cannibal. You are a good person, Miss Mayberry. Mayberry looked at the teenager in front of her in shock and with small red spots on her cheeks. The demon woman suddenly hugs Izuku, surprising him. Thanks, Izuku. I needed that, Mayberry says as the teenager returns the hug. I'm sorry to interrupt the touching moment, but Izuku, we have a bet to win and a parking lot to take back, says Blitz, ruining the moment. Shortly later in the human kingdom, the portal opens and Izuku, Blitz, Moxie, Millie and Luna find themselves at the edge of a beach full of people crowded around a large stage. Okay, remember, never show yourself. Luna and Izuku will bring the targets straight into our hands. Ready, guys? Blitz asks Izuku and Luna. Izuku was now wearing a green swimsuit. His sculpted abs were on full display, and it made him a little self-conscious. Instead, Luna is enveloped in a bluish light that gives her a human form. Wow, Luna, you're beautiful, says Izuku, amazed and with small pink puddles on his cheeks, puddles that also form on Luna, but she quickly brushes them away, saying, well, thanks, I guess. Hey, you're both awesome, now go lure some targets, says Blitz, and so the two walk off into the crowd of humans. Luna would approach male clients and use her charm to lure them to isolated locations to have them killed by the imp, and at the same time Izuku would always apologize to the corpses of the humans she had lured to their deaths. We're up to 11. I wonder what that orgasm-ripping little slut could do, says Blitz proudly, irritating Izuku for the umpteenth time for insulting Verosika. Suddenly, however, the stage lights come on and Verosika makes her entrance after drinking a strange substance that transforms her into a human while she is still surrounded by smoke. Izuku wouldn't be lying if he said that the human version of Verosika wasn't attractive, though her demon version was unmatched. So people, who among you is ready to make bad choices and get high? Shouts Verosika, making the human audience cheer. This is last call, all aboard, Verosika says seductively just before she starts singing. Izuku, let's take a little break and enjoy the show, what do you say? Luna asks Izuku and he nods and follows her towards the crowd. As Izuku walks through the crowd he notices that Verosika's friends are also present, obviously wearing human disguises. When the girls set their gaze on Izuku they give him a very lewd wink, making him look away in embarrassment, a sensation he had felt many times that day. At one point Verosika threw her canteen of camouflage liquid from the stage, which bounced off the crowd several times until it ended up in the water. Izuku isn't sure why, but he has a feeling that Verosika's action will have repercussions. Especially since his quirk, danger sense, was starting to tingle. In fact, the canteen opens in the water and the liquid ends up on some marine creatures, including a catfish, which slowly begin to grow bigger and emit terrifying sounds. Izuku and Luna eventually make their way through the crowd and stand next to the human version of Vortex. You're both my boss's ex's employees, Vortex says, looking at the two. Yeah, I still have to process this properly, Izuku replies amicably. Well, what you do is none of my business. I'm not paid to meddle, Vortex states casually. Fair enough, replies Izuku. See, I'm Luna anyway, the infernal Segugia introduces herself. Okay everyone, I'm going to do something very special today. I'm feeling generous enough to let one of you come up on my stage and sing whatever song you want. Verosika announces, sending the adoring crowd wild with joy. I have a great initiative, says Luna. Yep, he doesn't do it often and this is the first time he's done it with a human audience, says Vortex. And the lucky one is, says Verosika, looking at the crowd until she sees Izuku and smiles mischievously. The green-haired boy next to my bodyguard, Verosika announces, and a second later, the crowd grabs a shocked Izuku and carries him onto the stage. Hello, Izuku says, embarrassed as this feeling drowns out the growing sense of danger. What's your name, buddy? Verosika asks provocatively, pretending not to know Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya, the UA student replies, playing along. Hi Izuku, what would you like to sing for this adoring crowd of horny people? Verosika asks, offering her microphone to Izuku, who reluctantly takes it. The young hero thinks for a few seconds before making a decision and saying, I'll sing a song my mother always sang to me to cheer me up from a bad time, and to be honest, I've had a lot of them. Hearing this, Verosika becomes curious and steps aside, leaving Izuku alone, who, after a long sigh, begins to sing an equally beautiful song with a harmonious and beautiful voice. The audience almost immediately starts cheering Izuku in the same way they cheered Verosika. But not only humans, in fact Vortex is so amazed by Izuku's performance that he starts filming him with his phone, and Luna looks at Izuku in amazement with her cheeks red as fire. She didn't expect her friend could sing so well. Verosika watches Izuku from backstage with red cheeks, her heart starts pounding in her chest, and for a moment she feels something she promised herself she would never feel again. Her friends also start to feel the same thing with big blushes on their faces. Apple and Coco look at each other. Honey, Apple tries to say before being interrupted by her girlfriend. Calm down, Apple. I felt it too. Meanwhile, Blitz noticed Izuku and Luna's absence and saw the human boy's performance, and she didn't take it well. In fact, she is very angry with Verosika. Wow. I have to say, Izuku, that was one of the best performances I've ever seen. My compliments, says Verosika, taking the microphone again and leaning close to Izuku's ear, saying in a low voice, I apologize for that little incident. In my office, me and the others can get carried away when it comes to cute boys. So Izuku steps off the stage and, passing dozens of adoring humans, returns to Luna and Vortex. Izuku was amazing. I'm shocked, says Luna. Yeah, I sent your performance to my best friend. She's a great party planner and she loves it. She would like me to come to one of her parties sometime, says Vortex, looking at his phone. I hope you understand who I'm referring to. I'd be happy to, honestly, Izuku says, smiling as he scratches his head. Hi everyone, am I interrupting something? Asks Blitz, popping up from behind Luna. I'm Blitz. No, you didn't interrupt anything, we were just talking. Izuku justified himself while the imp narrowed his eyes. Blitz, why are you here? The humans might see you and we'd be screwed, Luna says irritably. I was just trying to figure out what was so extraordinary that you had to abandon your job, the imp replies, looking at Vortex and Verosika, who has returned to singing. Sorry, can't we just take a break? Luna angrily asks her adoptive father, who says, there's a fucking parking lot up for grabs, we have to get it back from that bitch. Okay, Blitz, that's enough. I'm tired of hearing you call Verosika that way. I'd understand if she'd done something horrible, but she just took our parking space. It's not the end of the world. Dad, Izuku. Blitz is about to retort, but Izuku interrupts him. You act as if Verosika did you an unforgivable wrong, when in fact it was you who did it. Izuku, you don't know what it feels like to be with that girl. She's a slut who only cares about the attention of the public, Blitz says, crossing his arms. That still doesn't give you the right to behave like that. And if she's really only thinking about getting public attention, why would she start hanging out with you? Izuku asks, giving the final blow to Blitz, who doesn't know how to respond. But suddenly Izuku's sense of danger returns stronger than ever, and a second later the party is interrupted by a monstrous roar. 5 gigantic demonic creatures resembling sea animals begin to emerge from the waters. One is a long sea serpent with a spine-covered back and the head of a common fish. The second was a giant purple-colored crustacean with a tough-looking carapace. Pretend it, says Izuku. The third and fourth were 2 identical monsters. One of them had a mutated squid in its lifeless mouth. The fifth was a giant blue jellyfish that waved its poisonous tentacles in the air, killing small seagulls that tried to fly away from the monsters. Whoa, fuck, says Verosika, realizing she's made a huge mistake by throwing away the canteen of camouflage liquid. The 5 mutant sea monsters begin to roar and head towards the mainland, killing and eating the people who try to escape. Izuku runs towards the monsters, activating 20% OFA on his legs, and makes a giant leap towards the crab and hits it in the back of the head, forming a small crack on its shell. Sir, should we help him? Moxie asks Blitz, who replies, "Fuck yes." So the imp draws their firearms and starts shooting at the sea monsters, including Luna, who takes a gun from Blitz's pocket. The crab tries to grab Izuku with its claws, but he blocks them using Black Whip. The sea serpent takes advantage of this to attack but is hit in the eye by Moxie, blinding him. The sea serpent manages to swallow the little white-haired imp in one bite. Moxie. Millie screams before grunting and entering the snake's mouth as it opens it wide. A few seconds later, a gigantic gash appears on the creature's belly, causing gallons of blood to spill out and killing it. Millie emerges from the gash with Moxie in one hand and a sharp knife in the other. "Hey dickhead, don't think you're special, I've seen bigger ones," Blitz says to one of the twin monsters, making him furious. The monster starts charging the imp, who dodges at the last second, causing the sea monster to crash into the jellyfish, which falls to the ground and accidentally paralyzes his monster ally as well. Luna runs to the dock where she left the grimoire, chased by the other twin monster that is crawling after her. The hellhound reaches the book in time and quickly says a few words in Latin, transforming the bloodthirsty sea monster back into a small sardine. Luna picks up the little fish that's struggling for air, goes to eat it, but then stops, thinks about it for a moment, and finally decides to throw it back into the water. Meanwhile, Izuku is still holding onto the crab's claws, and the UA student begins to pull harder and harder on one of the monster's claws until it tears, making the colossal crustacean scream in pain while cold black blood oozes out of its limb. The UA student is surrounded by the three remaining monsters, the second twin monster, the jellyfish, and the crab. The three monsters prepare to charge him, but he makes a superhuman leap and sends them crashing into each other. The twin monster tries to bite Izuku, but he dodges and makes it bite some of the jellyfish's tentacles, tearing them off and paralyzing him again. The crab attacks Izuku with its remaining claw, but before it can reach him, a firework hits the monster, stunning it. Everyone turns around and is surprised to see Verosika and her crew plus Vortex on stage with lots of rockets in their hands. Verosika takes a megaphone and shouts at the monsters, "This is for interrupting my fucking show," then throws the megaphone away and takes a lighter from her pocket and lights the fuse of the rocket, which ends up against the jellyfish, making it scream in pain. The other members of Verosika's gang plus Vortex also shoot fireworks at the monsters, and a good part of them end up against the twin monster, which is visibly weaker. The imp, seeing this, begins to shoot only at that monster, which in the end falls to the ground dead due to the too much damage it has taken. Izuku smiles and uses smokescreen, creating a giant cloud of purple smoke that envelops the jellyfish and the crab, sending them into confusion. Izuku then runs towards the jellyfish, jumps into the air, hits it with 20% of One for All, unbalancing it and making it fall to the ground. The UA hero lands on the jellyfish's dome and grabs it using all his strength and throws it into the sky. The sea monster passes through the Earth's atmosphere and crashes straight into the sun, dying instantly. Yes, I know it doesn't make any sense, but we're still talking about Helluva Boss, and let's face it, for a jellyfish it's a benevolent end. Meanwhile, Izuku doesn't notice the crab slamming its claw into Izuku, but Luna jumps on them, moving them both out of the way of the monster hitting the sand. "Be careful, damn it," Luna says, embarrassed by the fact that she's on top of Izuku, who's still shirtless. "You too," she replies with red cheeks. "I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a fucking plate of spaghetti with giant crab." Blitz shouts as he shoots the crab, which unlike the other sea monster doesn't seem to take any bullets. Luna gets up and allows Izuku to grab the crab's entire body with Black Whip. The tentacles begin to tighten the monster's carapace until millions of cracks form. Izuku makes a great leap and hits it with 21% OFA, killing the monster instantly. Izuku is now standing on the crab's corpse with his chest exposed and his breathing heavy. "I really want to fuck him," all the girls in the room think, except Millie, of course. "Well, I guess that was the last one. It's over," says Moxie, relieved, before more bubbles started to form on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, a sixth monster, larger than the previous ones, resembling a catfish with large blue eyes and long, sharp blue teeth, emerges from the sea and emits a blood-curdling roar. "Mox, I swear, if we survive, I'll cut out your tongue and sew your mouth shut with barbed wire," Blitz scolds his employee. Everyone looks at the sea monster in shock before preparing for the fight, especially Izuku. Theme song, Barricades, from Attack on Titan Season 2. The catfish monster watches Izuku for a few seconds before licking its teeth with its long, forked tongue. "Come on, come get me, fish stick." Izuku says, and it's as if the creature heard his words because it starts growling. Then Izuku activates Black Wib and grabs 2 large stereos from Verosika's stage. The catfish monster roars and runs clumsily towards the beach. Izuku uses 20% OFA on his legs and makes a formidable leap towards the enemy, raising a large cloud of sand. The imp then starts shooting at the monster again while Verosika, her crew and Vortex prepare more fireworks. The beast whirls around attempting to strike the UA student with its long tail, but he dodges and lands on the catfish monster's head. Izuku then punches the monster hard on the head with 10% OFA, making it roar in pain. Then Izuku starts hitting it with his stereos, which chip more and more with each hit. After a total of 4 hits with stereo, the mutant catfish begins to roar intensely and shake its head violently in an attempt to knock the UA student over. Izuku activates smokescreen on the creature's skull, confusing it, then jumps down but uses Black Wib to grab onto the monster's teeth. After doing this, Izuku, with his stereos still on, starts circling the monster, which shakes its head to get rid of the purple smoke. But the mutant creature doesn't have time before Izuku throws the stereos at it, which hit it straight in the face and are completely destroyed. Izuku pulls the black vines on the kaiju's teeth towards himself to give himself momentum. A few inches from the monster's nose, Izuku hits it with 15% OFA, making it go back a few steps. Izuku pushes himself again and hits the monster with the same force, this time on one of its sharp and huge teeth, which chips slightly, gradually angering the catfish kaiju. The creature opens its jaws and begins spewing large splashes of acidic liquid, which Izuku barely dodges. Some splashes fall near the imp and Verosika's crew, who manage to dodge them, but Blitz's rifle is touched by some drops and melts. The imp curses at the loss of his weapon before setting eyes on 2 firework shooters and grinning evilly. I know he didn't have acid spit in the episode, but I'll have to make him at least a little stronger to face Izuku. Izuku uses Black Wib to circle the catfish beast and starts hitting it with 20% OFA, but at one point the mutant kaiju breaks the ink vine with its teeth, sending the teenager flying into the air. Luckily, Izuku uses float to avoid a nasty fall on the sand by creating Black Wib shields to defend himself from the acid attacks. The UA student gets an idea and manages to catch an acid splash with Black Wib that sends it back to the sender. The attack hits the beast's right eye, making it scream in pain. When it reopens its eyes, you can notice that it has gone from sea blue to blood red. Now the creature had an expression that, if translated, said, "Now it's personal," straight towards Izuku. Before the monster could react, a barrage of fireworks hits him. Izuku looks in the direction of the fireworks and sees Blitz holding 2 firework launchers doing some kind of dance. "Feel the power of the fireworks, Godzilla wannabe," screams the imp as he spins around with his weapons in his hands. This, however, distracts the young hero, and the monster takes advantage of this by leaping towards him and devouring him. Izuku doesn't have time to turn around before the monster has already wrapped him in its jaws. "No," everyone says as the fish beast lands with a satisfied expression before its mouth glows bright green. A few seconds later, a large hole forms in the catfish monster's teeth and he roars in pain. Izuku comes out of the hole covered in saliva. "Yuck, yuck, yuck," Izuku says, trying to get all the monster saliva off his body while using float to gently land on the ground. The catfish monster lets out a deafening roar and attempts to crush Izuku with its large reptilian paw, but he uses a punch to the foot with 18% OFA, almost knocking the sea monster off balance. "Aim for the eyes," Izuku shouts to everyone. Millie, Moxie, and Luna focus their shots on that spot while Verosika, Vortex, Kiki, Apple, Coco, Milky, Zuzu, and Blitz focus their fireworks. The monster can do nothing but close his eyes and moan in pain from all those blows in that delicate area. Thus, he doesn't notice Izuku climbing up his tail and back using Black Wib. When he reaches the base of his body, he leaps with 15% OFA and yells, "Detroit Smash," before throwing a powerful punch with 30% OFA. End of theme music. The blow is so strong that it makes the monster's head drop, practically making its neck disappear. A few steps later, the beast begins to fall, and after about 3.5 seconds, it falls completely. Izuku falls off the monster's head visibly tired. About a second later, Luna comes in front of him and slaps him on the head, saying, "Don't you dare let me eat you ever again." "Hee sorry," says Izuku. "Damn man, that was fucking epic." Blitz says, placing his hand on the human employee's shoulder. And by the way, sorry about before. You're right. Blitz continues in a low voice, making Izuku smile. Blitzo, says Verosika as she approaches the imp with her team. As fun and cool as it was to fight that creature, I'm afraid the winner of the bet has yet to be decided, continues the disguised succubus. Who right? Says Blitz, annoyed, but Izuku has an idea. Why don't we share it? Izuku suggests, attracting everyone's attention. What do you mean? Kiki asks. You park there on the remaining Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. While Imp will park on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, explains Izuku. That is a sensible idea, Moxie muses, so why didn't we think of that before? Apple asks. It's already funny that so many people died and we risked our lives against fish monsters when the solution was so simple. Izuku reflects, feeling like an idiot for not having thought of it immediately and therefore leading to the death of innocent people. Well, I suppose we can do that, I mean Verosika. Blitz asks, correcting himself at the end, referring to the succubus who pauses for a few seconds before saying, okay. Well guys, I'd say that to celebrate this great experience, let's open a big portal for the return, says Blitz as Luna grabs the grimoire and begins reciting the spell. It was a pleasure hearing you sing, Izuku, says Coco. You should become a pop star like me, you have the potential, continues Verosika, making Izuku blush, who asks, embarrassed, do you really think so? Of course dear, says Kiki with a sincere smile, we never lie about talent, whether it's sexual or singing, says Milky seductively. Okay, I better go and Vortex. If it's okay, let me know about that friend of yours, says Izuku, gathering all the courage he has in his body. For sure buddy, here's my number, says the disguised hellhound as he throws Izuku a slip of paper which he catches in midair. Luna finishes reciting the incantation and a huge portal opens, so large that even the catfish monster's corpse falls inside. As soon as the imp enters the portal and it closes, an army of police surrounds Verosika's group and herself. Who fuck, okay guys, get ready to suck a lot of cock, Verosika says with a sigh. All'inferno. The portal opens and the giant monster's corpse lands on the street, nearly destroying the imp building, followed by the imp itself. Izuku, let me ask you a question. Why have you never used your singing talent? Millie asks Izuku, who embarrassedly replies, you see, I've always been a shy boy and I was partly ashamed of this gift of mine. The only other person who knew about it was my mother. Well, I say we celebrate this wonderful discovery with some ice cream, Blitz suggests. So the group leaves. After a good minute the shot zooms in on the kaiju's ruined eye, and after another good 6 seconds the eye suddenly opens wide. Meanwhile in the circle of greed. I hope the portal does its damn job this time. Vector, Mammon says, annoyed to the bespectacled imp as he peers through a blackout window at the illegal portal in the room ahead. I'm sure sir. We've redone the calculations and it should work, Lord Mammon, Vectori says before hesitantly pressing a button on the keyboard. The portal starts making strange noises and a green vortex forms in front of it. Finally, it's about fucking time, Mammon says, satisfied, before the vortex starts going crazy. An unconscious figure emerges from it before part of the portal explodes and the vortex disappears into nothingness. Mammon grabs Vector by the neck with one of his forearms and shouts in his face, what the fucking part of? The portal is supposed to bring hell into the human world and not the other way around. Is not clear, you fucking idiot. See, there must have been a malfunction, sir. It wasn't my fault. Vector justifies himself as Mammon lets him go and growls at another imp scientist. Check if that human is alive, and if she is, kill her. The demon swallows and enters the portal room as Mammon and Vector leave. The imp kneels before the human figure. It looks like a teenage girl with blonde hair wearing a school dress. The imp is about to touch it with a hand when the human girl stabs the imp's neck with a kitchen knife in a lightning-fast motion. The demon falls to the ground dead in a pool of blood. The blonde-haired girl stands up and looks at the blood-stained knife with her amber eyes. He opens his mouth with animal fangs and licks the red liquid on the blade until it is completely clean. I've never tasted blood like this. I like it, exclaims the spider. No. Himiko Toga. Mammon and Vector looked in confusion at the corpse of the imp scientist with the entire team of demon scientists. What the fuck? But he left the lab about 5 minutes ago, says Mammon, picking up the corpse of his now ex-employee. Well, sir, it's better if you see this, Vector says, handing his boss a tablet. The device showed the view from the building's security camera. The dead employee walked out of the warehouse where the experiments were being performed, only to be covered in a strange gray substance. Eventually, the substance dissolved, and in the demon's place was the human girl, smiling long, before walking away cheerfully, holding a knife. Small green sparks surround Mammon's body as he smashes the tablet with his hand and lets out an animalistic growl before suddenly turning towards his employees. You assholes dismantle everything and take the portal to another area and you. Mammon says, turning his gaze to Vector, who is starting to sweat. You and I will settle the fucking accounts later, Mammon states with an angry expression on his face as the electrical discharges return and the demon vanishes in a green cloud, leaving behind only the sound of a speaker. Meanwhile in I.M.P City, Izuku, Luna, Millie, Moxie, Miss Mayberry, and Blitz were at the gun shop to buy some ammunition and a new rifle for the latter after the battle in the human world against the mutant fish. Surprisingly, Mayberry had done a masterful job as a backup secretary, as she had managed to organize meetings with important clients in an orderly and comfortable way for Blitz, and because of this, the I.M.P, with great support from Moxie and Izuku, obviously for different reasons, had decided to hire her completely as a second secretary and nurse. As she was an expert in treating wounds, she had had a lot of practice with her students. I still can't believe that Big Fish is still alive, Blitz says as he picks up a nice sniper rifle. Yes, and yet I had hit him with 30% of my power. With 20% I had destroyed a giant iron robot, says Izuku, remembering that he has the duty to keep the OFA's secret even in hell. It must have very tough skin, it's a characteristic of some fish augmented by demonic traits. Nothing good can come of it, says Mayberry, taking some bags of ammunition. But Izuku suddenly felt a rush of danger sense that made him look behind him. He saw an imp wearing a suit with the nameplate of the armory enter the shop and be scolded by his boss for being late. Cork, where the fuck have you been? You were supposed to be here an hour ago, states the imp leader angrily. Sorry boss, I just had some, says the imp, smiling before noticing Izuku. A maniacal grin forms on the imp's face as his boss is still calling him back. Izuku, why is that guy looking at you? Millie asks, drawn by the noise along with everyone else. I have no idea, but I have a bad feeling about this, Izuku replies. Cork, are you at least as? The armory chief yells when Cork quickly pulled a knife from his jeans pocket and stabbed his boss in the face, killing him instantly and shocking everyone present, especially Izuku. Who, Izuku-kun? That's where you were, Cork says, smiling maniacally as he pulls the blade out of his boss's face while still looking at Izuku. Izuku, still confused before his eyes widened, and no, that's not possible, says the UA student. Suddenly Cork's body was covered in a strange gray substance as he started laughing, but his voice gradually changed from male to female. What the fuck? Blitz says, taking a pack of ammunition from Mayberry and putting it in the magazine of his new rifle. The slime disappears and now there is a blonde human girl with amber eyes who was wearing a typical modern Japanese school uniform. She kept looking at Izuku with red cheeks. Himiko Toga, Izuku whispers in disbelief. Himiko begins throwing knives in the direction of the UA student while saying, you have no idea how much I missed you. Luckily, Blitz fires 2 accurate shots that deflect the knives, saving his human employee. Millie runs towards Himiko and seeing her, she does the same. The human tries to punch the demoness but she skillfully dodges and a brief physical fight begins. Replace Suyu with Millie. After dodging another attack, Millie responds by punching Toga hard in the stomach, making her step back. Toga, however, does not give up and tries to respond to the demon, but Mayberry throws the cart full of ammunition and weapons of all kinds that he is holding in his hands at her. The cart ends up on Himiko, unbalancing her, but the human girl soon regains her balance. Izuku forces his arms towards Himiko and fires Black Wib's tentacles at her, but the villain dodges the attack and exits the shop. Who the fuck is that? Luna asked as she grabbed a gun from the gun shop counter. Language miss. Anyway, really, who is that girl, Izuku? Says Mayberry, making the canine demon look at him badly. A villain from my world. We have to stop her before she hurts anyone else, Izuku says before rushing off to follow Toga. Izuku comes out of the armory and sees Toga running on the sidewalk in front of the building and follows her with a kind of Naruto run. Toga, however, seems to be faster, but the imp van blocks her path. The vehicle door opens and Mayberry, Moxie and Blitz come out pointing their rifles at the girl. Toga doesn't have time to react as Black Wib wraps his arms around her waist, blocking her. "Give up, Toga, you have no escape," Izuku states firmly. Himiko turns her head towards the UA student and says calmly, "Who Izuku-kun? Why don't you let me go so I can cut you into little pieces and drink your delicious blood?" "What's his problem?" Luna asks, leaning out the window. Izuku sighs and says, "Long story, better to talk about it somewhere more secluded." Half an hour later at the Imp headquarters. Blitz was sitting at his desk in his office and in front of him were Izuku and Toga tied up like a salami and with duct tape in her mouth while Moxie was helping Mayberry treat Millie's wounds in the conference room and Luna was not doing her job as a secretary as usual. "So Izuku, this chick is supposed to be from your world. She's a serial killer, a terrorist, and has the power to transform into anyone if she drinks their blood, and she has a crazy crush on you, right?" Blitz asks. "Exactly," Izuku replies. Blitz smiles broadly, exposing his teeth, and says nonchalantly, "Perfect, you're hired." Izuku. "What?" says Izuku's, shocked by Blitz's words. "Don't you understand, Izuku? With his abilities we will become even more skilled and indiscreet in eliminating targets," explains the imp, getting up from the chair he was sitting on and putting his hand on Himiko's shoulder. "Blitz, but," Izuku tries to say before his boss interrupts him. "Obviously there will be some strict rules," Blitz says, removing the tape from the villain's mouth. "Listen, Miss Horny Vampire, what do you think about this? You join our assassination firm, get all the blood you want, and time with Izuku. As long as you don't harm a hair on his head or my employees. So are you up for it?" Blitz asks. "As long as I can be with Izuku-kun, that's fine with me," Toga says happily. "I'm finished," Izuku thinks to himself. Shortly after, Blitz's van parks in front of his apartment, and he, Luna, Izuku, and Toga get out of the vehicle. Previously, however, they had controlled a place in the Circle of Avarice that Toga claimed was where she had appeared. But everything there was empty, even though there were clear signs that they had quickly dismantled whatever they were doing. "Well, today was a very productive day. We got new weapons without having to pay and a new employee," says Blitz proudly as if he had accomplished an incredible feat. "Whatever, Blitz, I'm warning you, if Miss Bloodthirsty comes near me or my room, she'll end up with a split frontal lobe," Luna says as she enters the building, followed by her adoptive father. "So we're in another world's hell?" Toga asks Izuku, who replies, "Strange as it may seem, yes." "How romantic, don't you think?" asks Toga, placing her hands on her cheeks. "More or less," says Izuku with a, "Are you kidding me?" face. Meanwhile, somewhere the Circle of Greed. Vector timidly walked through the door that took him to the roof of the large skyscraper that had become the new base for the illegal portal. The bespectacled imp looked around for Mammon for a few moments before the jester demon teleported in front of him with a big smile and happily shouted, "Vector finally." Lord Mammon, you look happy," Vector says confused before Mammon carefully places one of his 4 hands on his back. "Sure, you see, until a few hours ago I wanted to throw you out there right now, but you see, on my way home I found myself a new fucking pet," explains the deadly sin with happiness in his voice. "IDDD really? What's cute and what exactly is this?" asks nervous Vector, but suddenly, heavy footsteps are heard, shaking the ground. Suddenly, a gigantic catfish-like monster with one red eye appears from a building. Vectro turns pale and tries to walk away but notices that Mammon's grip on his back has become very tight and stops. "Meet Dentino," Mammon shouts as the creature roars. "I've discovered that we share a great hatred towards the green-haired human. Take that as a stimulus, Vector, if you disappoint me. Tooth eats you," Mammon concludes with a sinister smile. "Do you understand?" Mammon asks a carrier who frantically replies, "Yes, yes, 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 I assure you, next time the portal will work." "Perfect," replies Mammon before bursting into laughter maniacally. Something like that. The scene surprisingly opens not in hell but in heaven, and out of nowhere appears a small winged child with fair skin, reddish hair, a yellow dress, and blue eyes. "Hi, my name is Cletus and this is Colin and Keeney," says the now known Cletus as two more angelic beings in the form of lambs arrived from the sides of the screen, one male and the other female. Hello everyone, says the girl Kini happily. Gee, good morning, says the boy Colin shyly. Welcome to heaven. If you are here, it is obviously thanks to your good deeds, and for this you deserve to watch over your loved ones, says Cletus as the trio begins to sing. Back to hell. Nice shot, boss, says Millie as Blitz reloads. It was a normal day for the imp. Incredibly, Blitz was right that hiring Himiko Toga had been a good idea. She had made the killings go faster, not that Izuku was thrilled about that. Even Izuku had to admit that the company of the villain girl was not male. Certainly it was not funny when she fantasized about how she wanted to drink the blood of the UA student, but other times the blonde was funny. Izuku had also asked Toga how he'd been doing in their world since she disappeared, and she'd told him how everyone he knew had been desperately searching for him, especially his mother. This made Izuku even more determined to return home, though he had to admit he was starting to get used to being in hell. What a great initiative the cherubs have come up with, says Izuku, smiling at the idea that there was an agency in heaven with the goal of saving lives. Yes, those three were really adorable. They remind me of my old students, comments Mayberry as he positions another television which Blitz blows up with another gunshot. Well, I think those little guys are idiots for not asking for a damn cent in return, Blitz says, reloading his gun. Suddenly, however, the room starts to shake. What the hell is that? Luna asks as she looks around worriedly. An earthquake, suggests Himiko. That's what the effects are, comments Mayberry. There are no earthquakes in hell. It's scientifically proven, says Moxie before being interrupted by Luna, who grabs him and yells, "Stop panicking, fat guy." Before throwing him away, suddenly the office wall shatters and a bizarre-looking demon with mechanical tentacles and a long mustache enters. Luna starts growling. Blitz points his gun at him along with Moxie. Millie pulls out an axe. Toga prepares to throw a barrage of knives at him and Izuku lays down his hands ready to use Blackwib. Who don't worry, I'm Lupta Lipton, the greatest scientist in history, says the demon stepping into the room. Never heard of it, says Mayberry crossing his arms. Blitz approaches the newcomer and sniffs him before groaning in disgust, saying, "Damn, I smell life on you. How long have you been dead?" Lupta thinks for a moment before saying, "About 7 minutes ago." Just saying, you could have used the door, Luna complained before Lupta interrupted her, saying, "Shut up, little furry, this is the man I want you to kill." Lupta then pulled out a photo of an old man in a hospital bed. "You've been here less than an hour and you already want to see someone dead. Well, I like ambitious people," says Blitz, smiling. "What? Why on earth do you want to kill a poor old man?" Izuku asks in shock. "Well, you see, young boy with strange green hair, this disgusting, parasitic bastard was my business partner and friend, Lyle Lipton. Together, we were the most brilliant minds and the richest men in the world. To avoid losing our money, Lyle and I had invented a machine to stop the aging process. Unfortunately, when we entered, the machine was set to aging." Lupta explains. "Wait, why did you put an aging mode?" Izuku asks confused. "Well, actually, we didn't know either, we just did it. Anyway, by the time we realized our mistake, it was too late, at least for me. Lyle survived the accident, and now that bastard is going to enjoy all our money on my grave." The scientist demon finishes explaining. "So you want to kill your old friend, why did he survive?" Himiko asks and Lupta nods in response. "Well, I don't see anything wrong with that deal," says Blitz. "Wait, what?" says Izuku. He didn't like the idea of participating in a murder in general, but against an elderly person. It's almost worse than killing a child. Shortly later in the human kingdom, Blitz, Millie, Moxie, Izuku less and less convinced, and Toga headed towards Lyle's large mansion, seeing him through a window sitting on the hospital bed looking at a photo. "Please ignore the writing. Damn, I don't think I want to drink his blood, it looks rotten," comments Toga. "We need to find a way to provide her with blood without having her kill people. I don't think there's much of a problem with that in hell, unfortunately," Izuku thinks. But then Lyle takes the end of the IV in his hand and starts creating a noose. "What? Damn, he wants to commit suicide, I have to stop him," says Izuku as he tries to break the window but is stopped by Blitz, who says, "Stop." He's making our job easier. He'll kill himself and we'll go home. Before Izuku could object, a bright light appears in the room and the three cherubs from the commercial emerge from it. Hello, sir. We are cherubs sent by the people who have benefited from your technological discoveries, says Kini. We're here to convince you not to commit suicide. Believe me, life is worth living no matter what age you are, Colin says timidly. Izuku. Ah, Blitz. The imp smashes his body through the window, attracting the attention of Lyle and the cherubs. Who are you? Lyle asks, trying to back away with the bed. We're the demons hired to kill you, Moxie says. Wait, demons. But those two are human, says Cletus, and cute too, comments Kini pointing to Izuku. She doesn't know why, but upon seeing the teenager a kind of new emotion awakens in the cherub's chest. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya and this is Himiko Toga. We're humans from another universe who are stuck in this world, and the I.M.P are helping us get home, and we're helping them in return, Izuku explains. Who cute for a demon, Colin says, earning a reproachful look from Cletus. Mr. Lyle, you should kill yourself, Blitz says, smiling at the old gentleman. Blitz, Izuku scolds him. What are you supposed to do with all that money? Now that you've reached a certain age, it's useless, Toga states with her usual smile. What kind of questions are these? She could use that money to help people all over the world, says Kini, straightening Lyle's blankets. Finally a sensible sentence today. I needed that, thanks, says Izuku relieved. You're welcome, replies Kini. Let me die. Now that my body can't do anything anymore, I have nothing to do here anymore, says Lyle in a depressed tone. Mr. Lyle, we will show you how beautiful love is and how equally beautiful life is, says Cletus. Yes, shout the three cherubs plus Izuku, in a low voice so as not to be heard by his classmates. No, say Blitz, Millie, and Moxie, annoyed. Toga, meanwhile, plays with her knife before accidentally sniffing Lyle's bed, making a disgusted face and vomiting on the floor. The cherubs carry Lyle out of his mansion into a nearby forest. You see, Mr. Lyle, if you had died you would have missed all this, says Colin, pointing to a group of little animals enjoying life on the grass. Nature is a gift from God, and it is precious at any age, says Cletus. Yes, life is about a wonderful balance. It doesn't have to be all about money, adds Izuku. Yes, but stay out of it, demon friend, says Cletus with an annoyed look. Really, buddy, you're going to get fooled by a kid and the goat he's fucking, says Blitz in his lion costume, pointing to Kini and Cletus. Blitz, shouts Izuku, annoyed. This is really disgusting, says the cherub. Kiss my ass pure, Millie tries to say before seeing Izuku's look and deciding it's best not to finish the sentence. I know how beautiful you are when you're serious, Izuku, thinks Toga, wearing a cat-made costume. Take a word of advice from a fellow genius. Nature isn't fun if you look at it more carefully, Blitz says, handing Lyle a pair of binoculars. Watch it from 024 onwards. Izuku. Toga runs to the lumberjack's corpse and begins drinking his blood through a straw. Grr, come on Mr. Lyle, I have something else to show you, says Cletus, but Kini notices that one of the rabbits attacked by the wolf is still alive, although covered in blood and badly injured. I'm sorry Cletus, wait, one of those creatures is still alive, says the goat, but Cletus doesn't seem to care, and in fact he says nonchalantly, it's not our problem, it's Lyle we have to save. But, Colin tries to say, but seeing an angry look from his colleague he stays silent. Izuku glares at the angelic child and rushes over to the animal, takes a bandage from one of his costume's pockets and wraps it around the bunny's wound. Kini, so motivated by the teenager's action, makes a bottle of disinfectant appear from her right hand and hands it to Izuku. Thank you, she thanks the UA student while she drops some disinfectant on the bandages. You're welcome, it's a pleasure to help, Kini replies. Izuku nods and gently takes the bunny in his hand and follows Kini to their respective groups. Shortly later, in a shopping center, the cherubs take Lyle to a shopping mall with hundreds of happy children gathered around a Santa Claus sitting in a chair. Seeing this, Izuku smiled tenderly, remembering his childhood and petting the injured rabbit, being careful not to press on the wounds. Why did you bring me here? Let me die, says Lyle, depressed. We're here to show her something else that's worth going on for. The wonder of childhood, says Kini. Why, look at these sweet, malaria-ridden parasites. Their joy comes from the unspoiled innocence of the burdens of adulthood and middle-class existence. It's inspiring. Thank you for showing me all this, says Lyle, beginning to regain hope. Yeah, not to mention Izuku tries to say before being cut off by Cletus. Listen, this is our job, demon friend, so let us do it. Cletus, he's trying to help us, Hini says indignantly. There's nothing wrong, Colin adds. Hey little asshole, Blitz says, getting everyone's attention. Do you know who you all want to sit on? He asks before grabbing Santa's head and pulling it, making the children discover that it was a mask. In fact, that person was an old man with a homeless appearance wearing a gnome hat. The children start running around the place and crying, which strangely enough Lyle does too. You are really cruel. We're just trying to give him hope again. Colin shouts at Blitz. So you're superior to us because we'd rather kill a selfish cheapskate for money, Moxie says indignantly. It's not a question of superiority, Moxie, it's a question of morale, says Izuku before taking a microphone and climbing onto the Christmas stand. 2 songs in 1 month. Izuku Midoriya is an improvement, Izuku thinks. Izuku takes a deep sigh and starts singing a beautiful song. After a few seconds the children stop screaming and crying and joy returns to their eyes and they cheer Izuku. No one. Sinful thoughts go away. Sinful thoughts go away. SINLY thoughts go away. The cherub mentally screams, trying to repress that strange and strong feeling that was making its way inside her. Colin has some small tears of emotion and wipes them away. Millie and Moxie look at each other and smile, holding hands. Blitz crosses his arms and smiles slightly. Toga looks at Izuku in surprise and thinks, damn, Izuku has a beautiful voice. Come to think of it, if you drank all his blood, you'll never hear that beautiful voice again. Quote. Even Lyle starts smiling again and this annoys Cletus, who starts to think that Izuku is stealing his job. Blitz, Millie, Toga, and Moxie approach Izuku and have a big group hug. We love you, Izuku, Blitz says. Izuku smiles and says, me too, guys, even though I don't fully approve of your methods, I can't say I don't like it. But unbeknownst to everyone, a short man looks at Izuku in shock before picking up the phone with the money symbol on the cover, dials a number, and waits for the answer. Lord Mammon, the human boy, is here in the human world. Says what turns out to be an infiltrated demon in the service of the King of Greed. What? Give me the exact fucking location, I want to see it with my own fucking eyes. Mammon says into the phone. Now the imp, Izuku, Toga, the cherubs and Lyle were in a theater where a large woman dressed as a Viking was singing an opera song. Lyle and the cherubim watched the spectacle among the human audience. It's not my genre, but the song is not bad, comments Izuku looking at the woman above the stage, on the catwalk with her team. And here is the wonder of art and music, says Cletus pointing to the stage. But then Izuku notices that Blitz starts playing with the projectors, making the woman move left and right. Blitz, stop, says Izuku, but it's too late. In fact, the projector falls on the Viking woman, killing her. Izuku looks badly at Blitz, who shrugs. Everyone starts screaming and running away in terror, and this is the last straw for Cletus. Enough. You monsters and monster friends have finished putting spokes in our wheels, shouts the cherub. We're just trying to do our job, says Colin. Well, so are we, replies Toga. Cletus, calm down, I'm sure we can find a compromise, says Kini, trying in vain to reason with her boss. No, we're going to save that decrepit old man whether he wants it or not, screams the winged child in a rage. Well, someone in hell wants him dead and paid in advance, so he has to die. I also spent all the money on giving Izuku a house, Blitz says, surprising the UA student. Wait, what? Yes, I wanted to surprise you. I'm tired of having you hanging around my house. Plus, if the guy who brought you here keeps bringing other people from your world here, I don't want to put them all to sleep in my house, explains Blitz. Thanks Blitz, I really appreciate it, Izuku tries to say before Cletus starts yelling again. Shut up, I don't want to hear another syllable from you dirty demons, you are the most disgusting and slim race that ever existed. Cletus screams, making a golden crossbow appear from his hands. Cletus, wait, what are you going to do? Colin asks worriedly. Simple. I'll get rid of these disgusting parasites, Cletus states, pulling the trigger of the crossbow, which fires a bolt in Izuku's direction. Luckily, Toga throws a knife that deflects the dart and it hits a projector which falls and starts dangling from the rope above the park. Cletus, this is going too far, Kini says, but Cletus ignores her and flies toward Blitz, who draws his gun and points it at the cherub. The imp fires but Cletus manages to dodge the bullet and responds with a dart that hits Blitz's gun which falls to the stage. Millie jumps on Cletus but he struggles and thanks to his small size he manages to free himself and elbow the imp in the face. Moxie shoots the cherub with her sniper rifle, grazing him in the shoulder. Cletus tries to shoot Moxie but Izuku activates smokescreen causing everyone to no longer see anything. Izuku grabs Cletus from behind and manages to make him drop the weapon. Colin and Kini gather next to Izuku and talk to their colleague. Cletus, please, think it's not worth it, says Kini. Why yes, don't do TTT things here you could regret, adds Colin. I don't think I'll regret killing some dirty demon. The cherub shouts, biting Izuku's arm, who lets him go. Cletus shoots a dart at Blitz but fortunately Izuku catches the demon with black whip, saving him. The dart hits the projector cable that was still dangling. It flies towards the now empty seats, but Lyle is still inside. Meanwhile, the old man had finally stopped wanting to die, seeing the otherworldly creatures, determination to save his fate. But ironically, the projector lands squarely on the old scientist, killing him. Izuku, Cletus, Kini Colin. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Colin shouts in panic. Colin turns to his friend, and shouts, calm down, Colin. And stop taking our creator's name in vain. Kini stands in front of Colin as if to defend him, telling Cletus is scared, anyone would react like this. Cletus looks up at the sky and says, you know what? Let's go home and prepare for the next human. So the cherub conjures up a portal and the trio pass through it only to be thrown back out again soon after. From the portal emerges a group of cherubim led by one with the appearance of a doe. Sorry guys, but it looks like you killed a human, so, sorry, but you're bandits, says the doe. What? All three say in unison. Yes, let's be honest, it's really annoying. Is there any way we can fix this? Colin asks, hoping for a miracle so he doesn't lose his house. Yes. No ho no ahehe. No no and no, says the cherubic doe pointing to the three who were on the verge of crying. Izuku couldn't care less if Cletus got kicked out but Kini and Colin. They just wanted to help Lyle, they hadn't even participated in the fight. But we didn't want this to happen, it was their fault. Says Cletus pointing to the spot where the I.M.P was located but now they had disappeared. The three look at the empty seat as the portal closes with the doe saying, sorry guys but these are the rules. Cletus tries to reach the portal but it closes before he can. Cletus begins to cry childishly as Colin and Kini kneel on the ground crying silently. Perfect guys, let's go, says Blitz as he sends a message to Luna who opens the portal. Leave the portal open Blitz, I have to do something, says Izuku making an important decision. Okay but don't waste too much time, replies Blitz as he passes through the portal. See you later Izuku-kun, he says goodbye to Toga as she too leaves. Only once Izuku turns to Colin and Kini and they come closer to them and asks, are you okay? Kini turns to Izuku and looks at the ground, how could we be okay? We don't have a home anymore. Now we're going to become BB bums, adds Colin. Izuku puts his hands on the cherub's shoulders saying, if you want you can join us. The two look at Izuku in shock. Yes, Blitz will be against it at first, but I know a way to convince him, and before you ask why I want to help you, it's simple because I'm a hero, and that's what a hero does, explains the UA student. Kini wipes away her tears and hugs Izuku affectionately, saying, thanks, I'm in. Colin, Kini asks. Colin stands up and says, me too. What? Asks Cletus in shock, flying threateningly towards the three, are you joining those who had us kicked out of heaven? Says the angry cherub. Kini gets up and flies towards her former friend, throwing reality in his face. It wasn't the demons or Izuku who made us kick out. It was you. You attacked first and you shot the dart that led to Lyle's death, you're just a racist brat. Cletus looks at Kini in shock as she lands next to Izuku who says, let's go to a movie store. Once the two cherubs and the human have left the theater Cletus begins to growl ferociously. Well, it's not my fucking genre, but I admit the ending made me shed a tear or two, says a voice from a shadowed seat in the back row. Cletus looks in that direction and asks uncertainly, who goes there? The figure stands up and steps out of the shadows, revealing its identity. Mammon goes down the stairs and reaches Lyle's corpse, taking a bag of money from his pocket while saying, "My name is Mammon. I've seen you at work, Cletus, and you know what? You're right. Those imps and the two humans ruined your job and your career. Don't you want to make them pay for it?" Mammon reaches Cletus and offers him his hand. After a few seconds of hesitation, the cherub smiles wickedly and grabs his hand, shaking it. Shortly after in Hell, Izuku, Colin, and Kini exit the portal and see Blitz, Moxie, Millie, Mayberry, and Luna talking to Lupta and the demonic version of Lyle. "Mr. Lyle, but didn't you go to heaven? And Mr. Lupta, didn't you want to kill him?" asks Izuku. "Just because I decided to live doesn't erase the fact that we tested our inventions on poor people, ha ha ha," Lyle says proudly, "and it was all our plan to get together." Adds Lupta. "Izuku, what are they doing here?" asks Millie, noticing the two cherubs. "I thought they might join us, you know, for an extra helping hand," Izuku explains. "Oh, that's cute," Mayberry says, stroking Colin's fur. "Izuku, we don't work with angels," Blitz says. They cross their arms. Izuku takes a DVD of the animated film Spirit from his pocket and says, "If you hire them, I'll give you this." "Okay. Hired. They can help Moxie fix the roof," Blitz says, taking the DVD and pointing with his free hand to the still destroyed wall. "But now I wonder what two geniuses like us will do in hell," asks Lyle. "If it helps, I saw a commercial a few days ago for a certain." Shortly after, "I say thank you for choosing Wally Wackford Bizarre Ideas," says an excited demon with long whiskers. Izuku, Toga, the I.M.P, Lyle, Lupta and the two cherubs were in front of a kind of circus tent. At the entrance was Wally, who said, referring to someone inside the tent, I say I have some people to introduce you." "I'm coming, Wally," says a female voice that is strangely familiar to Izuku. Strange, that voice almost seemed like that of Izuku thinks to himself before the person's voice comes out of the tent and says in surprise, "Midoriya." Izuku looks up and is shocked to see the familiar pink-haired, golden-eyed teenager. "May?" Izuku asks, shocked to see the human girl in front of him. May and Izuku look at each other for about 7 more seconds before the inventor girl lunges at the UA student, knocking them both over. "I knew you were here, Midoriya," May says from above Izuku, making him blush so much he could easily be mistaken for a ripe tomato. Luna, Toga, Mayberry and Kini. "Wait a second, do you know her?" Moxie asks Izuku and gets up once May gets up. "Yes, guys, this is May Hatsume, a student in my school's support department." "Wait. May, how did you end up here? Did you get sucked into a portal too?" Izuku asks May. "Yes, but unlike you, the portal was created by one of my children," May replies, wiping some dirt from her face. "What do you mean?" asks Blitz, raising his eyebrow. "You see, after Midoriya disappeared, everyone was kind of super worried. They asked me to create a machine that could take you back to UA. A few days ago I managed to create such a child, but during the first test I was sucked into it. I ended up here in hell and I met Wally. He's helping me get the right materials to build a new portal and I'm giving him a hand with his project," explains May, pointing to the smiling demon. "I say, May was one of the best things that ever happened to me. Thanks to her my company avoided bankruptcy," says Wally Wackford playing with his stick. "Well, no wonder, May is one of the smartest people around," Izuku says. "Thank you, Midoriya, but isn't that a member of the League of Villains?" May asks, pointing to Himiko Toga. "Yes, but don't worry, she won't hurt us, right, Toga?" "Absolutely, Izuku dear, and by the way you can just call me Himiko," replies the young villain, cleaning one of her knives with a rag. Tell me, what kind of inventions have you created?" Lupta asks as he approaches May. "I have little things like these," replies the UA student as mechanical tentacula protrude from a backpack on his back. "Ho ho ho, it seems we have the same interests," exclaims Lupta as more tentacles sprout from his back with many different weapons at the end. He, we're going to have so much fun together," said Lyle as he, Lupta and May entered Wally's tent. "I say thank you again for bringing them to me," says Wally Wackford before dashing into the tent, leaving Izuku, Toga, Luna, Millie, Moxie, Colin and Kini alone. Wow, T3 humans from another world T here in hell. Colin muses, well at least she wasn't brought here by someone, Millie comments. Blitz, you said earlier that you bought me a house, could you show me? Izuku asks, of course, no problem, just follow me, replies the imp with the white patches on his skin as he heads towards his van. Meanwhile in the palace of Mammon, Cletus looked around intimidated by the dark, hellish atmosphere he was not used to. He stayed as close as possible to Mammon while the latter was talking to two figures in the shadows sitting on his throne. I hope you guys get the job done. The last few assholes I hired were pretty disappointing, says the deadly sin as screams of pain can be heard in the background. Don't worry, we're professionals, says one of the two figures with a male voice. These humans won't stand a chance with us hot on their heels, says the other figure in a female voice. Make sure you make the green-haired one suffer in particular, adds Cletus crossing his arms. The two figures leave the room as Mammon smiles and speaks to Cletus. You don't have to worry, I saw the file on those two little bastards and I can tell you, they know what they're doing, and if they let us down they'll pay the fucking consequences. Then Mammon bursts into evil laughter followed after a few seconds by Cletus. The chapter opens with the I.M.P van traveling through the circle of wrath. Stolas, during one of his meetings with Blitz, had offered him to come with him to the harvest festival of the circle where the demon Godia would use the grimoire to fulfill his duties. For the occasion, the group was going to Millie's family ranch, and strangely enough, Moxie didn't seem too keen on it. Heaney and Colin were still getting used to the hellish atmosphere, so they decided to stay in Imp City as well as Mayberry. Izuku had a feeling this situation was going to turn ugly, but he didn't know why. Perhaps it was because the young hero had grown accustomed to the fact that every seemingly simple thing he did with the I.M.P ended with them risking their lives. The van stops and the group exits the vehicle to be greeted by Millie's parents, Lynn and Joe. Millie quickly got out of the van and hugged her parents, happily saying, "Mommy Poppy." "Millie, how's my sugar baby?" Joe asks, hugging Millie, who replies, "Good daddy, thanks for having us here for the festival." "I'm not kidding. We know you don't make a cent now that you're a freelancer," says Lynn. "Mom, freelancers get a good salary," replies Millie. "I have, and you will remember my dear hubby Moxie," continues the imp, picking up Moxie and carrying him in front of her parents, who look at him dirtily. Izuku thinks to himself. Good evening Lynn. Joe, how are you doing now that there are all these fiery tornadoes?" Moxie says, holding out her hand to the couple. "Fiery tornadoes?" Izuku asks Luna, who says, "Yeah, they're very common this time of year." "We lost a farmhand to a tornado," Joe says with a frown. "I've got devil's eye." I didn't mean to reopen the wound, sorry," Moxie says, pulling his hand away in embarrassment. "By the way, I never introduced you to my boss Blitz, his daughter Luna, and our new employees Izuku and Toga," Mill says to her parents, gesturing to the rest of the group. "Hello gentlemen, I'm Izuku Midoriya," Izuku says as he offers his hand to Millie's parents. "Ah yes, you are the famous human with powers from Lulu Land," Lynn says as Joe shakes the UA student's hand. "Ho ho, you have a strong grip, boy," Joe says happily as he shakes Izuku's hand, who says, "Why yeah, I train a lot. Well, he was able to knock out a fucking kaiju with one punch. I'm Blitz, it's a pleasure to meet the people who produced this super tough bitch of a daughter of yours," Blitz says, shaking Lynn's hand. "I have Blitz, a nice name, it reminds me of war," says Lynn with a happy tone. "I have, yes, there is nothing better than a good war to forge a real man, like the Great War of Pazuzu. I have, that was a real war that inspired generations. I would have liked to take part in it," comments Joe, showing off his abs. Izuku, "Well yes, and thanks to wars there have been incredible scientific developments, for example the creation of firearms with angelic technology and I mean, war is beautiful," says Moxie. "Firearms do their job, there's no doubt about it, but where's the fun in that when you don't take your enemy's head off?" says Joe. "Oh yes, that way the blood comes out better and you can drink it like a fountain," comments Toga. Joe and Lynn looked at the human girl for a few seconds before smiling and saying, "Totally agree. Yeah, even though I'm more for knocking them out, for me killing is the last resort," says Izuku. "Wimp," comments Blitz in a low voice. "Yes, with your tiny hands you couldn't even cut the head off a pathetic little honey badger," says Luna. "Believe me Luna, it's not you who cuts the head off a honey badger, it's the honey badger who cuts your head off, says Izuku with a traumatized look. Something like that. Ugh, what do you say, Izuku, says Luna a little bewildered. Speaking of strong arms, meet our two new helpers, Striker, Street, says Joe referring to someone on the ranch. Suddenly two demons riding fiery skeletal horses. After an incredible stunt, the two demons dismount from the fiery animals. The first one was a male and the other one was a female. Both of them had similar cowboy-themed outfits. Izuku's mind at the sight of Street. Despite the embarrassment, Izuku could clearly feel both his danger sense and his normal instincts that something was wrong with these two demons. Hello, says Striker. Nice day for a nice horse ride, says Street. You must be Millie. Your parents have spoken very highly of you, says Striker shaking Millie's hand. Don't tell me you're the human from Lululand. Wow, you know you're much more handsome in person, says Street shaking Izuku's hand, who blushes and says, oh well, damn, that's like the second time they've told me that. It's a good idea. My sister and I didn't think we'd find you here. What are you doing so far from I.M.P City? Asks Striker. You see, my boss's boyfriend offered us a chance to come over here to watch the Harvest Moon Festival, Millie explains. Oh, how cute, for a blue blood, Street says sexually. Millie, I won't hold back from hitting a woman in front of her father. Blitz says before looking at Izuku and then concluding, but I won't hit a woman in front of some do-gooder who could send me to the other side of hell with one punch. So you're the one who had the balls to open a murder agency, says Striker turning to Blitz. Yeah, you know me and my bro admire you, comments Street. Well, when you're good at something, I don't see why you shouldn't make money from it, says Blitz, gesturing with his hand. You know, not all entrepreneurs give our compliments to such initiatives, says Street. Oh well, yes, says Blitz with a hint of pride. How did you convince that blue blood to let you go to the realm of the living? Asks Striker. Well, it's sex of convenience. He gives to me and I give to him. Nothing more, says Blitz dryly. Certain eats no. Toga, Izuku, Luna, Moxie and Millie think in unison. You know guys, I think you should join the Pain Games, Joe says, getting Blitz's attention. Pain Games. Is there blood? Toga asks. At every harvest festival there are games held to see who is the strongest, most powerful bastard of the group, so yes, there is blonde girl blood, Lin explains. But I can't take part in it anymore, Millie says annoyed, crossing her arms. Millie, darling, you know how competitive you get sometimes, Lin says. I know, but out of the 15 deaths last year, only 9 were my fault, and why can Selly still play while I can't? Millie asks her mother, who replies, your sister didn't kill half the neighborhood. Yes, on the contrary, Millie replies as a woman similar to Millie passes behind them with a large sack in her hands. It doesn't matter if they don't find the bodies. Millie's sister walks past Izuku, looks at him for a few seconds before winking seductively and walking away, leaving a ripe tomato in the UA student's place. At least you can cheer for her, your brothers, and your boss, Lin consoles her as Moxie enters the conversation, and her husband. Joe bursts out laughing when he hears this before seeing Moxie's serious look and saying, wait, are you serious? Not to say anything, boy, but I doubt someone like you would last very long, says Joe. Moxie takes all the courage he has and says, well, I was born here too, I have some strength too. But don't tell me, Street taunts him, if it's really like you say, boy, shoot a wild boar for dinner, Striker challenges him, pointing to a large demonic boar in the enclosure. Just wait and see, says Moxie as he pulls out his gun, but the brothers stop him. You'd like that, says Street, you have to use these. The bullets can't pierce the armor of those beasts, you have to hit under the skin to skin him, says Sturker, giving Moxie a dagger and a rope. Why do I think it's going to go badly? Izuku asks Blitz, who simply replies, simple, because it's going to end badly. Moxie enters the enclosure and grabs the monster's neck with the rope and then proceeds to strike it with the dagger, but it fails to break through the armor, so the boar monster starts to knock Moxie back and forth. Street sighs and starts to enter the enclosure, but her brother stops her by pushing her away and saying, I'll do it. So the cowboy demon runs towards Moxie, knocks him to the ground and stabs the hell boar, killing him instantly, making his blood splash everywhere, much to Toga's delight. Stryker picked up the beast and climbed over the fence, saying to Blitz, "Why don't you help us men prepare dinner?" "Fuck yes," says the I.M.P boss, following Stryker and Joe together with Luna and Street. Izuku stands next to Millie and Moxie saying, "I don't know why, but those two aren't telling me the truth. It's the Circle of Wrath style, you'll get used to it," Millie says before turning to her husband. "Don't take it personally, Moxie, you don't need my parents' respect." "Yeah, well, one day they'll definitely start treating you like a real part of their family," Izuku encouraged him before Selime materialized next to the UA student and said, "No, that's not true. Excuse me, miss, but I'd like to ask you to him." Izuku tries to say before Sally Mae grabs him by the shirt he's wearing and wraps him in a passionate kiss. "See you later," the demoness says after breaking the kiss and walking away, leaving Izuku with a shocked expression on his face. Is this also part of the GI Circle of Wrath style? Izuku asks Millie, who says, "Kind of. I'll still participate in the games," Moxie says determinedly, making his wife sigh. Izuku heads towards the place where the pain games will be held and sees Stryker and Street talking to each other. "Stryker, why don't I take part in your place this time?" Street asks his brother, who replies, "No, you focus on setting the target and I'll focus on doing what I do best, winning." Street sighs and says, "Okay, if you say so," before walking away. Izuku lets out a groan of suspicion, wondering what Stryker was talking about with target, but then shakes his head saying to himself, he's probably referring to some kind of training or something. Shortly after, Izuku sat down with Luna, Sally Mae, Millie and Toga in the stands, shortly after they were joined by Street, who says, "Are you enjoying the show? I know, I heard you talking to Stryker earlier, why didn't he let you join?" Izuku asks, making the cowgirl demon frown and reply, "I know, it's nothing, my brother likes to stand out, I'm used to it. You shouldn't let him decide for you, I think you're strong and smart enough to make your own decisions," says Izuku, making Street blush slightly, who asks, "Do you really think so?" Izuku smiles and says, "Of course. I bet Moxie will suffer the same fate as the first man killed in the Pazuzu War," says Sally Mae, making Millie growl. "This is the second time I've heard about this Pazuzu War, what exactly is it?" asks student Ua. "You don't know what the Pazuzu War is? I bet you're not from hell," says Luna. Millie clears her throat and begins to explain. "You see, Izuku, about 600 years ago, one of Lucifer's generals, the undisputed king of hell, decided to rebel and attempt to overthrow him and become the ruler of all the circles himself. He was the demon Pazuzu, lord of the mortal skies," Street says, taking a piece of paper from his pocket and showing it to Izuku. It depicted an armored demon with 2 pairs of black wings. Pazuzu was no ordinary demon. I'm not kidding when I say he was one of the most powerful demons that ever existed. He had a destructive power within him. He gathered many demons who followed his ideals and he declared war on Lucifer," says Sally Mae. "The war lasted 100 years in total, and the last 10 were just to defeat Pazuzu. When Lucifer delivered the final blow, all his power was released. To prevent further damage, Lucifer locked his power away in various crystals called Pazuzu crystals. These crystals spread throughout hell. Lucifer took all the crystals he could find and destroyed them so that no one could ever again wield the power of the Lord of the Heavens," Luna concludes. "Wow," says Izuku, "there must have been a lot of blood," says Toga, licking her lips. "Yeah, that war was like hell," Millie said before Stolas began speaking to the crowd from the stage. "Greetings, dear imps of the Circle of Wrath, I'm here to welcome you to this year's festival celebrating your hard work, feeding all the denizens of hell. I'm honored to kick off these games where the finest imps in this area will compete, so good luck to everyone, especially that sexy imp over there," Stolas says, looking at Blitz, who grunts in response. Of course, Moxie gets slaughtered by both the contestants and a demonic shark that seems to have taken a liking to it. "It's a pleasure to announce that the winners of this year's games are Stryker and my dear Blitzy," says Stolas as the 2 demons take the stage. "I'll be honest, I didn't expect Stryker to take a draw so well," Street says as she looks at her brother, who looks back at her. Stryker nods to his sister, who, after looking at Izuku for a few seconds, sighs, nods back and leaves the stands. "Well, he may not be physically superior, but I have many qualities, like singing," says Moxie as Millie bandages his wounds. Just a little while longer, Sally Mae says with a smirk as Stryker steps forward. I'd like to sing a song I wrote right now about this half-victory, says Stryker, taking a guitar from the crowd and starting to sing. Wow, that guy is really cool, Blitz says, sitting down next to the rest of the I.M.P, making Moxie roll her eyes. It's going to be great working with him and his sister, Blitz continues excitedly. What? Moxie asks her boss. Yes, I asked him and his sister to join the I.M.P, says Blitz. Blitz, listen, I don't know why, but there's something about Stryker and Streed that doesn't convince me, says Izuku. Izuku, I understand your doubts, but believe me, once we start working with those two, you'll change your mind, Blitz replies indifferently. Moxie, hearing this, sighs in defeat. I think you've done enough for today, Mox. Let's go clean you up, Millie tries to console him. Shortly after, now the I.M.P has returned to Millie's house. Izuku had gone to get some boxes from the garage. It took the UA student a while to find the boxes, but as soon as he picked one up he felt someone was behind him. Izuku whips around and his eyes widen as he sees Streed with a frown on his face, pointing a gun at him. Streed, what are you doing? Izuku asks, dropping the box on the ground and taking a few steps back. Streed sighs and says, my job, my real job. Izuku looked at Streed in shock for a few minutes before saying, so you're a hitman, your brother too. You guessed it, the cowgirl demon replies solemnly. Can I ask who wants me dead? Asks Izuku. Don't worry, where you're going you won't need to know, replies Streed, pointing the gun at the UA student's forehead. You don't have to do this, Streed, Izuku tries to reason, but Streed shakes his head in denial and says, yes, my brother is keen to get the job done. But if it gives you any relief, you're the first target I'd be sorry to kill, and after we show your body to our employer, I assure you I'll give you a decent burial. But before Streed can pull the trigger, Izuku fires a black whip tentacle that hits the demoness's hand and knocks her gun away. Izuku tries to hit Streed, but she dodges his punch and responds with an elbow to the stomach that sends Izuku back a few steps. Streed tries to take the weapon back, but Izuku hits her with 5% OFA plus. Streed gets up and draws a knife. Izuku manages to dodge many attacks but is still wounded in one arm, making him bleed. Streed kicks Izuku to the ground and he responds by trying to hit her with Black Whip, but she manages to dodge. Streed takes advantage of this to stab Izuku, but from behind her appear Toga, Sally Mae and Luna, who attack the cowgirl demon. Toga tries to stab Streed but she kicks her in the face. Luna punches her right in the nose and Sally hits her in the head with an empty bottle, causing her to fall unconscious to the ground. No one makes my Izuku bleed, except me, Toga says as she lightly kicks the unconscious demoness. How did you? Izuku tries to say before Luna interrupts him. Hellhounds have very keen hearing and sense of smell. I heard the fight and I smelled your blood. We have to hurry and catch Stryker before he can do something terrible, says the UA student. The three girls nod. Izuku along with Luna, Sally and Toga then exit the garage, locking an unconscious Streed inside. But before the four could head inside the room, Moxie comes out of the basement door. The imp notices the hero and says, guys, Stryker and Streed are not who they say they are. I know, Stryker tried to kill me a little while ago but we managed to knock her out. Izuku explains briefly. Good, but there's still a big problem. Stryker has a rifle enhanced by angelic technology and he wants to use it to kill Stolos, says Moxie. No, we have to act now, says Izuku, but Moxie stops him, saying, wait, Millie is down here but her leg is injured, she can't move. Me and Miss Blonde Vampire will stay with my sister while you guys go in the house and fuck Stryker good, says Sally Mae. Well, let's finish this harvest festival by selling some free punches, says Izuku. So Izuku, Moxie and Luna enter the house and enter Stryker's room. The trio observes at the window a sniper rifle with white parts pointed at Stolos, who is still on the stage. But the thing that appeared the most was Stryker and Blitz in a rather dubious position. The two demons notice the trio with Blitz, who says, pointing his gun at Stryker, it's about time, guys. It's over, Stryker. Give up, says Izuku as Moxie pointed the angel rifle at the cowboy demon. Stryker growls and points a knife at Blitz's back. It couldn't have ended like this, could it? The I.M.P boss asks sarcastically before Stryker makes him fire a shot in the direction of his employees plus adoptive daughter, who fortunately manages to block the shot with the magic rifle. I'm fucking pigs. Blitz says before biting Stryker's arm and hitting him in the face with his elbow, making him step back. Stryker hits Blitz, making him go against Moxie. Luna runs towards Stryker and cuts him on the shoulder with her claws. Izuku then tries to grab the hitman with Black Whip, but he manages to avoid the tentacles, making them fall against Luna. Izuku is distracted from freeing Luna, and Stryker takes advantage of this to headbutt him, knocking him to the ground along with Blitz and Moxie, then grabs Luna by the ears and throws her with the others. "It's a shame, Blitz. You and I along with my sister would have been a good team. Well, never mind. I guess you'll die along with your dear blue-blooded bird and the other target," says Stryker, taking the rifle again and pointing it at the 4 I.M.P. "I don't think so at all," Izuku says before activating smokescreen, filling the entire room with smoke. Stryker lowers his gun and tries to push the smoke away with his hand while coughing, but immediately afterward Luna leaps at him and bites him on the shoulder. Stryker manages to free himself from the Hellhound's grip but is immediately hit by Blitz, who charges at him. Blitz and Izuku confront Stryker with their fists and manage to corner him. Izuku blocks the exit door with Black Whip. Luna stands in front of the open window and Blitz and Moxie point their guns at him. "Like I said before, Stryker, it's over," says Izuku. Stryker growls and turns to Blitz with a smirk. "It's still a shame," but Moxie fires a shot inches from Stryker's face, saying, "The next word that comes out of your mouth, I'll blow you away." Now it seems that everything is going well, but the door of the room opens wide. The perpetrator of this action is Street, who had managed to escape from the garage. The cowgirl demon fires a gunshot at the light bulbs, distancing everyone. Stryker then gets up and pushes Luna away, and together with his sister they escape through the window, disappearing into the crowd. The next morning, "I can't believe you got caught. Have you gone soft?" Millie's mother asks as she blindfolds her daughter. "I was blinded by anger and he was so slippery." Millie tries to justify herself, but Lynn interrupts her. "No excuses, miss, you're better than that." But then Moxie jumps into the conversation and says, "You know what? She protected me, and I may not be a big, fat dick. But Millie's got enough strength for both of us, and now you guys want to lecture her about 2 psychopathic killers you hired. Shame on you, gentlemen." "I watched Moxie having big talks with her in-laws," Blitz says to Izuku and Luna, as Joe approaches Moxie and nods before walking back home with his wife. "Wow," he nodded. "He's never expressed such respect," Millie says, hugging Moxie. "Well, I guess Moxie has some hope after all," Sally Mae says to Izuku. "Yeah, that's nice to see," the UA student says with a big smile. Meanwhile, Stryker is seen talking on the phone to someone sitting on the bed. "Don't worry, ma'am, we won't make any more mistakes," says the cowboy demon. "It would be better," says the one who turns out to be Stolas' wife and Octavia Stella Godia's mother. "I want that traitorous worm dead. I don't care how, just make it happen," Stella says angrily before hanging up. "Haha, see you next time then," says Stryker as he plays the gun and turns off the light in his room. Meanwhile, Street is in the room next to his brothers with the phone to his ear, telling the other customer, "I assure you we won't fail next time. We underestimated the target, we won't do it again." "I hope so for you assholes, bring me that fucking human's head," Mammon says as he violently hangs up the phone and gets up from his throne. "I always get what I want," says Mammon as he exits the throne room and walks through a hallway lined with photos. "I want an amusement park like Lucifer's, I get it," says Mammon as he passes by a photo of the grand opening of Lulu Land. "I want a secret passage in my bookcase that I don't even use." "I get it," says Mammon as he enters a bookcase and presses a specific book that opens a door in the wall. "I want a room full of gold." "I get it," says Mammon as he walks through a room filled with coins, hell dollars, and precious gems and passes through a door made of green emerald that leads to a room empty except for a pedestal covered in a dirty veil. Mammon grabs the cloak and pulls it violently away, revealing a glittering orange crystal in a glass case. "I want a Pazuzu crystal." "I get it," Mammon says darkly, then turns to face the camera. "So that green worm will die. In a way or in the other," growls the King of Greed as his eyes glow green. This chapter is inspired by the fan comic by artist Max TP. The scene opens with disturbing winged figures with black skin, horns on their heads and strange weapons in their hands, wearing masks with smiling faces. Author's notes: I'm not entirely sure if the exterminators are wearing masks or they are their real faces, but here they are masks. I hope you're ready for your first extermination, Delia. I hope you don't hesitate to deal with those filthy beasts like you do in training, says one of these beings, addressing the only female figure. Why yes sir, I assure you. I won't have any qualms, the female says timidly, clutching the spear in her hands. Good, says the leader of the group, pulling out a long sword with 2 pairs of wings on the base. Meanwhile at the base of the I.M.P. the scene shows Blitz giving Moxie a package saying, "Here Mox, I need you to deliver this to Stolos, he's asked me to get it for him way too many times." And, why do I have to go, sir? Can't you just go? The imp asks his boss, who responds by saying, "Because I'm very busy right now and I don't want Stolos distracting me with his perversions, so I want my second best employee to do this for me." Moxie sighs and says, "Okay, I'll handle it," before heading for the exit. Good job Moxie. Remind me to nominate you Employee of the Month when you get back, Blitz says as he watches his employee leave the room. About an hour later, Izuku, Blitz, Toga, Millie, Mayberry, Colin and Keeney are in the meeting room doing their thing when suddenly sirens are heard from outside. What is this? Asks Izuku curiously. Isn't this the Angel Extermination siren? Asks Mayberry. Angel Extermination. Toga and Izuku ask in unison. It happens once a year. Exterminating angels come down here and commit genocide, Millie says nervously. What? This is monstrous, says Izuku. Meanwhile Colin and Keeney watch from the window as the various inhabitants of Hell run away in terror. In heaven they make the extermination seem like a holiday, but here, says Keeney before Colin finishes his sentence, it's a tragedy. Well, it happens when you're from the perspective of the exterminated, but don't worry, the extermination is in a week. This is definitely an exercise, says Blitz, but Luna denies him. I don't think so, says the Hellhound, showing his phone to his colleagues. The device displayed a screen that said, "Attention, the extermination has been postponed. Find shelter as soon as possible. Shit, thanks for the late warning. Well, at least we're all here and nothing can happen," Blitz says with a smirk before Millie said worriedly, "Wait, where's Moxie?" Blitz's face darkens and he says in a shaky voice, He went out on a delivery." Hearing this Millie goes crazy. What? We have to go look for him, says Millie in a panic. It's too dangerous Millie, I'm sure Stolos made him stay at his building knowing this would happen, says Blitz, but immediately after that Millie's phone starts ringing. Millie quickly picks up the phone and opens the call knowing it was her husband. "Moxie, thank Lucifer you're okay, where are you?" Millie asks in a relieved tone. "Millie, I don't think I'm going home," says Moxie, sitting on the ground leaning against a dead-end street. The female exterminating angel approaches him. "What?" Millie asks on the phone. Izuku immediately realizes what's happening and electricity starts to form in his hand. "Millie, I will never stop loving you, you will always be the best thing that ever happened to me," says Moxie as Dahlia raises her spear. "I love you Millie," Moxie shouts, but miraculously the spear stops just inches from her face. Moxie looks up and sees the exterminating angel, despite the mask being visibly unsteady. "Love?" The exterminator asks in a voice so low it's almost a whisper. This standoff lasted a few seconds before 3 more exterminating angels landed behind the female. "You're hesitating, Dahlia," says the angel in the center who seemed to be the leader of the group. "Es sir, this demon claims to have a girlfriend or wife, maybe even a child," Dahlia says, turning to the other angels. "So, he's a demon, a slimy being who should disappear forever," the leader says indifferently. "So if you don't do it, we will," continues the leader of the angels, nodding to another of the 2 angels. He smiles under his mask and draws an angelic axe and passes Delia. "No no no," says Moxie as the angel raises the axe to strike him when. Tema Musicale, here we go, Da Godzilla vs. Kong. Detroit Smash. Deku appears out of nowhere and hits the angel throwing it away shocking Dahlia and Moxie. "Izuku. Are you crazy?" asks Moxie. "If by crazy you mean I'll do everything I can to keep Millie from becoming a widow, then yes, I'm crazy," Izuku says with a determined smile. "Kill him," says the leader of the angels to the exterminator on the ground who nods. "What? But sir he is a human," says Delia, "a human who is defending a demon, and we will treat him as if he were one," says the leader angel. The angel gets up and tries to hit Izuku with an axe, but he dodges the blows and responds with a strong punch in the stomach, making him retreat. Noticing the enemy's imbalance, Izuku wraps the angel with Black Whip and then throws him into the sky. The other angel growls and draws a dagger, and together with the angel who had now started flying, they charge at Izuku. Luckily he makes a powerful leap, causing the two angels to collide with each other. The angel with the dagger gets up and runs towards Izuku, trying to stab him with the dagger, but the UA student dodges the stab and hits the angel with a powerful headbutt, making him take a few steps back, then kicks him in the chest and makes him fall on his colleague who was still on the ground. Izuku then grabs the two exterminating angels with Black Whip and throws them across the city, crashing them into a garbage can. "It looks like I'll have to do everything," says the leader of the angels, unsheathing his sword and conjuring an angelic shield in his free hand. The angel runs towards the human and tries to attack him with the sword, but he manages to dodge, even though with great difficulty, and in fact gets a cut on his cheek. Izuku tries to counter the attacks with a kick, but he narrowly dodges the attack. Izuku then activates Smokescreen in hopes of confusing the angel, and attempts to punch him in the face, but he manages to dodge the attack and blow away the smoke with his large wings. "Nice try," the angel jokes before blocking Izuku's punch with his shield, much to Izuku's surprise. The exterminator pushes Izuku away and tries to strike him with the sword again, and Izuku manages to dodge it, although this time with much more difficulty. Izuku tries to grab the head exterminator with Black Whip, but he takes flight, dodging the tentacles. The angel hits the teenage hero with his wings, knocking him to the ground, holds his sword to his throat, and says, "Good night." Moxie jumps on the angel, yanking his mask off, but the enemy manages to throw him away and then prepares to strike Izuku. But before he could deliver the final blow, the leader of the exterminators was hit in the face by the handle of a spear, making him retreat. The leader of the angels sees who hit him and is shocked to see Dahlia pointing the blade of the spear at him, saying, "Leave him alone." "Traitor," says the leader of the angels angrily, but before he can do anything, the I.M.P van appears out of nowhere and runs over the exterminator, making him end up in a garbage dump. End of theme music. Millie and Blitz get out of the car and say, "Get in the fuck," so Moxie and Izuku get in the vehicle and run away. Shortly later at the I.M.P base, "Thank Lucifer you're okay. You scared me so bad. This is the last time you're making a delivery," says Millie, holding Moxie in her arms. Meanwhile, Toga, Hini, Luna, and Mayberry are treating Izuku's wounds. "You're an idiot," all four of them say at the same time with red cheeks, making Izuku chuckle and say, "Yeah." But then someone knocks on the office door. Blitz goes there and opens the door, finding Dahlia in front of him, who says, "Sal." But Blitz slams the door and then opens it again to check if he saw correctly. "They," finishes the sentence Dahlia before Blitz closes the door. "Damn, one of those angelic bastards followed us," Blitz says to his employees. "Wait, was that a girl?" asks Izuku. "I think so," replies Blitz. "Sir, that angel spared my life and saved Izuku's. I think we can at least see what he wants," Moxie explains. Then Blitz reopens the door and Dahlia asks, "Can I talk now?" "Yes, but be careful what you do," says Blitz, showing the loaded gun. "Why are you here? Why didn't you go back to heaven?" Millie asks suspiciously, holding the knife. At the question, Delia lowers her head sadly. "You were banished, right?" asks Colin, thinking back to the day it happened to him and Kini. "They told me I was a traitor, that I wasn't worthy of being an angel, and they turned me into a fallen angel, and now I have no home," says the female angel as she removes her mask, revealing her gray skin and red eyes. "And what do we have to do with this?" Mayberry asks. The angel raises his head slightly, then falls to his knees and asks, "Please, can I stay with you?" Blitz, hearing this, bursts out laughing and then notices the former exterminator's seriousness. "Wait, are you serious?" the imp asks, then says, "Well, even though you spared and saved two of my employees, and I'm extremely grateful to you, I don't feel safe letting an exterminator stay in my loony's house." "I'll do it," says Izuku, approaching the angel and offering her his hand, saying with a beautiful smile, "Hi, we haven't introduced ourselves before, so I'll do it now. I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. You can live with me. From what I've seen, we have a lot in common and a third roommate can't bother me and Toga too much." Seeing this, The fallen angel blushes and then smiles with little tears forming in her eyes and says, "I'm Delia and thank you so much." The scene opens in Mammon's new illegal portal laboratory located in I.M.P City. Vector had been working day and night on the portal, and who could blame him? Mammon usually swore that he would feed you to a giant monster if you failed for the third time. He usually keeps his promise. "So Vector, how's my future gold mine going?" Mammon asks, entering the room with Cletus in his usual cheerful tone. It's ready Lord Mammon and Lord Cletus, and I assure you it will work this time," says Vector pressing a button that activates the machine which in a few seconds creates the portal. Meanwhile, in the next room where the machine was located, a few agonizing seconds pass but it seems nothing is coming out of the portal and it is not breaking. Yes. Finally, "Great fucking work Vector, now you go in there and check if this leads to the human kingdom," Mammon orders a scientist. He enters the portal room and after a full 8 seconds of hesitation approaches the vortex only to be hit with a strong kick right in the face. The demon falls to the ground and a woman with rather dark skin, red eyes, white hair and strange rabbit ears comes out of the portal and places her heavy foot on the demon scientist's chest. "Ahaha, come on in, let's beat up these villains and get the boy back," the woman says to the portal and figures begin to appear approaching. Seeing this, Mammon quickly presses the power button, making the vortex disappear. "Kill that, whoever it is," Cletus says to the other scientists who take sharp knives out of their lab coat pockets. The rabbit woman is surrounded by demons. One of them runs towards her but the woman laughs and hits the enemy with a powerful kick to the ground which not only breaks his head but also destroys a good part of the floor and damages the portal machine. At the sight of this, Mammon grabs Vector and Kletsu in his hands and teleports away with the two. Meanwhile in I.M.P City, the scene changes to show us Izuku's house, who wasn't a boy at all. Izuku had just woken up and got up from the unusually large bed. Izuku had wondered why he had such a huge bed but Blitz had said that it was included in the house and could not be replaced. Izuku then left his room and entered the kitchen where Toga and Delia were enjoying breakfast. "Hey there Izuku," Toga says as she sips from a cup full of blood. Luckily the imp had managed to find a cannibal shop, which still really disgusted Izuku, that could provide Toga with the blood resources she needed. Izuku had also noticed that since Toga had started drinking blood regularly, she was becoming more lucid and he was very happy about this. Good morning, I hope you slept well Izuku," Dahlia says timidly while eating some cereal. A week had passed since the exterminator had been banished, and luckily she was starting to settle into hell, especially since many demons didn't dare approach her when she went out into the city. "I slept well thanks," says Izuku taking some cookies from a shelf and eating some. A huge explosion shattered the serenity of that breakfast. The three looked out the kitchen window and saw a woman running away from 2 jeeps with demons in lab coats on board who were trying to shoot at them. "Imagine it is red in color." "Wait a second," Izuku says, focusing on the running woman, then widening his eyes when he recognizes her. "But that's," Izuku says before being interrupted by Toga who says, "the number 5 heroine Mirko." "Yes." "Do you know her?" Dahlia asks. "Yes, she's from my world, but what's she doing here?" asks Izuku. "Maybe the one who brought you and me to hell has done it again, which means she's nearby," says Toga. "Yes, but first we have to help Mirko," says Izuku, activating the electricity in his hand and running to get his hero suit. Meanwhile, "And that's all you idiots can do," says Mirko, kicking a jeep, destroying it along with a good portion of the road, and shooting the imps away. The gun-wielding demons attempt to shoot the rabbit woman but she skillfully dodges the bullets and responds by kicking the enemies into the sky. But behind her one of the imps gets up and points a gun at her. Mirko turns towards the enemy but before he can pull the trigger a flying knife is stuck in his skull killing him. "Gotcha," says a female voice. Mirko turns in the direction of the voice and sees the villain Himiko Toga. Before the heroine can do anything, the second jeep approaches but Deku appears out of nowhere and with a 20% off a punch hits the vehicle sending it flying. The remaining imps are about to attack but Delia lands in front of them holding the spear, making them run away in terror. "Kid, you're finally here, and where exactly is here?" asks Mirko, looking around. "Okay Miss Mirko, I know this may seem strange to you, but we're in hell right now," says Izuku, approaching the number 5 heroine. "Hell? Oh yes, a place like that would be quite a challenge," says the heroine with a satisfied smile. Izuku and Dahlia. Then Mirko turns towards Toga and gets into battle position. Getting back to us, it's better if you prepare for a good villain punch, says Mirko as he is about to run towards the bloodthirsty villain, but Izuku gets in front of the heroine, stopping her. What the hell are you doing, idiot? That's a villain, Mirko says, raising his eyebrow. I know, but I assure you, it's not a threat to us. We've formed an alliance to help each other while we're stuck here. But come to think of it, how did you get here, Miss Mirko? Asks Izuku. Me and some other heroes were on patrol when a portal similar to the one that sucked you in months ago arrived on the street. We surrounded it and I went first, only to find myself faced with a group of idiots who wanted to kill me. I tore it apart, then I left the warehouse-like structure I was in, but those guys followed me in those vehicles and you already know the rest, Mirko explains. Wait, you mean you found yourself here in this city? Asks Dahlia. Yes, but wait, who are you? Asks Mirko. Don't worry, ma'am, she's a friend, but above all, could you show us the exact place where she appeared? Asks Izuku. Mirko nods and starts running, followed by Izuku, Toga, and Dahlia. After a few minutes of running, the quartet reached the warehouse that Mirko said was the place where she had appeared. However, as soon as the four arrived, they saw trucks driven by the I.M.P scientists leaving the scene. In fact, there was nothing left inside the warehouse. Shit, says Mirko, the person responsible for this situation has escaped again, says Izuku looking around. So what do we do now? Asks Dahlia. Well, until we find out who's causing these trips, Miss Mirko, if you want, IHH have a house here in S since you're not there, Izuku stammered with extremely red cheeks before Mirko interrupted him. Are you suggesting I stay at T while we look for the guy who brought you here? Well, I guess I have no other choice, says the number 5 heroine, rolling her eyes as the group heads towards Izuku's house. The scene opens in a room full of screens showing the actions of the I.M.P being observed by two thin humans in elegant suits. The first is a male with white skin, short brown hair, and was wearing sunglasses that covered his eyes. While the other was a dark-skinned girl with short blonde hair, she also wore the same glasses as the boy. They must come from hell. Although sometimes other humans come among them and use black magic to enter our world, the girl says seriously as she adjusts her glasses. They kill specific people of their choosing, and they act completely randomly throughout the world. It's practically impossible to know where to strike next, the boy states just as seriously before a loud noise coming from outside the room draws his and the girl's attention. The two look out the window and see Blitz on top of a garbage can. Well, this is a great stroke of luck, says the girl with a little smile plastered on her face. Shut up guys, we can't let anyone see us, Blitz says just before falling to the ground and landing on the garbage, making a lot of noise. With all due respect, sir, you're the one making the noise, says Moxie. Yes, Blitz should be a little more careful, comments Izuku. Millie had already entered the portal opened by Luna from hell. But suddenly the two humans appear out of nowhere in front and behind the I.M.P males. The woman fires two stupefying darts at Moxie and Toga, making them fall to the ground asleep. Shit. Luna, close the portal. Blitz commands and Luna closes the portal, leaving Izuku and Blitz to face the humans in suits. Blitz grabs Moxie and pulls out his gun, but before he can do anything the boy shoots an electrified net at him, knocking him unconscious on the ground. Izuku lays his hands on the man and shoots Black Whip at him, grabbing him, but the girl runs towards him and tackles him. The two roll down the alley and end up with Izuku on top of the girl with his face very close to her thing, which makes them both blush a lot. But before anything else can happen, the man grabs his colleague's gun and hits the hero in the neck, making him collapse on the girl in a matter of seconds. The boy with glasses kicks Izuku while saying, I'd really like to see the faces of the idiots who called our agency a bunch of paranoid idiots when we reveal the truth to the world. Time after, Izuku wakes up tied to a chair between Moxie, Toga and Blitz with strange handcuffs on his wrists with the two agents around him. Pretend that between Blitz and Moxie there are two more chairs with Izuku and Toga tied up. The UA student tries to activate his quirks to free himself, but the handcuffs light up and an electric shock hits Izuku, making him growl in pain. I'm fine, the second traitor of our species has awakened. I advise you not to try breaking those handcuffs again. The shock gets stronger every time you try, says the boy with a smirk on his face. Who are you? Izuku asks before the boy punches him and then says, we are the ones who ask the questions. But to answer you can call us Agent 1 and Agent 2 and we are the D.H.O.R.K.S employees. Touch my Izuku one more time and I swear I will strip you and drink all your blood, Toga says with a scary smile that makes Agent 1 step back. It's time to talk, you demon scum. Who are you working for? The devil. Asks Agent 1, how did you get to the world of the living from the afterlife? Asks Agent 2, why kill humans? Asks Agent 1, and why did you appear here? Asks Agent 2, why do you strange green-haired human, betray your own kind? Asks Agent 1 this time only to Izuku. Too many questions, says Izuku, slightly stressed by the situation. Okay, everyone, first of all, we woke up from a terrible shock and I'm still a little confused, so I'd like you idiots to at least bring us a coffee. I mean, in situations like this in movies, do people always get coffee, Izuku? Asks Blitz. I'll settle for a glass of water if possible, says the UA student. It took you a long time, your friends who were filmed have already been conscious for a few minutes, says the girl. Listen, you little bitch, it'll take a lot more than that to knock me out for a long time. At the college I dropped out of, I used to take tranquilizers during tests, and anyway, it's not the first time they've given me shocks, says Blitz with obvious double meanings. Izuku and Moxie, it's time to talk, you demon scum. Who are you working for? The devil. Asks Agent 1, how did you get to the world of the living from the afterlife? Asks Agent 2, why kill humans? Asks Agent 1, and why did you appear here? Asks Agent 2, why do you strange green-haired human, betray your own kind? Asks Agent 1 this time only to Izuku. Too many questions, says Izuku, slightly stressed by the situation. Okay, everyone, first of all, we woke up from a terrible shock and I'm still a little confused, so I'd like you idiots to at least bring us a coffee. I mean, in situations like this in movies, do people always get coffee, Izuku? Asks Blitz. I'll settle for a glass of water, says the UA student. Toga. Blitz asks the villain, who replies in a childish tone, a little glass of blood, please. Mox. Blitz finally asks the other imp who responds by saying, I'd like a cappuccino, more capo than chino, make sure there are no more than 4 drops of milk or the decoration will come out crooked. I haven't spelled my name correctly, you always write stuff like Roxy or Foxy and I hate it. Izuku, Toga and Blitz. Agent 1 and Agent 2. And if for some crazy reason they don't have it, a traditional 20 misto with soy milk, with 2 drops of affogato and, of course, ristretto. And 3 squirts of vanilla under the coffee and, of course, Moxie continued before Agent 1 interrupted him. Enough. We won't bring you coffee or any other liquid, says the exasperated human. Wow Moxie, I got chills. Blitz compliments his employee. I already got chills, comments Toga with a giggle. We are willing to use the harshest torture methods to get you to talk, Agent 1 says with venom in his voice. Wait, what? Asks Agent 2. Psychological torture or physical? Asks Izuku. Yeah, you know, if physical it would be counterproductive since we could freely lie to make you stop, says Moxie. Or we might just like it too much, Blitz comments. I disagree, Izuku says. What do you mean demon? Asks Agent 2. I have a stupid girl, I get turned on by stupid people, says Blitz. Blitz, says Izuku disgusted by the boss's words while Toga and Moxie burst out laughing, irritating the agents, especially Agent 1. Stop laughing at us, we're not here to satisfy your hideous demonic perversions. If you make another joke, we'll shut you up, threatens Agent 1. I'm getting excited now, Blitz says, smiling mischievously, making the 2 humans recoil in horror. Where's our phone call anyway? We have the right to it, Blitz says. Well, who would you like to call? Asks Agent 2, approaching the white-spotted imp. Simple, that fat mother of yours, because of her fat, saggy tits, Blitz says, chuckling. Hearing this, Agent 2 steps back and tears roll down his glasses, which is noticed by Izuku, who manages to give Blitz a light kick in the leg, making him stop laughing. Nice try, demon, but for your information, that fat mother of his is pretty much dead a long time ago, Agent 1 says with a smile as her colleague's tears increase and she lets out small sobs. I'm so sorry to hear that, my deepest condolences. I don't know how you would feel but I'm sure he's at peace now, Izuku says in a sorry tone. Agent 2 looks at the young hero and stops crying and in a small whisper that no one can hear he says, "Thank you," and then shakes his head and says seriously, "Let's move on." Meanwhile outside the D.H.O.R.K. base, 2 guards armed with spears are guarding the entrance door of the building when a female voice off-screen says, "Hey, guys, why don't you take a break?" The 2 soldiers turn towards the voice and see a group of beautiful women and smile. "Wait, that's Verosika Mayday," says one of them excitedly. "Let's have a little fun," says Kiki in human form with a very seductive and provocative tone. The 2 men look at each other and smile, then head towards the girls. As soon as the girls leave, Millie, Mayberry, Mirko, May, Colin, Kini, Dahlia, and Luna emerge from a corner and enter the building. Mayberry, Luna, Millie, Mirko, Dahlia, Kini and Colin walk through the corridors of the facility alongside the dorks but are spotted by cameras and an army of agents blocks their way. "Remember, no deaths," says Mirko, clenching his fists. "We'll do our best to inflict painful but not fatal wounds," says Millie, unsheathing the axe she had brought with her. Meanwhile, "Stop insulting my mother, she was everything to me, you fucking demon," says Agent 2 with small tears coming out of her glasses. "Yes really Blitz, stop it," Izuku says reproachfully to his demon boss who rolls his eyes to the sky. "Stop acting like a child too and let's go, leave them here alone until they want to talk," says Agent 1 dragging his colleague by the arm into the next room. Once the 2 humans leave the room Blitz bursts out laughing. "Why are you laughing, Mr. Blitz?" asks Toga. "Simple, I'm just wasting my time. I'll make those idiots so exasperated that they'll leave us in despair," the white-spotted imp explains proudly. Well it makes sense," says Moxie. "Yeah but that doesn't give you the right to make fun of other people's grief," says Izuku frowning. Meanwhile Agent 1 and 2 were observing the scene from the window next to the room where the 4 members of the I.M.P were talking. "Damn, that guy seems really nice," Agent 2 says as he watches Izuku argue with Blitz. Agent 1 glares at his colleague and says, "Don't let that traitor of the species make you weak, woman. We both know what Agent 0 does to weaklings." Agent 2's eyes widen behind his glasses as he thinks back to a previous episode. Flashback. A male figure wearing an elegant, all-black suit, but his face is not visible as he has his back to the camera. This man in black is brutally beating a D.H.O.R.K.S agent in front of other agents between here 1 and 2. Agent 1 watches the scene with a frown on his face while Agent 2 is completely shocked and terrified. The figure stands up and in a modified voice says to the agent struggling to breathe, "Sorry Agent 6, but D.H.O.R.K.S cannot have weak subjects." Then brutally crushing his head with his foot several times. Fine flashback. Agent 2 shakes his head and says, returning to his deadpan tone, "You're right, let's finish this mission." "Good girl. Now if the demons want to play, we'll play too," says the elegant man, then presses a green button on the keyboard in front of him. In the room where the 4 I.M.P members were tied up, a strange light green gas begins to appear. "I'm really worried about Millie, I think she's coming," says Moxie as Toga, Izuku and Blitz try to free themselves. "It's okay Mox, only Pazuzu on top of a fucking armed rhinoceros could give that woman a hard time," says Blitz. "Yeah when she's angry she becomes a beast. In a good way sometimes I admit she intimidates me," says Izuku. "Yeah, but she could be in danger," Moxie says. "Do you ever stop talking about her? You're always asking how Millie is. I'm so scared for Millie when she's literally just throughout you," Blitz says angrily. "Wait a second, why did I say that?" Blitz asks as the gas begins to spread across the room. "I damn well want to kiss Izuku, he looks so good when he's tied up," Toga says casually before surprising herself that she's just said what she was thinking. Izuku, "Wait, what is this stuff?" asks Blitz, finally noticing the green gas. "I think it's some kind of truth serum in gaseous form," Moxie speculates. "Ho ho," Izuku says. "How do you know for sure?" asks Toga. "Well, let's ask ourselves some things," suggests Moxie. "Has Millie ever fucked you?" asks Blitz. "Sometimes wait. Hey," says Moxie embarrassed. "Why?" Izuku asks Blitz who shrugs. And by the way, your taste in music is terrible. That musical you recommended was awful, it was just these horrible horny kittens. No wait, I'm sorry. Blitz says to Moxie. Izuku, do you have a crush on anyone? Asks Toga. Yes, on Luna, Verosika, her crew, Miss Mayberry, a little bit of Kini, some of the girls in my class, some of the girls in class 2B, on Miss Mirko and, also on you Himiko Toga, says Izuku forced by the gaseous substance. Toga, why you love me, says the villain, excited for her dreams to come true. Blitz, you piece of shit, do anything with my loony and I'll shove my gun up your ass and pull the trigger, Blitz says trying to free himself to beat up the UA student. Damn, Izuku, you're too heavy on the crushes, says Moxie. But suddenly Izuku saw a path in front of him and noticed that he was no longer tied up, so he got up from his chair and ran towards the passage and found himself in a completely dark space. But, where am I? Izuku wonders, the real question is why did you leave us? Says an all too familiar voice to Izuku. The UA student turned around and saw in front of him some of his classmates, namely Kirishima, one of his crushes Momo Yaoyorozu and his best friend Katsuki Bakugo, but their skin was dead white and their mouths and eyes completely black and wide open. Guys. What happened to you? Izuku asks as tears begin to form in his eyes. You abandoned a stupid Deku, says the distorted version of Bakugo as he approaches the UA student. What? No, I didn't mean to. I got sucked into a portal that took me to another world. Izuku tries to justify himself as green flames surround him and the three distorted versions of his friends. So why are you messing around with demons and the villain and not looking for a way to get back to us? Asks Momo as she trudges towards Izuku, who backs away until his back is just inches from the fire. They are helping me go back and I'm also helping Himiko Toga. I want to go back, I swear. Izuku tries to say before Bakugo grabs him by the throat and says in a dark tone. Don't lie, Deku. While you were having your adventures with your new hellish friends, we were attacked by the League of Villains. They tortured us and turned us into Nomu. We needed you, Deku. All Might needed you. Eri needed you. Auntie Inko needed you. I'm sorry. Izuku says tearfully as more distorted versions of his classmates emerge from the flames and approach. I'm sorry. Izuku shouts in panic. Meanwhile, in the real world, Agent 1 observes the 4 I.M.P members in their mental trips with a smirk. While Agent 2 observes the scene with more bitterness. 1. Is it really necessary? Aren't we exaggerating? Asks the woman. Absolutely not. 2. This is what Agent 0 wants. Go ahead and it's really fun. Replies Agent 1 before going back to watching the scene, taking some popcorn from nowhere which he starts eating. Agent 2 sighs and looks back at the interrogation room, knowing he couldn't object even if he wanted to. Izuku was still stuck in his truth gas-induced vision. The young hero was in tears, surrounded by distorted and monstrous versions of his UA friends, with the distorted version of Bakugo holding him by the throat and insulting him. You know what, Izuku? You should never have inherited One for All. You should have just done what I told you in school and jumped off a building, says the distorted Bakugo with a chuckle. Izuku's tears only increase both in his mind and inside his mind and outside as he was tied to the chair along with Blitz and Toga, who says softly with small tears streaming down his eyes, No, please. Agent 1. Ha ha ha. What sissies, you remind me of you at your mother's funeral. 2 inches, says Agent 1 between irritating laughs, making the girl jump. Izuku cries in his mental world because of Bakugo's insult, but then he stops and realizes something. Wait. Kachan never calls me Izuku, says the UA student, silencing the phantom versions of his classmates. A distorted Bakugo trembles for a few seconds before releasing his grip on Izuku's neck. And then, he doesn't know anything about One for All. No one except me and All Might knows about it, says Izuku as he gets up from the ground and the flames begin to fade and his devious friends begin to retreat. This means, this isn't real. None of this is real. The UA student shouts as his distorted friends begin to sink into the ground. I really don't know what's happening to you in our world, but don't worry, I'll do everything I can to get back to you, Izuku says, wiping away his tears and smiling determinedly, causing the distorted monsters to sink completely into the ground. Izuku then wakes up as the gas stops coming out. Blitz, Moxie and Toga also wake up, the latter in particular with heavy breathing. You know, sir, on my first day at I.M.P you told me you had done a good job and that you were proud of me. I felt like you wanted to tell me something more severe, but you said it because I needed it, Moxie says sadly. Look, Mox, I'm hard on you because I know what you're capable of. You care what everyone thinks, except me because I'm always right. You just do what you usually do, you shoot pretty well, you know how to escape and you manage to be strategic and don't expect any more praise, says Blitz. Thank you, sir, says Moxie smiling. Toga, are you okay? Izuku asks the villain, who quickly says in her usual cheerful tone, I'm fine, Izuku dear. Suddenly Millie enters the room, melting the roof. Millie, says Moxie, happy to see his wife. Thank goodness you're here, Izuku says. Well done, Millie, how did you do it all by yourself? Blitz asks as the door to the room swings open and Colin, Kini, Dahlia, Mayberry and May enter, who says, hey Midoriya. Girls and Colin, says Izuku smiling, but then the glass where Agent 1 and 2 were spying shatters, revealing Mirko and Luna, who was holding Agent 1 in her arms, having used him as a battering ram, while 2 watches the scene in shock. Loony, Blitz says to his daughter as Mirko puts his hand on her shoulder and says with a smile, not bad girl, you have a talent for hitting. Immediately after, Verosika and her crew, including Vortex, come out of the door. Verosika, Blitz asks in shock, before you say anything, I'm only here for Izuku, the succubus states. Well, that makes sense, I'm sorry, Blitz says in a low tone, the word surprising the pop star demon, who raises her eyebrow. I was an asshole to you, I used you for your credit card and... I'm really sorry, says the head of I.M.P. Verosika remains silent for a few seconds and then says, this is fucking embarrassing. Meanwhile, Izuku is untied by Millie. She also breaks the handcuffs that were blocking his quirks, and Vortex approaches him. Hey Izuku. How are you? Well, ignoring the fact that I was kidnapped and drugged, I can't complain. By the way, do you remember my best friend? She's having a big party in a few days and she'd like you and Luna to attend, says the Hellhound. Well, I don't see anything wrong with that, Izuku replies, smiling. Agent 2 is tempted to press the button on the keyboard that sounds the alarm, but then sees the group reunite, with most of the girls, Mayberry, Kini, Luna, Kiki, Milky, Apple, Zuzu, Coco, May and Toga affectionately hugging Izuku after untying him and making him blush. Seeing this, Agent 2 has a brief flash of a child version of herself who, along with other similar children, affectionately hugs a slightly overweight woman. After the flash ends, Agent 2 takes her hand away from the button. But immediately after, the button is pressed by Agent 1, who recovers from the attack of Luna and Mirko. Shortly after, an army of D.H.O.R.K.S agents enter the room armed with all kinds of weapons and surround the group. Please guys, don't kill, Izuku tries to say before Blitz yells and grabs his gun. I've felt too many emotions for today, so let's kill all these assholes. Izuku, Mei, Mirko. The various members of the D.H.O.R.K.S attack the demons, who manage to kill them or knock them out without too many complications. An officer attacks Izuku with his bare hands and the UA student punches him in the head, knocking him out. Mei uses mechanical tentacles given to her by Lupta to co-enemies who try to get close. Mirko dodges the attacks of 2 agents and then defeats them with a split. Kini and Colin use their height and ability to fly to make the agents shoot each other. Millie jumps on the dorks' faces, stabbing them violently before moving on to the next agent. Toga stabs with her knives as many times as she can, licking the blood off the weapons. Luna grabs a chain from one of the soldiers and starts throwing it away, hitting the other officers. At one point she wraps the chain around a man's neck and breaks it. Dahlia flies across the room and spears the dorks in non-vital spots, while Moxie on her back fires her sniper rifle. Vortex punches a lot of D.H.O.R.K.S agents, managing to knock them out. One even breaks through the floor with his legs. Meanwhile, Verosika simply observes the scene, smiling, with Zuzu simply looking at her phone but still throwing a few glances at Izuku. Blitz takes a giant rocket launcher with "My Dick" written on it from his backpack and then pulls the trigger and kills a bunch of agents with a rocket. Mayberry, armed with a knife, stabs real agents until she comes across one who she recognizes and says excitedly, "Victor." The dork stares at the sinner for a few seconds before recognizing her in turn, Miss Mayberry. Then the two hug each other warmly. How big have you gotten? Do you still have that accent problem? Asks Mayberry, and Victor responds by saying, I managed to fix it in middle school. I'm glad, says Mayberry, and then punches the officer, only making him pass out. Once all the guards are dead or unconscious, the demons and humans calm down. Well, I think it's time for us to leave, Blitz says, adjusting his tie, but meanwhile Agent 1 and 2 are observing the scene, with the former very angry. Agent 2 puts a hand on Agent 1's shoulder and tries to calm him down by saying, 1-1, we have to let them go, enough agents have died. But Agent 1 growls and pushes his colleague away, making her fall to the ground, and then says angrily, I will not disappoint Agent 0, the cause is more important than the lives of our soldiers. Then he presses another button, and immediately after the lights turn red and all the doors close. The demons try to break down the doors, but they don't even budge. Luna, use the book, Izuku says quickly. Luna opens the grimoire but can't read it. Shit, in this light I can't give a damn, moans the wolf demon. One of the doors opens and hundreds of officers enter the room armed with rifles. Shit, Blitz says, taking back the gun. Izuku then imposes his arms and creates many black whip tentacles. But just before the soldiers could fire, Agent 2's voice spoke through a megaphone, attention all officers, coffee break has begun. Instantly all the dorks drop their weapons and run out of the room happily. The quirk demons and humans turn to the control room and see Agent 2 with a microphone in his hand smiling at Izuku. After a few seconds of surprise, Izuku smiles back but sees Agent 1 pointing the gun at her. But before she could pull the trigger, a shock wave hits the entire room, knocking Agent 1 to the ground. Then he gets up and sees that Agent 2 is standing with his back to him. Watch from 043 to 105. Agent 1 falls to the ground and steps back, ending up against the wall as a black, red-eyed, bird-like entity emerges from Agent 2's black vomit, and she falls to the ground where Izuku kneels beside her. The monster observes Agent 1 for a few seconds before retreating and revealing himself to be Stolas, who, after another stern look, turns to the demons. Stolas, how the fuck did you find us? Asks Blitz. I have my ways, Blitzy, replies the royal demon, then kneels before Blitz and scolds him for exposing himself. Meanwhile, Izuku was kneeling next to Agent 2, who was spitting black fluid. You saved us, why? Asks the UA student. I couldn't let other people die, and besides, I have nothing to lose. Since my mother died, my brothers separated and left me alone. One and I were childhood friends and he convinced me to join D.H.O.R.K.S. What a fucking mistake. Now I'm going to be killed by my colleagues when they come back, explains the girl, taking her glasses and throwing them away. Izuku looks at the girl with pity and turns to Stolas asking, Excuse me, Your Majesty, but is it possible to take this girl with us? She saved us after all. I think that's the best idea. Possessions can leave demonic remains in the victim. It would be better to take her to hell to test if she is one of these cases, says Stolas before opening a portal that leads to the I.M.P office. Damn, I have a second, Agent 2 says before getting up and hitting a few keys on the keyboard, deleting the camera footage. So the D.H.O.R.K.S won't have any evidence to prove the existence of demons, the girl says with a satisfied smile. Shit, we didn't think about cameras actually, Moxie says as she walks through the portal with Millie. Thanks Agent 2 inches, says Izuku. Just call me Courtney. Agent 2 is dead and buried now, says Courtney before crossing the portal with Izuku. Meanwhile, Agent 1, who had been frozen in fear the whole time, only gets up when the portal closes. Fucking demons, fucking traitorous humans, the angry man states before hearing a whistle that makes his blood run cold. The doors reopen and a figure wearing a dress shirt and black jeans enters the room. He is also wearing black gloves on his hands and a gas mask covering his face along with a hood. Agent 0 inches, says a terrified Agent 1 before kneeling down and saying, I'm mortified, sir. We lost the captured demons, and Agent 2 betrayed us. Agent 0 remains silent for a few seconds before saying in a distorted voice, It doesn't matter. Those demons will come back to Earth, and the D.H.O.R.K.S will be there to crush them like the worms they are. 2 days had passed since the incident with the D.H.O.R.K.S, and life in the I.M.P had returned to normal. Courtney had started living in Izuku's house with Toga, Mirko, and Dahlia, and incredibly, she was adjusting better to the I.M.P city climate. As Stolas had said, The human girl had inherited some demonic abilities after the possession of the royal demon. In fact, she was able to transform her nails into hawk claws. And his eyesight had improved so much that he could clearly see things meters and meters away, and what's more, he could see perfectly even in the dead of night. But Izuku had noticed that since they'd returned from the human agency headquarters, Toga had become strange. The UA student often saw her sitting on the couch, thinking, and what's more, she was quite distant from him. Izuku had started to worry. He feared that she had had a gas-induced vision of the truth like him and that she had had a bad reaction. So the young hero approaches the villain and sits next to her. "Toga, are you okay?" asks Izuku, attracting Himiko's attention. "H.O. Izuku dear, what's going on?" asks the villain, tilting her head and giving her usual cheerful smile. "Well, I've noticed you've been feeling a little down lately and I'm wondering what's going on with you," Izuku explains. The blonde looks at the UA student, becomes sad again, and looks away. "When you confessed that you had a crush on me, at first I was happy, but then when I breathed in that damned green gas I had a vision," Toga explains in a bitter tone. "Yes, I had a vision too, it wasn't really nice," Izuku says, thinking back to the distorted versions of his friends insulting him. "I was in a pool of blood. At first I was happy and drank some, but it tasted horrible. Then the lake level started to lower, revealing a dead body," Himiko explained, tears streaming down her face. "That corpse, it was yours." Then the remaining blood melted to form human figures. "My parents," says the blonde villain. "Your parents?" Izuku asked confusedly, tilting his head. "Ever since I first developed my quirk, they've called me a freak and forced me to hide my quirk." "Oh my god, that's terrible," says Izuku, starting to feel really manly for the blonde girl. "And I tried, all my life, to act like a normal girl both at home and at school, but then, one day one of my classmates injured a man during a fight. I couldn't stand it anymore and I attacked him. It felt so good to drink all his blood. Then I started my life as a villain and some time later I met the League. I thought everything was beautiful, but since we're in hell and I got good doses of blood, I realized I've proven to be what my parents always said I was, a monster," explains Toga, crying. "Coming back to my vision, those silhouettes started talking to me with their voices. They kept telling me that I was a monster, that I should never have been born, and that everything I love ends up dying," Toga continues, starting to stammer. "Then why your corpse Wyatt rose from the ground and said to me, 'Why did you do this to me? I loved you. You're a monster,' and then it repeated it over and over, louder and louder, and," Toga says before being interrupted by a strong hug from Izuku. "You are not a monster, Toga. What you did was wrong, but it's not entirely your fault. Your parents should have helped you instead of forcing you to repress your quirk. I promise I will never regret having feelings for you. I will always be there for you, because I love you," Izuku explains, breaking the hug and joining his hands with the villains. Toga remains silent for a few seconds before violently crashing her lips against Izuku's and wrapping her arms around his head. Izuku is initially shocked by Himiko's action, but soon after he begins to kiss her back and at the same time wraps his arms around the blonde girl's waist. The kiss lasts about half a minute, and then the two separate and smile at each other. However, Izuku notices something behind Toga. That something turns out to be Blitz with a carefree smile, who was observing the scene from the window while holding a video camera that was recording. "Blitz, what the hell?" asks Izuku while Toga starts giggling at the situation. "What? I paid for the house, let me have fun with whoever lives there, and I promised Moxie and Millie I wouldn't spy on them for a week," the demon replies nonchalantly. "Now I understand Moxie when she complains," Izuku says in a resigned tone. Meanwhile, in the Circle of Greed, Mammon is in a giant warehouse where he is accompanied by Cletus and the catfish monster. "Here, little tooth," Mammon says, throwing a large steak into the kaiju's mouth. "Where did you get that from?" asks the cherub. Mammon turns his head towards his little colleague and replies, "Believe me, you don't want to know." Suddenly an anxious Vector enters the warehouse and tells the deadly sin, Lord Mammon, the machine's repair is almost complete." "Good shit," says the jester demon with a satisfied smile. "How's the killing of that green worm going?" asks Cleto. "The Striker and Streed brothers are organizing some kind of hitman army and are ready for action," replies Vector. Mammon and Cletus look at each other and smile at each other in a creepy, evil way. The scene begins with Luna opening a portal in the I.M.P. office. 2 days had passed since Izuku and Toga became a couple and the demon wolf couldn't help but be jealous, not that the other girls except Millie were any less. At first a human head comes out of the portal and flies away. Hini, Colin and Mayberry grunt because they understand that they will have to clean the Sangyu. Subsequently a large tree comes out of the portal. And finally, from the portal emerge Izuku who crosses his arms in disappointment, Toga covered in blood, Millie and Blitz while Moxie emerges from the treetop with a chainsaw in her hand. Remind me why you killed those lumberjacks. Izuku asks Blitz who says, I simply said our client was a drug-addicted activist who was killed by those axe-wielding bums. I admit the blood of those guys was really bad, full of alcohol, says Toga before approaching Izuku and giving him a sweet kiss on the mouth. Hini, Mayberry and Luna. I still have a lot of adrenaline in my body, damn it, Millie says as she plays with her axe. And you better keep it up, honey, because tonight, Moxie tries to say, putting down the chainsaw before being interrupted by Blitz. Save the dirty talk Mox, tonight's on me. Let's go to the new restaurant that opened downstairs, says the I.M.P. leader, throwing away the axe he was holding which almost hits Izuku but luckily Mayberry catches it in midair. Actually, sir, today is my and Millie's first wedding anniversary, and tonight I'm going to take her to Ozzy in the Circle of Lust, Moxie explains, surprising Millie in a positive way. Ozzy, Millie asks excitedly, Ozzy. Did Verosika mention him to me that time she came over for Christmas? Says Izuku. Yeah, a horny hangout, says Luna. But Ozzy's always booked up, says Millie. Well, I've been planning this for a while, says Moxie, blushing and scratching the back of her neck. Well, so, are you with me, Izuku, Toga, Mayberry, the goats, and Looney? Blitz asks the rest of his employees. Sorry sir, but I have to go tutor a friend's son here tonight, Mayberry says. We'd be stuck here, but we're not going to start drinking. Hini says, and Colin nods in agreement. Toga, Luna and I are out tonight, you know, Vortex's friend's party, says Izuku. Yes, I got a new dress for the occasion, comments Luna standing next to the UA student. Okay, right, Blitz says with a sigh. He didn't much like the idea of his beloved adoptive daughter going to a party where someone connected to Verosika was present. The only thing that did cheer him up a little was that Izuku and Toga would be there too, so his Looney wouldn't be completely alone at that party. But Blitz realizes that he will be alone for the night, so as Moxie and Millie hugged and kissed he starts thinking to himself, I should spy on Looney or Millie and Moxie. The week is over and Izuku wouldn't forgive me twice in a row. Get ready my dear imp employees. Izuku understands what his demonic boss is thinking and whispers in his ear, Blitz, it's best if you let them do their thing alone. Today is their anniversary, after all. Blitz sighs and says to the UA student, whatever you want Izuku, I won't follow them. Izuku hearing this smiles and goes back to Toga and Luna. Blitz smiles mischievously and says in a low voice, I'll simply go to a certain place and meet them by pure chance, taking some photos and videos to remember this completely random event. Unbeknownst to anyone, however, Stryker spies on the group by holding onto a pipe with one hand and a telephone in the other. The human teenagers are going to the Queen Bee base, the demon cowboy says over the phone. Meanwhile at the palace of Mammon. Fuck yeah, gather the army you created and burn that kid and that annoying bitch's shack to the ground. Mammon says into the phone, smiling evilly. Wait, isn't she like a classmate of yours, a deadly sin? Asks Cletus, who by now was always by his side. The demon jester turns to the former cherub and says, oh no. She and I are complete opposites. B represents the sin of gluttony, I represent greed. That stupid furry girl loves to give and give while I just take. Not to mention the fact that he banned me from his parties because he says I always take all the food and leave nothing for the other guests, Mammon adds, crossing his arms. Cletus, how strange, says the former cherub sarcastically, raising his eyes to the sky. He had gotten used to it by now, given his now colleagues' enormous hunger for both money and food. But now, if I can't go to one of his parties, then my henchman will do it, says the deadly sin darkly with a toothy grin. But Mammon's eyes widened as an idea came to him, then he looked out of the window of his throne room and shouted, Tooth. A few seconds later the huge catfish monster arrived in front of his master's castle, Mammon strokes the monster's huge snout and says, "We both know how much you want that green worm dead for what it did to your eye." The fish beast growls, narrowing its red eye caused by its own acid spit. "And now you can finally take revenge. Go to the circle of gluttony and destroy the human, and while you're at it, kill Beelzebub too and make it painful," explains Mammon. Hearing this, the catfish kaiju lets out a terrible roar and sets out on its revenge. The scene returns to Izuku, who was with Toga and Luna in a taxi that was taking them to the circle of the gorge. Luna wore a bright red dress with a pentagon designed on the chest. Toga wore a black dress with a slightly short skirt while her hair remained the same. Izuku, on the other hand, wore a dark red suit that covered a green jacket, dark red trousers, a belt and black dragon skin shoes, as Blitz said when he gave them to him. The taxi stops and the trio find themselves in front of a gigantic golden building that resembles the shape of a beehive. There seems to be a great prevalence of hellhounds over other demon species there. "Wow, I've never seen a building like this," Toga comments. "I already wonder how rich Vortex's friend must be," says Izuku. "Hey Izuku, how do you think I look? You know, dress and makeup." Luna asks Izuku, who observes her for a few seconds and then says, "Honestly, you look great Luna, as always." This statement makes Luna blush slightly, but remembering the context they are in, she shakes her head and enters the building together with Toga and Izuku. Once inside the building, the three are greeted by Vortex, who was wearing his usual suit. "Hey guys. Glad you made it," says the Hellhound. "Hey Vortex, thanks again for having us," says Izuku. "Of course, hey guys, say hello to the newbies," says the Hellhound and then starts howling. Everyone present then starts howling for a few seconds and then goes back to whatever they were doing before. "Wow, say Luna, Izuku and Toga in unison, do you want something to drink?" asks Vortex. "I definitely have," replies Luna. "Yes, I'll have something too," says Izuku. "I'm fine thanks," says Toga. Vortex nodded and left the trio to admire the party, and shortly after returned with red glasses filled with a golden liquid and handed them to Luna and Izuku. The Hellhound and the hero in training look at the contents of the glass and drink it. "Wow, that's pretty good. Wait, is that?" Izuku tries to ask before Vortex beats him to it. "Honey. That's right, buddy, nectar from the gods below," says the scarred demon. Izuku had never tasted honey this good in his entire existence. Then suddenly a female voice began speaking through a loudspeaker, making it echo throughout the facility. "Ha ha, how are my little whores doing tonight?" says the voice, and immediately after everyone in the room heads towards the center of the room. "Are you ready to party with the Queen of Greed?" "Oh yes, the honey is flowing tonight and this bitch is about to go wild, let's get started," says a female figure standing on top of a giant glowing sphere. A tall, sinuous fox-like demon with insect-like features, 2 pairs of arms, a pair of antennae attached to her pointed ears, and a small pair of insect-like wings that are pale yellow with pink highlights. She also sported a white belly that reached down to her muzzle, with a small, black, heart-shaped nose. She wears a black choker necklace that wraps around her neck, a low-cut black bra under a small, pink, off-the-shoulder crop top with lighter markings below the heart-shaped cutout, and a set of light pink shorts. Izuku blushes deeply as he looks at that beautiful and colorful zoomorphic demon. "As that?" Luna asks Vortex, who says, "Yes, that's my best friend, aka the Queen of Greed, Beelzebub, so she's half canine and half bee. I wonder if her blood tastes like honey," comments Toga. Cheered by the crowd, Beelzebub begins to sing a beautiful song about her sin. "Wow, this is so much stuff," says Izuku, amazed by both the voice and the creation abilities of the deadly sin that reminds him of his classmate and crush Momo Yaoyorozu. "Yeah," says Luna. Once the song is over, Beelzebub notices Vortex, Izuku, Luna and Toga and smiles and walks towards them. Tex. "The party is getting lively, damn it. I think I overdid it with the confetti this time, now I have like a rainbow between my legs," says Beelzebub while creating a little rainbow with his hands. Izuku, Toga and Izuku look at each other embarrassed by that joke. "Holy shit, so you're the human boy with the amazing voice, the blonde girl who likes blood, and the puppy girl my dear best friend Vortex talked to me about," says the fox and bee demon, making Luna frown. Well yes, it's us. I'm Izuku, this is my girlfriend Toga and this is my friend Luna," Izuku introduces himself. It's so fucking nice to meet you guys in person, thanks so much for coming. Do you want some cake? The demoness asks, creating a slice of chocolate cake in her left hand. No thanks, I'm on purpose, can you make some katsudon? Asks Izuku. Sure, says Belzebu, throwing the cake away and creating a bowl of the UA student's favorite food with a fork too. Thank all the gods, I've missed this so much. Thank you so much, says Izuku, delighted to be able to eat the katsudon again. It's a good idea, you're welcome, my friend. It's always a pleasure to fill my guests' stomachs and see their satisfaction. That's why I've kicked that greedy, selfish Mammon out of every party, says Belzebu. Meanwhile, in the circle of greed, Mammon was standing in front of the portal machine next to Cletus and Victor, but suddenly he sneezed. Are you okay, Lord Mammon? Victor asks timidly. No, I sneeze every time someone talks badly about me, says the Cardinal Sin. So you kind of always have a cold. Cletus jokes, making the jester demon frown. Returning to the circle of greed. You know, since I saw the video where you sing in the human world, and I have to say you are incredible. I have really rarely heard such a harmonious voice, says Belzebu. HOGG, thank you, that's really kind, says Izuku while he's super embarrassed while eating his beloved katsudon. I was wondering if maybe you could sing a little song to get the crowd going. Belzebu suggests to Izuku. Ho, well, I don't sing often, but I guess I could try, says Izuku as the Sin of Greed conjures up a piece of paper and hands it to Izuku, saying, perfect, here's a song I wrote for the occasion. Izuku reads the contents of the paper and says, I guess it's pretty good. Meanwhile, outside B's house, Stryker and Streed looked up at the giant building with angelic firearms in their hands, and behind them were about 40 demons of all kinds armed to the teeth. You'd better kill that lettuce-headed human, the cowboy demon says to his sister, who sighs and looks away. Then why the fuck don't we get inside right now? Says an angry hellhound with reptilian eyes and a motorcycle jacket. Let's get in there now so we can get the reward for the heads of those fucking humans first. Says a dinosaur-like demon. Be patient, as soon as the big fish arrives we can crash that blue-blooded bitch's little party, Stryker says with a menacing smile as he plays with his gun. After about 20 minutes of partying, Belzebu steps onto a stage with a microphone in his hand and addresses the crowd of demons, saying, Hey people, are you having fun? Yes, everyone present shouts, raising their fists at the same time. Great, because tonight, you bitches, someone who, despite being stuck here in the land of demons, has the voice of a fucking angel will count. Here to satisfy your musical hunger, Izuku Midoriya, explains the Cardinal Sin and then flies off. Soon after, the lights go out and the stage lights come on, revealing Izuku with a guitar in his hands along with some demon musicians. Okay Izuku, don't worry, it's just a song about food, more or less, thinks the UA student as he suppresses his shyness. After a few seconds the music starts playing. Ignore the scenes in the video. The crowd of demons goes wild and acclaims the green-haired human with fury and adoration. Belzebu observes the scene while clinging to the chandelier, her cheeks slightly red, watching and listening to the UA student. Damn, it's even better in person, the demoness says with a smirk. Toga and Luna listen to the song in amazement. Both of them have red cheeks, then they look at each other. Hey, he's my boyfriend, wipe that blush away, says Toga. Ever heard of polyamorous relationships? Asks Luna, frowning. Polyamory, asks the bewildered blonde. The hellhound snorts and explains, polyamory is when three people are in love with each other and share each other. Sorry if I explained it badly or if I didn't understand it well. Who? Says Toga. I know you're in love with him and, honestly, I'm a little bit in love too, says Luna embarrassed. Toga thinks about it for a while before sighing and admitting, he's in love with you too. And too. What? But, Luna says, going crazy before the former villain tells her. He's in love with you, with me, with that pink girl who came for Christmas, with Miss Mayberry and even with something else. So, if the others are in too. Harem, says Luna. Yep, states the bloodthirsty blonde. While Izuku thanks the crowd for their compliments and cheers, he suddenly feels his danger sense activate and begins to worry. Belzebu also begins to sense something dangerous approaching. In fact, the ground of Belzebu's house begins to shake as if something large is walking. the lights in the room reopen and it is revealed that the gigantic catfish monster has appeared on the large glass window, roaring threateningly. "What the fuck?" says B a few moments before the mutant kaiju smashes its head through the glass. A small army of demon assassins enters from the hole, and Izuku is shocked to note that Striker and Street are among them. "Hello everyone. Sorry for the intrusion, but we're here to ruin the party for some blue-blooded bitch and kill some humans," says the cowboy demon as he pulls out his gun, and at the same time all the other demons start making a racket and shooting randomly with angelic weapons. The catfish monster is about to completely break through the building, but Beelzebub gets pissed and bullies towards the monster as his body starts to grow. "No one interrupts my party, not even a piece of sushi that forgot to die," says the deadly sin, growing into a gigantic demonic creature. Beelzebub punches the giant catfish, making it retreat, and they begin fighting outside the building. "You never get to enjoy a quiet evening, Izuku," says the UA student before activating OFA and running towards the bounty hunters. Vortex, Luna and Toga were fighting 4 demons. One was a cat, one was a robot, one was a hooded figure, and another was a lizard. Izuku arrives and wraps the robot, the hooded man and the cat in black whip and then throws them against a wall. "Thanks buddy." He thanks the scarred hellhound. "You're great darling," says Toga. "Die, bitches," screams the lizard, pulling out his gun, but before he can do anything, the wall behind him is smashed through by the I.M.P van, killing him. The vehicle stops and Blitz comes out of it and starts shooting at the enemies while saying, "Hey Izuku, Toga, Looney, Verosika's bodyguard." "Blitz, what the fuck are you doing here?" Luna asks as she grabs a rifle from the van and Toga grabs a set of daggers. "I went to spy on Moxie and Millie. It went pretty badly. Stolas and I only managed to get out thanks to Verosika doing a fucking striptease. Then I came to get you guys, but then I saw that fucking fish and quickly grabbed the guns," the imp explains indifferently. "I'd like to tell you I'm surprised, but I'd be lying," Izuku says as he dodges a punch from a red-skinned shark demon and then punches it back. "Are we going to sit here and talk, or do we want to fight?" Blitz asks as he reloads his gun. "Okay. While B takes care of the sea monster, you, Toga, Vortex, and Luna secure the civilians and take care of this little army while I take care of Striker and Street," Izuku says, then makes a superhuman leap. Musical theme, "I'm Still Standing," is sung. Izuku lands on 2 demon assassins, knocking them to the ground. One of them points his gun at him, but the hero quickly grabs his hand with a black whip and breaks it, making him scream. A hammer-wielding demon attempts to strike him, but Izuku hits the weapon with 15% OFA, shattering it. The demon looks at his weapon in shock as Izuku runs past him. A jellyfish-like demon uses its many limbs to shoot various rifles at Izuku, who uses smoke screens to confuse the enemy before appearing behind him and hitting him on the head, knocking him to the ground. Striker and Street are in the middle of the ballroom shooting around, but the male sees Izuku but doesn't have time to do anything before he hits him with a strong punch, knocking him to the ground. Street runs towards Izuku with a knife trying to stab him, but he dodges and tries to kick her and she manages to dodge the blow which slightly grazes her nose. Striker gets up and shoots at Izuku with an angel rifle, but he jumps in the air avoiding all the bullets, which greatly irritates the demon. Street throws a knife at the teenager, who manages to catch it and throw it back at the sender, but Street, with impressive reflexes, manages to dodge the weapon. Meanwhile, Beelzebub in his full sin form punches the catfish in the face, making him recoil, then transforms one of his hands into a bee stinger and sticks it into his shoulder. The monster fish wriggles and manages to detach the stinger from its body and then strikes the deadly sin with its tail, making it retreat. Blitz stabs a knife into the neck of a purple-furred hellhound. Toga throws a handful of knives at 5 scarred imps who fall dead to the ground. Luna blinds a fish demon with her phone's fleshlight before shooting it with a pistol, and Vortex simply breaks the neck of a dinosaur-like demon. Returning to Izuku, he dodges a stab from Street and a bullet from Striker and with unprecedented agility kicks the latter in the face. Street begins to strike the UA student with lightning-fast attacks, managing to cause a few cuts on his arms. Izuku grabs Striker's gun-wielding hand and pushes her away, and Striker takes advantage of the moment of distraction to kick him hard in the side. Outside the building, the kaiju bites one of Beelzebub's arms, but she starts flying up and, after reaching a certain height, she drops him heavily to the ground. A demon hitman armed with Molotov cocktails throws them around, creating a sort of fiery arena, but his incendiary spree is stopped when Toga throws a knife into his skull. Striker, Street and Izuku are thus locked in both a battle and a circle of green flames. Striker tries to charge Izuku but he dodges. Striker starts shooting at Izuku again who, even though he manages to dodge the shots, a bullet grazes his cheek causing a small cut. Izuku then creates a sort of shield with Black Whip and creates a sort of shield, but Street runs towards him and tries to hit him, but the UA student turns around and opens his mouth, releasing a Black Whip tentacle that hits Street in the face, who falls to the ground unconscious. Then the tentacle heads towards Striker, who dodges it and shoots it with the angel gun, making it explode. "I'm tired of your bullshit, kid, it's time to die," Striker says with a murderous grin. Izuku, dodging another bullet, activates Black Whip and throws some Black Whip tentacles at the cowboy demon, causing him to drop his gun, and it ends up in the flames, which makes him very angry. Striker runs towards Izuku, but before he can reach him, the hero in training delivers a strong spinning kick that knocks Striker to the ground, leaving him stunned. Street comes to, sees his brother lying on the ground, gets pissed off and charges at Izuku with a knife. The hero in training, however, notices it and avoids the attack. Street slips on a pool of blood and is about to fall into the green flames. But Izuku promptly runs to her and grabs her hips and pulls her towards him, saving her, their faces getting very close, almost touching. End of theme music. Izuku and Street look at each other with completely red cheeks and wide eyes. Street seems unsure of what Izuku should actually do either. Meanwhile, outside the building, Belzebub punches the catfish kaiju once again, who roars and decides to run away. Then the Deadly Sin heads to what remains of his party and creates a gigantic shower of soda that puts out the flames. This tears Street and Izuku away from the kind of trance that had formed, and in fact she pushes the hero away and then takes her still unconscious brother and escapes with a few intruding demons through the front door. Short time later. By now all the green flames had been extinguished and fortunately most of the party guests were more or less well. After saying goodbye to Belzebub and Vortex, Izuku, Luna and Toga got into Blitz's van and headed towards the human's house. "So you went to spy on Millie and Moxie at a club that belonged to one of the 7 deadly sins along with Prince Stolas, but you got caught. The deadly sin's assistant started making fun of you, but then Verosika put on a show that diverted attention from you and Stolas," Izuku tells Blitz. "Yeah, pretty shit, right? Verosika told me she did it because she didn't want the past to consume her," Blitz says as he parks in front of Izuku's house. "And what did you say?" asks the UA student. "Simple, I thanked you and I apologized," replies the head of the I.M.P. Finally Izuku and Toga get out of the car, with the latter quickly returning to the house. "Hey Izuku," Luna says as she leans out of the door of the van. "Yes, Luna," Izuku asks, but immediately afterward the wolf demon grabs him by the collar and gives him a quick kiss. After a few seconds, she breaks the kiss and says, "It was really nice to party with you." Then Luna retreats into the car and closes the door, and immediately after the van speeds away, leaving Izuku paralyzed and with his cheeks completely red. After a few seconds Izuku recovers and goes back into the house. But as soon as the UA student enters the house he hears strangely familiar female voices. "Don't lie, Himiko Toga. Where is Midoriya? What the hell is going on here? Our Lord God demands you to tell the truth." Izuku walks towards the source of the voice and his eyes widen when he sees the 5 girls in the lounge as well as Toga, Courtney and Dahlia. One had bright orange hair tied in a ponytail, one of her hands was gigantic and was holding Courtney. The second had long green hair that looked like plants full of brambles that wrapped around Toga and Dahlia. She had her hands crossed in a sign of prayer. Pretend they are longer. The third had short purple hair, and small spots on her cheeks. Her ears were unusually long, and at the ends were headphone jacks. The fourth had white hair with small red streaks, was wearing civilian clothes and looked much more scared than the others. The fifth instead had long raven hair tied in a ponytail and wore student clothes. But at that moment everyone's gaze falls on the green-haired UA student, and the new arrivals freeze for a few moments and then scream at the same time. "Midoriya, Izuku." In a second all the girls in Izuku's world, except Toga, ran towards him and jumped on him, hugging him. "Midoriya, thank heavens you're okay," says Momo. "Praise the Lord for this miracle," says Abara. "Damn it, don't disappear like that ever again," comments Jiro. Yes, you scared us all to death, says another voice that all the UA students recognize. Toru, is that you? Asks Kendo. Yes, it's me, and before you can ask, yes, I'm naked, states the invisible girl. Izuku blushes brightly upon hearing these words but then asks, wait, how did you end up here? The girls look around and Fuyumi says, I honestly don't know. One moment I was sleeping at my house and the next thing I know, I see a kind of portal appear in front of me and then a kind of little red monster comes out of it, and as soon as it sees me it hits me with a bat and then I woke up here. The same goes for me and Abara, Kendo states. That being was a demon from the underworld, I'm sure of it. Comments the spiky-haired girl. Ditto, says Momo. It already appeared while I was listening to music in my room, says Jiro. Yes, it appeared while I was taking a shower, adds Toru. Then Izuku looks at Dahlia and Courtney and the latter says, Miss Mirko, Dahlia and I went for a walk and we found them in some bags carried by a group of imps in the Circle of Greed. So where is Miss Mirko? Asks the green-haired boy. When we arrived the imps ran away in a jeep and Mirko followed them, says Dahlia. Midoriya, can you explain to us what's going on here? What is this place and why is a member of the League of Villains here? Momo asks, looking at Momo suspiciously. Okay, I know it sounds crazy but, right now we are in another dimension, the hell of another dimension, says the UA student. Most of the new girl's eyes widen as Abara turns to Dahlia and Courtney before taking a cross out of her pocket and showing it to the two. Get back, Satan. The power of God is pushing you back. Abara shouts with conviction while Dahlia and Courtney watch each other with confused expressions. Abara, those in front of you are a more or less common human and an angel, says Izuku. Then the religious girl looks at Delia in shock and then kneels down and says, I ask infinite forgiveness for not having recognized a soldier of our Lord. No problem, says Delia a little confused. Hell. From another world, says Jiro trying to process the information. Yes, it was a big shock for me too the first time, and before you ask, no, me and the friends I've made here still haven't found out who's opening portals between this world and ours, Izuku explains. Izuku explains this new world to the girls, the demon friends he has made, Mei's presence, the hitmen hunting him, etc. All the girls didn't really know what to say. They were sitting on the couch thinking while Courtney had given Toru a dress so she wouldn't be naked. It's a lot to take in, Leader Kendo, you who make friends with demons, and one of the 7 deadly sins. It's crazy, says Kendo, holding the cross out on his chest. But you still haven't explained to us why Toga is here and doesn't have handcuffs on her wrists. Momo asks, turning to the blonde who was drinking a coffee in the meantime. Toga blushes slightly and looks at the green-haired UA student who doesn't exactly know what to say. But suddenly a sweaty Mirko kicks the living room door down and says, damn, those worms escaped me. You're back, Izuku. How did that party go? Not your girlfriend. All the new arrivals open their eyes wide, probably even Toru, and look at Izuku and Toga who blush brightly and then scream in unison, what? Meanwhile at the base of Mammon, the sin of greed ran through his library angrily, followed by Victor and Cletus. Not only does that kid survive those fucking incompetent cow assholes again, not only does that furry bitch hurt my little tooth, but now we have a fucking dozen humans with powers in hell. Mammon shouts as he walks through his treasure room. Well, things are going from bad to worse, says the former cherub. I assure you, Lord Mammon, we will do everything we can to get rid of the humans, says Victor timidly. It will never be fucking enough. Drastic measures must be taken for a drastic situation, says the deadly sin as he opens the secret passage revealing the orange crystal in the glass case. Is it what I think it is, my lord? Asks Victor, terrified. Yes, it's a Pazuzu crystal. If I used it against that green worm, it wouldn't be able to stop me. Mammon states, placing one of his hands on the case, and the crystal begins to glow as if it sensed the presence of the jester demon. It's risky, there could be repercussions, but it could work, Cletus muses as he rubs his chin. Mammon places another hand on the case but starts to open it. Sir, wait, you possess great power and I understand the threat posed by humans, but using an artifact that Lucifer himself forbids is too much. It could trigger another war, says Victor, trying to make his boss see reason. Mammon thinks for a few seconds and then looks back at the Pazuzu crystal. After a few more seconds of thought, Mammon sighs and lets go of the case, then says, maybe you're right, you idiot, but I still have to fucking get rid of those damn humans. Seeing this, Victor lets out a sigh of relief and then follows Mammon and Cletus as they leave the Pazuzu crystal room, which stops shining brightly as soon as it senses that the deadly sin has decided not to use it, for now. It had been about 4 days since Belzebu's party and the arrival of the new girls from the world of heroes and quirks. Izuku had introduced the girls to I.M.P, and to his surprise, the two groups got along quite well. Abara obviously didn't trust the demons, especially Blitz, preferring instead to spend time with Delia, but she managed to tolerate their presence. Despite everything, the newcomers felt safer staying at Izuku's house. As for Luna, well, she and Izuku never really talked about the time she kissed him on the mouth, and he obviously didn't tell Toga. But back to us, the UA student and the former villain entered the I.M.P headquarters, and Izuku said as he entered, "Good morning, guys." But before he could finish his sentence, he and Toga saw Luna violently throw Blitz against a wall and then jump on him. The two humans sat on the couch in the room where Kini, Colin, Mayberry, Millie and Moxie were also sitting. "What's going on?" the blonde girl asks the pair of imps. "The boss is finally talking to Luna about her attitude towards customers," Moxie says calmly as she drinks some coffee. "I have," says Toga. "Yes, honestly it was about time she did it," says Kini. "I admit that Luna has a particular character and I was a master with difficult characters. I have some experience," comments Mayberry. "Looney, I just think a few changes might make you a little more sociable," says the imp, frightened by his adoptive daughter, who grabs him by the suit and says, "If I'm so terrible, then why don't you replace me?" "Okay, maybe powers," Blitz says and then looks at his other employees. Izuku shakes his head while Moxie nods. "That's right, miss, it's time for some tough love, so now get to your desk, miss," Blitz says in an authoritative tone. "Izuku." Luna seems very surprised by Blitz's statements but then recovers, violently knocks him to the floor and then goes to sit on the desk while looking at the phone. A sore Blitz sits on the couch between Izuku and Moxie, with the latter starting to rub his back, saying, "You did the right thing, sir. I mean, how are we supposed to get people to trust us if our secretary treats them like dirt, right, Izuku?" The UA student shrugs and says, "Honestly, I kind of agree." Is Blitz really going to replace Luna? Blitz looks at Moxie then at Izuku uncertainly, but before he could answer, a purple light begins to come out of Blitz's office, the light that usually appears when a portal to the world of the living opens. Blitz, Toga, Millie, Moxie, Toga, Mayberry, Kini and Colin rush to the I.M.P boss's office ready to attack the intruder, but everyone is surprised to see Stolos's daughter, who was holding the grimoire, and in front of her is a portal. "Octavia?" asks Izuku confused. The owl demon doesn't answer and resolutely enters the portal to the human world. Blitz watches the scene in shock and then shouts, "Luna!" "Oh yes, you have visitors," replies the wolf demon from her post. Shortly after, fuck. Now what the hell do I tell Stolos?" says Blitz as he sits on the ground, rocking in worry. "Well sir, you're the prince, you seem to have a good relationship, so I think it'll be fine," Moxie says, trying to calm her boss down. "Okay, my dick is good but not that good. If he finds out his daughter stole his book he'll fleece me alive," replies the white-faced demon, scratching his head. "Come on, Blitz, the only way to get Octavia back safe and sound is to call her father," Izuku says. Blitz sighs, picks up the phone, dials Stolos's number, and quickly says, "Hey Stolos. Great news. Your daughter stopped by, took the book, and teleported who knows where, and we have no way of getting her or the grimoire back. Bye-bye." Before hanging up, after a few seconds of silence, the I.M.P leader turns to Izuku and Moxie and says, "Well, you were right, it wasn't that bad." But immediately after, the door explodes and Stolos comes out of it in his terrifying form, who says, "BB blee IIIITTTTZZZZZ." Meanwhile, in the human world, a figure sitting on a chair watches a screen showing Octavia asking directions from human passers-by, who ignore her. This figure turns out to be Agent 1, and behind him is also Agent 0, who is silently watching the screen. "Sir, the demon is in the uptown area of Los Angeles," Agent 1 says, freezing the recording on Octavia's face. "Well, get 2 helicopters ready, call 11 of our best men and tell them to load their rifles with tranquilizer bullets. I intend to take this devil personally, says the masked man. Agent 1 nods and leaves the room. Agent 0 then walks towards a table where various weapons, both melee and firearms, are placed. After a few seconds of hesitation, the man in the gas mask takes an axe with a black handle with orange stripes. Then the masked man looks back at the still image of Octavia's face as she gets on a bus and says while playing with the gun, "I admit that for a demon you are a really cute little bird." But then with a lightning-fast movement Agent 0 throws the axe against the screen destroying it and then says, "But I'm afraid this won't save you from the cat's claws." On the way back to the I.M.P headquarters, Stolas paced nervously in front of the entire group. "How could this happen? You let just anyone into your office to take magical objects with unlimited power?" asks the terrified demon prince. "Hey, it's not that simple. I always keep that big book in the safe with a combination that no one would ever be able to guess. 1, 2, 3, 4 inches," says Blitz, so everyone sets their eyes on the imp with the long horns. "Blitz, the code to the safe that contains the book for the living world is 1, 2, 3, and 4. Izuku asks in shock. "That's the first combination anyone would try," Colin adds. Blitz looks at everyone watching him and asks, "Should I have put 4, 3, 2, 1? Everyone except Blitz. Stolas shakes his head and continues to worry saying, How are we ever going to find her? Well, from the smell I smell, which is piss and desperation. I think she's in Los Angeles, says Luna disgusted. The imp and Stolas look at Luna who, as soon as she notices the attention, asks, "What the fuck are you looking at?" Shortly after, in a small alley in Los Angeles, Blitz forcibly takes his adopted daughter, followed by Izuku, Toga, Moxie, Millie, Colin, Kini, and Stolas. Mayberry stayed behind because there was a risk that someone in the human world might recognize her. "Okay guys, the plan is simple. We go around this sewer, Luna sniffs out Stolas's little daughter and we leave without letting anyone see anything clearly," asks Blitz. "Yes, finally a good plan," says Moxie. "Yes, but you guys could use a human disguise," says Toga. "Yeah, I guess that's right," Stolas says, then snaps his fingers, transforming himself, Luna, Colin, and Kini into their human selves. "Pretend the wings and halos aren't there." "Wow, Kini, Colin, you look really good as humans," says Izuku. Kini blushes then looks away and says, "Thanks Izuku, I appreciate it." "Hey, do you have any disguises for us too?" says the imp leader. "Unfortunately not, without the grimoire my powers are limited," Stolas explains. "Shit, can't you even remember your own spells?" "Okay, change of plans, we'll split into 2 couples and a trio," Blitz says annoyed. So the group splits up. Millie and Moxie go left while Blitz, Stolas and Toga go right. The duo of Izuku and Luna instead remain in the alley as the latter is looking at her phone. "Luna, I don't want to disturb you but we should look for Octavia right now," says the UA student. "That's exactly what I'm doing," says the wolf demon, showing Izuku her phone. It showed photos taken by Octavia on her Voxtagram profile, depicting places in the human city. Not bad, Luna," Izuku compliments. So the hero and the Hellhound set off, arriving at the various places in Octavia's photos. As the two were walking along a beach they found a person wearing Octavia's clothes who was facing away from them, but as soon as they approached him they realized that it was a human with a terrible device. As they walked away Izuku decided it was a good time to have a conversation with Luna. "Hey Luna, about that kiss you gave me a few days ago," Izuku says embarrassedly while scratching his hair. Luna suddenly stops and blushes before saying, "Ho, that is." There was silence between the two for a few seconds before the girl said, "I'm sorry, I got carried away by everything that happened at the party." "Oh no, you don't have to apologize, actually I wasn't sorry," says the UA student turning red as a hot pepper, something Luna does too. "And before you say anything about my relationship with Toga, yes I absolutely love her but at the same time I can't ignore how I feel about you. I like you Luna, I really like you," says Izuku gathering all the courage he has in his body. Luna takes a few deep breaths before saying, Izuku, I like you so much too." After saying this the Hellhound grabs Izuku and gives him a kiss which this time the green-haired boy manages to reciprocate. With Blitz and Stola. Blitz was with Prince Godia in a film studio, and at that precise moment he began to feel a certain murderous urge. "Are you okay, Blitzy?" asks Stolas. "I don't know why, but I just felt like brutally and savagely killing a teenage male," explains the I.M.P leader. With Colin and Keeney. The two former cherubs were walking around the city when the female freezes, feeling the same murderous desire that Blitz had felt. "Hey Col, am I the only one who feels like savagely beating up a teenage girl?" Keeney asks his friend, who shakes his head in denial. Luna and Izuku's return. The two kissed for a few more seconds and then broke apart to catch their breath. "Wow, that was intense fuck," Luna says as she fixed her hair. I'm glad you liked it," says Izuku, who, needless to say, had monstrously red cheeks. "Anyway, I don't think the blood-sucking blonde will have too many problems. I spoke to her at B's party and she told me she has no problems in polyamorous relationships or whatever they're called," explains the Hellhound. Well, this is reassuring, hee. The hero in training chuckles, still a little embarrassed. Suddenly, however, Luna's phone makes a notification sound. She looks at the screen and notices that Octavia had posted another photo of her current location. "Well, we better find this little owl princess," says the teenager as he shows Izuku the photo, saying, "Well then, let's go." So the couple starts walking again, but they don't realize that they had been seen and spied on by two people wearing black glasses. One of them has a walkie-talkie in his hands and says, "The demons have started moving again, Agent Zero." "Well, as soon as they stop again, give me their location," says the voice on the other end of the device. So the two agents look at each other, nod, and then follow Luna and Izuku. A little time later. By now it was evening and the couple had arrived at the place depicted, and fortunately they managed to find the demon princess sitting on a balcony with her head buried in her knees. "Hey Octavia," Izuku says, getting the demoness's attention, who then asks, "Izuku, Lana. How did you find me?" "The pictures you took. Nice shots anyway," says the Hellhound, transforming back into a human. He thanks," replies Octavia. "Octavia, why did you come here? Is really dangerous for someone like you," Izuku states. "I just wanted to go see those damn stars, and what I get is this," says the owl girl, pointing to the starless sky. "Yes, human smog is really disgusting. You know your dad is worried about you, right?" asks Luna as she tries to light a cigarette. "Yes, and in fact, it's the two of you instead of him. He'll be too busy yelling at my mom because he hates her more than he loves me," asks Octavia desperately. "Octavia, that's not true. Your father is here looking for you, and believe me, he's terrified." Izuku explains. "Is he here?" the demon princess asks. "Yes, you know, fathers very often. In fact, they almost always mess up, but that doesn't mean they don't care," says Luna while smoking. "Yes, you should be happy that your father is there for you." "I barely remember mine," Izuku says with a lot of bitterness in his voice, remembering all those times when he wished his father Hisashi was there to help him and his mother. "Give your dad a break. He won't get everything right, but at least he tries, and believe me, it's a lot more important than you might think," says Luna as she looks at her lighter with the I.M.P logo attached to it. Octavia looks at the two for a few seconds before hugging them both. Luna is taken aback while Izuku returns the hug without any problems. "Wow, what a touching scene," says a modified male voice. All three of them turn and their eyes widen when they see Agent Zero along with a group of D.H.O.R.K.S agents pointing firearms at them. "Seriously, I haven't felt so breathless since I first read a work by the great master Shakespeare," says the masked man as he fiddles with a silenced pistol. Instinctively Luna stood in front of Octavia and Izuku in front of both of them, preparing to activate OFA. Agent Zero looks at them nonchalantly and then points his gun at them and says, "I've always loved tragedies, especially the endings where the protagonist dies." Izuku looked carefully at the masked man pointing the gun at him and realized with horror who he was. Flashback. The UA student was talking to Courtney, who was explaining to him how the D.H.O.R.K.S worked when the human girl told him about the founder of this association. "Why did he create D.H.O.R.K.S? asks the green-haired teenager. "He says he wants to protect the world from the forces of evil, aka hell," says Courtney. "No one knows his real name, he just calls himself Agent Zero, and he always wears a gas mask that covers his face. Believe me, he's a monster. If he thinks one of his agents is weak, he'll slaughter them in cold blood without even thinking. He'll do anything to achieve his goals, so please be careful if you see him, explains the blonde. Izuku sighs and says, I promise Courtney I'll be careful, making the girl smile and blush slightly. Fine flashback. You're Agent Zero, right? Izuku asks the masked man, who tilts his head and says, oh, do you know me? I guess Agent 2 told you. Yes, and her name is Courtney. She told me about what you do to your own employees, and you dare to call yourself a good guy. Says the hero. Agent Zero sighs and says, I do what I do for the greater good. An important agency like D.H.O.R.K.S can't have weak links. Rather, you are human, but you are friends with demons. Why? Because they are my friends. Yes, they are demons, but that doesn't mean they aren't all bad. In fact, they are also lovable people, says Izuku with a look of determination. Well, in that case, I'm afraid you have to pay for such betrayal. Take care of them, guys, says the masked man as the other men in elegant suits start shooting. But Izuku is faster and grabs both Octavia and Luna before making an inhuman leap, dodging all the darts. While in midair, the hero uses Black Whip to grab the soldiers, rifles and pistols and throw them away. Once landed, one of the dorks runs towards the boy and punches him in the face, but it has no effect, and in fact the US student throws one of his own, making the soldier fly away. Luna runs towards a soldier and bites his shoulder with her teeth before slamming him against a wall. Another soldier jumps on her, but the wolf elbows him hard, knocking him to the ground. Octavia dodges a punch from a soldier and ends up with her back against the balcony. The D.H.O.R.K.S agent jumps on her, but she moves and the agent falls from the balcony screaming. Izuku uses his Black Whip to wrap the D.H.O.R.K.S agents up and then slams them against a wall, which cracks and all the agents pass out. Now Luna and Izuku stand before Agent Zero in a fighting stance while the masked man remains impassive. Well, asshole, looks like you're all alone. Luna growls. Agent Zero chuckles, then says, I fear you are wrong, demon. I am not alone. I have a little friend from the military service. Having said that, the man in the gas mask takes out a military knife. Izuku tries to shoot Black Whip tentacles at him, but Zero dodges them easily and tries to stab him with the blade, but fortunately the US student manages to dodge the stabs. Luna grabs the D.H.O.R.K.S leader and throws him away, but he quickly gets up and then grabs his silenced pistol and points it at Izuku, but before he can pull the trigger, Hini appears out of nowhere and throws herself against the enemy's arm, causing him to miss his aim. Agent Zero manages to free himself from the former Cherub's grip, but immediately afterwards Colin flies towards him and shoves a garbage can on his head, blinding him. The hero in training takes advantage of this to run towards the enemy and tackle him, making him fall to the ground and then blocking his hands. It's over, Agent 0 inches, says Izuku. Well, I guess it's really over, but for you, the man says in a relaxed tone as if nothing was happening to him. Soon after, a helicopter appeared near the group, and a D.H.O.R.K.S agent appeared from one of the windows with a sniper rifle in his hands. But before anything could happen, someone fired a shot that hit the sniper squarely in the head, knocking him out of the helicopter. Everyone turns in the direction of the shot and sees Blitz holding his rifle saying, "Nobody shoots my employee of the month." Immediately after, Stolas' full demon form attacks the helicopter, which within seconds crashes to the ground and explodes. Izuku looks back at Agent 0 below him. Despite his mask, it was easy to see he was pissed. "You were saying?" Izuku asks ironically with a victory tone in his voice. Zero remains silent for a few moments before stepping away from the US student and attempting to stab him, but a kitchen knife is lodged in his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. The man turns around and sees Toga pointing another dagger at him. The masked man growls, then sighs and takes something from his pocket and slams it violently on the ground. A large curtain of smoke spread across the area, and once it disappeared, there was no trace of Agent 0. Blitz dropped his rifle and ran towards Luna saying, "Oh Looney, I'm so sorry, I swear I'll never replace you, ouch." But before he could finish, his adopted daughter kicked him hard between the legs, knocking him to the ground in pain. As Toga and Kini go to hug Izuku, Stolas lands and returns to his normal form, looking worriedly at Blitz for a few seconds before finally setting his gaze on his daughter. "Dad," Octavia tries to say, but is interrupted by her father, who hugs her possessively while saying, "Ivia, thanks to Satan you are fine, but what was going through your mind? I never taught you how to use these kinds of spells." "I just wanted to see the stars like you promised," says Octavia. "The stars?" The tears of Azatoth. I'm so sorry. Prince Godia apologizes but his son interrupts him by hugging him. Don't worry, Dad, I just want you to be here, says the teenage owl as beautiful fireworks are set off in the distance. Everyone turns to the fireworks and smiles, but Colin realizes something and interrupts the beautiful moment. Gee guys, where are Moxie and Millie? Meanwhile, the D.H.O.R.K.S leader watches the whole scene from afar, frowning under his mask as he holds his injured hand. The masked man takes out his phone and says, "Yes, it's me, send a helicopter to come and get me," and then hang up. Agent Zero then looks back at the I.M.P and then says darkly, "Enjoy this beautiful moment but remember, as soon as you set foot here again, I'll be there." 2 days had passed since that adventure in the human world, and Blitz and Toga had learned of their budding relationship. Fortunately, the blonde had taken it well and was willing to share Izuku with the wolf. While Blitz, well, let's just say it took a good 3 hours to calm him down and get him to stop pointing his gun at the UA student. Our favorite hero was currently taking a walk with Himiko Toga in I.M.P City in the evening. You know Toga, honestly I'm a little worried about how my classmates and teachers will react when they find out about us, says the UA student. Well, you don't have to worry, Izu. I'm sure your friends will understand when they find out everything that happened, says the blonde, reassuring her boyfriend. But suddenly the two pass by a bar and its doors fly open and 2 shady-looking demons come out while forcibly dragging a female demon out. The first was a large black demon full of thorns with red eyes and large, long curved horns, and while in one of his hands he held the female demon, in the other he held an axe. The other demon instead had purple skin, wore a kimono that exposed his chest full of scars, his ears were prickly and his hair was long and black and very dirty looking. Izuku stops to look at what was happening and to his horror realizes that the girl the 2 demons were dragging with them was none other than Verosika Mayday, who appeared to be drunk. "Leave me alone, you bastards," says the pop star as he tiredly tries to free himself from the grip of his 2 attackers. "Don't do that, darling, you'll like it," says the purple demon as he licks his lips. Izuku and Toga look at each other before heading towards the entrance of the bar. The long-eared demon starts to lick Verosika's cheek but Izuku grabs a rock and throws it at his head, making him growl in pain. "Hey, leave her alone," Izuku says to the 2 demons who look at him confused and annoyed. The one with the axe chuckles and says, "Otherwise what are you doing, you fucking microbe? Otherwise I'll cut you up piece by piece and drink all your blood," says Toga. "Kark, hold this little bitch while I take care of these human garbage," says the purple demon as he lets go of Verosika and runs towards Toga to punch him, but the former villain ducks down doing the splits and then delivers a violent punch between the enemy's legs. The demon lets out a feminine scream and then falls to the ground in pain. The demon with the axe releases his grip on Verosika and then runs and kneels beside his friend. Julius, can you hear me? How are you feeling, buddy?" asks Kark. "I feel like I've had a castration without anesthesia," replies the now famous Julius. The horned demon looks at the 2 teenagers, growls and clutches his weapon before angrily saying, "You made a fucking mistake by going against us." While Kark continues to insult and taunt the 2, Izuku asks Toga, "Should I hit him or do you hit him?" The blonde thinks for a moment and then says, "You do it, darling." So the UA student quickly runs towards the horned demon and once he gets to the right distance he jumps and punches him so hard that the enemy falls to the ground in pain. Kark tries to get up and hit Izuku using the axe but he dodges all the blows and forces his right hand towards the demon. From his hand, various black whip tentacles begin to emerge and wrap themselves around the axe blade until they destroy it, leaving only the handle. The horned demon looks at what remains of his weapon in terror before growling, picking up his friend and saying, "It doesn't end here, you fucking human." Once Julius and Kark have left, Toga and Izuku go towards Verosika, who still looks dazed. "Is Miss Verosika okay?" Izuku asks worriedly. The succubus looks at the human for a few seconds and then lets out a sob and says in a more or less cheerful tone, "Is that really you, Sergeant Hartman?" "I think she's drunk," says Toga. "Yeah, the problem is we have no idea where she lives. I'm afraid we'll have to take her home," says the green-haired boy. Shortly after, Izuku and Toga had carried Verosika on their shoulders to their house. The other girls were sleeping so the couple had to be very careful not to make any noise so as not to wake their roommates. Izuku managed to lay a now sleeping Verosika down on his bed, and after that he and Himiko had to sleep together on the couch. The next morning, it was around 7 o'clock when the hero in training tiredly opened his eyes and immediately felt something enveloping him. He lowered his eyes and smiled when he saw Toga tenderly hugging him in her sleep. Izuku smiles at the sight of his girlfriend and then hugs her back and closes his eyes. Meanwhile, Verosika opened her eyes wide and quickly got up from the bed and looked at herself and the environment she was in. What the fuck happened last night? Damn, I knew going out drinking was a shitty idea, thinks the succubus as she gets up from the ground with some difficulty. I definitely haven't slept with anyone because I still have my clothes on, so what is this? Oh, Verosika says to herself as she recalls her encounter with the two delinquent demons and the rescue of the hero and the former villain. The pop star leaves the bedroom and heads towards the living room and notices the human couple hugging each other. Verosika kneels down to take a closer look at the hero in training. At the sight of that handsome face, the succubus blushes and thinks, damn, he's even prettier when he's asleep than when he's awake. Suddenly Izuku opens his eyes and gets scared and blushes when he sees Verosika's face just a few inches from his. Shit, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, the pop star says as she gets up. Is everything okay, Verosika? How are you feeling? Izuku asks as he and Himiko get up from the couch. Like every time I wake up with a hangover, says the succubus as she gets a glass of water and drinks it. Why did you get drunk? Asks the blonde. Well, I had a sleepless night with an idiot, so I decided to go and have a couple of drinks, which then became 4, then 6, and so on. At a certain point, those two idiots showed up. Their names are Julius and Kark, they're two delinquents who often bother me. This time, I didn't have Tex around, and they decided that was the right time, but well, you know the rest, Verosika explains. Oh yeah, about that. Thanks guys, I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't come, continues the demon girl. Oh don't worry Miss Verosika, says Toga smiling. Well I guess it's time to go, my colleges will already be waiting for me at work by now, bye bye and thanks again, says the demon woman as she heads for the exit door and leaves the house. At that moment in the room Mirko was wearing a white and red night dress. Oh good morning Miss Mirko, how did you sleep? Asks Izuku. Pretty well, and by the way, I heard the whole conversation with that girl Verosika, says the heroine. What, really? Asks Izuku. Did you forget about these? The woman frowns, pointing to his bunny ears. Oh right, that makes sense, says the UA student. Suddenly he gets a notification on his phone. He takes it out of his pocket, reads the message and says to Toga. Blitz says to come to the office early, the teenager says. Why? Toga asks. It seems he's doing some business with a particular client who requested a meeting, Izuku says. Well then it's better not to keep him waiting, says Toga ready for a new day of work. But what the two humans didn't know was that day at work wasn't going to be exactly pleasant. We can see the entire I.M.P, except Blitz and Millie, sitting on the meeting room table. Suddenly Moxie's wife comes into the room looking extremely angry and says, fuck, I swear I'll kill that asshole. The female devil presses a button which makes a cardboard cutout appear which she begins to destroy with her bare hands. What is that? Asks Izuku, pointing to the cardboard cutout. It's mine and Miss Mayberry's idea, I called it AS Stress Destroyer. It's a more or less peaceful way to calm down after an anger-inducing moment, Colin says with a little pride in his voice. Yes, we had something like that at the school where I worked, says the sinner while drinking a cup of coffee. Millie, honey, are you okay? Moxie asks, managing to bring her wife back to reality. Yeah, sorry, I just ran into an ex. All he kept saying was how rich he got and how big his dick is. Wait, what? Moxie asks as if remembering someone, but before the husband and wife's conversation can continue, Blitz bursts into the conference room. Well folks, I just finished speaking with our new client, he wants to speak to us directly at his home and he will come pick us up shortly, says the head of I.M.P. Immediately after, a sort of shark-themed helicopter appears in front of the building and harpoons the stone wall and then knocks it down. I think this is the 4th time this has happened, Toga comments. Damn, why do you always have to break down our fucking wall? We have a door. Blist complains. The helicopter creates a sort of bridge and from the helicopter comes out none other than Mei Hatsume who says, hey everyone. How are you doing? Mei, What are you doing here? Weren't you working for Mr. Wackford? Asks Izuku confused. Yeah, well, today was a day off and I kept myself busy working for a guy who wanted my services, explains the inventor. Meanwhile, another female figure emerges from the helicopter. She is a shark-like demon. She has dark blue hair that covers one eye and is wearing an elegant suit. You must be the imp. Well, our boss is waiting for you, says the shark woman in an emotionless tone. Guys, this is Cleo, a friend of mine that I made where I used to work, says May as the now known Cleo rolls her eyes to the sky and retreats into the helicopter. Millie, Izuku, Toga, and Moxie don't seem convinced, but Blitz reassures them, saying, calm down, guys, it's just a business meeting. Mayberry, Looney, and Colin, you stay here and fix the wall. So the rest of the I.M.P. sell on the helicopter, and after about half an hour of travel they reach the Circle of Greed, a place marked by greenish colors and gratuitous and wild violence. Moxie looked very uncomfortable. Sir, why did we have to come here? The imp states to his boss, who says, oh right, you grew up here. Wait, weren't you from the Circle of Wrath? Toga asks. Yes, on my mother's side, and I often like to hold on to that genetic part, Moxie says before noticing where the helicopter is heading, which is a large mansion. No, not here, says the frightened imp, but Blitz pushes him out of the helicopter, and as soon as the whole group gets out, an imp comes out of the house. He is quite tall, closer in height to Blitz, with white hair, black and white striped horns, and yellow sclera. There are white markings around his eyes, with the right one larger than the left. He has a crooked, bent tail with white accents near the base and in the middle of the fork. The hero in training raises an eyebrow as this demon bears an uncanny resemblance to Moxie. Moxie, son, why don't you come and hug your daddy? Says the elegant imp in a voice rather similar to that of Millie's husband. Daddy, everyone shouts in shock. Moxie's dad frowns and says, hey, only Moxie can call me that, unless you pay me, ha 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 ha. Guys, let me introduce you to my father Crimson. Ladies, let me introduce you to my colleagues at work, my boss Blitz, and my wife Millie, says the imp in a shy and almost intimidated manner. Oh, what a beautiful wife, Mox, where did you keep this beauty hidden? Crimson jokes as he kisses Millie's hand, who says, it's a pleasure to meet you. Well, now that we've made proper introductions, it's best if we go inside. Dinner will be ready very soon, says the imp and a reluctant Moxie elegantly as the entire group heads inside the house. Shortly after, everyone was in the main room of the villa, which was lit only by the fire in the fireplace. To try to break the silence, Izuku decided to ask, so Mr. Crimson, why did you need May's help? The imp smiles and says, well, you see, my boy, I needed some modifications to the house. Technical modifications, I mean, you know, that kind of stuff. So, sir, what did you want to talk about? Moxie asks uneasily. Moxie, I thought I'd educated you better. You know, business is never discussed before dinner, and besides, the two guests of honor haven't arrived yet. Immediately afterward, the door swings open and a shark demon enters. It has gray-toned skin with a lighter underside. Its fins also have a similar pattern, but with dark green accents and white spots on the tips. It has 3 gills on each side of its body, and its sclera is neon blue with white rings. It also has sea green teeth and a long, missing skin tail with jagged, light-tipped ends. It wears a gray striped shirt topped by a dark green jacket with white accents and bone designs on the sleeves. Ho ho ho, is the party here? Asks the newcomer while Moxie and Millie widen their eyes and say in unison, looking at each other, Chaz. Wait, what? Do you remember that ex? Millie says, visibly annoyed. The now familiar Chaz approaches the two and wraps them in a sort of hug, saying, looks like this is going to be a good sex reunion. How lucky am I? What, you too? Asks the shocked female imp as she and her husband break free from the shark's grasp. Yes, it was a long time ago, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. Him, a young and inexperienced mafioso, and me, his damn sexy sidekick. It was like written in the stars. Oh right, and my sister was there too, says Chaz. Mafia, Izuku says, shocked. Yeah, wasn't it obvious? Toga asks. Well, actually, Kini says as she looks around. Ha ha, Moxie, a mafioso, sure this is good, says Blitz as he takes in the surrounding environment, which is very reminiscent of that of mafia bosses in movies. Suddenly a large shark demon enters the room with a sack on his back. What made it creepy was that the sack was wriggling. The hitman drops the bag to the ground and then opens it, revealing a female demon very similar to Chaz in both physical appearance and clothing. Finally, fuck. Now who the hell? Who shit? Says the girl while looking around. Hey sis, says Chaz with a smirk. The girl looks at her brother and frowns, saying, of course you were behind all this. Bye Moxie, bye Millie. The two imps raise their arms and say in a neutral tone, bye Chazit. Okay, I'm not understanding anything anymore. What the hell is going on here? Asks Keeney. Simple, a nice reunion of flames and families, says Chaz. Honey, you never told me you were a mobster, Moxie says. I don't really like talking about this chapter of my life, her husband says, then begins to tell her story. Pretend that Chazit is also in the meeting in battle part. Izuku, Toga, Mei, Keeney. Immediately after the explanation Moxie adds, after I left, I never wanted to look back. I already remember that escape, one of the most beautiful I've ever done, comments Blitz while drinking a glass of alcohol. The UA student, the former villain, the inventor and the former cherub glared at the nervously chuckling shark demon. Typical you bro, Chazit says as he completely breaks out of the sack. Well, like Moxie said, it was a long time ago, says the shark demon as Millie seems to get possessed by rage and says in a demonic voice, I'll fucking kill you. Immediately after, the imp jumps on Chaz and attempts to kill him with him running around the entire room saying, wow, calm the fuck down, help. Should we intervene Midoriya? Mei asks. Part of me says yes, but part of me tells me not to do anything, Izuku says. Eventually Millie is held back by Moxie and Izuku. Come here you bitch, says Moxie's wife, still furious. The tension is broken, however, by a little imp in a butler's suit who says, dinner is served. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.